Chapter 3404, The winds outside didn't relent since danger was coming to the canyon. Li Qie looked out from the house and saw that it was dark due to the black clouds above. The canyon was gigantic, capable of separating Stone Plateau into two sections. In other words, it most likely spanned up to 10 million miles long. However, the entire place was still covered by black clouds. They looked like a colossal dragon hovering above. Whoosh! 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 The winds caused sands and debris to go flying along with flowers and leaves. It's starting. The cultivators and mortals who have yet to make it to safe harbor started panicking. We need to get to a village now. One could hear the horns from certain villages. They served to summon late arrivers or to warn the outsiders. The animals began to run. They have lived in the place long enough to be aware of this danger. The pillar in front of each village also reacted and became resplendent. Their runes had a clear light at this point, seemingly always there and only activated when necessary. The clear light seemed to be coming from the ground up through the runes, not the other way around. After the runes reached a certain stage, they no longer needed to absorb the power from underground, evident by having enough radiance. On the other hand, the absence of this empowerment would render the runes useless. Poof! The pillars became bright as well and created barriers around the villages. These barriers had a purifying property, capable of removing all evil. Because the entire canyon was dark right now due to the clouds, the pillars served as guiding lamps. One would be able to see them and make it back to the nearest village. Li Qie watched this process with keen interest and derived the runes. Normally, even the greatest masters would have a hard time comprehending them. However, the runes turned into ever-changing supreme words in Li Qie's eyes. They were flowing from the pillar down to the ground. He could see what lies below, an invisible grand vein just like a sleeping dragon. Its majestic power flowed in silence beneath the earth. The runes wove together to form laws and began to flow with the grand vein. Remember, the canyon had countless pillars. When they connected with the grand vein below, this culminated into a peerless grand formation. This formation received the power of the grand vein and in turn, it protected the villages from harm. Someone extremely powerful had prepared this formation inside the reclusive grand vein. The pillars were nothing more than the eyes of the formation on the surface. The creator of this formation naturally knew about the dangers of the winds and wanted to protect the villages. Such great length to protect the descendants. Ingenious even. Very few people know about the three grand veins. Li Qie touched the pillar and praised. Plenty of secrets hid underground, unbeknown to most. The person who did this had access to these ancient secrets on top of being mighty. Li Qie had a smile on his face while touching the pillar, one small part of the great formation. Taking away one pillar out of greed for its power would be a futile endeavor. The legend says that this was left behind by our golem ancestor. Shi Huahua spoke with pride. The great ancestor created an empire at the plateau and left behind pillars at the canyon to stop the scary winds. This allows us to live here safely. His pride was understandable. The rest of his race also felt the same about Golem Ancestor. They virtually worshipped him. He's one of the greatest Tao lords too. Huahua continued. He hasn't seen much of the world, only having heard about the exploits of Golem Ancestor, enough to memorize all of them. An amazing fella indeed. Li Qie nodded. Also unreasonable and unreliable at times, he thought. Golem Ancestor had certainly left his marks on his story, just not his actual identity with the exception of Li Qie. Black Duck might have hidden his roots quite well but it wasn't enough. Regardless of how cautious he was, there were still clues that would lead to him only. This allowed Li Qie to calculate the guy's true identity and origin. By this point, the winds have stopped and the canyon became quiet once more. It's coming, don't be so close. Shi Huahua quietly told Li Qie while retreating cautiously, still keeping an eye towards the outside. This had nothing to do with cowardice. In reality, everyone should exercise prudence when dealing with the dangerous petrification found here. Strangely enough, they also had a feeling of reverence towards it. This could be considered an instinct imprinted deep in their soul. The next development was fog spreading at a rapid rate. It encompassed the entire canyon in no time at all. A certain dimness took over. One wouldn't be able to see their hands in front of them even though there was no complete darkness. This was a bizarre feeling. It's coming. Wawa reminded Wuxia. Boom. 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 A series of quiet noises could be heard only by the attentive listeners. At first, they sounded as if they came from the distance. However, after a careful listen, they should be coming from below the ground. Chapter 3405, Boom. 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 A mysterious power engulfed the canyon. Croak. A frog didn't know anything and jumped out of its hole onto a rock near the village entrance. Buzz. It immediately turned into stone and stopped moving, similar to being frozen by extreme cold. It still had its jumping posture with the right leg raised. Its left leg couldn't touch the ground before the petrification. It's here. Sure, Wawa warned Wuxia again, don't stay near the entrance, that power is terrible. He then moved back deeper into the village. This wasn't his first time seeing the perilous phenomenon. Alas, the fear still struck him each time. He went back into his house and only extended his head out the door for a look. Wuxia remained standing by the entrance in order to sense the mysterious power in the fog. Hurry, come back here. Wawa shouted. Everyone in the canyon was hiding in their own house. That's the only way to guarantee safety. Taking one step out of the village meant certain death. Boom. 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 The sounds approached like an indistinct whisper. It resembled an ancient grand Tao echoing in one's ears, a type of mantra wishing for someone to understand it. Wuxia carefully listened. Boom. 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 All could hear the sound despite how quiet it was. There was an unknown rhythm belonging to an old period. They're right there at the entrance. Come back to the house or it'll petrify you. Sure, Wawa panicked. Wuxia didn't heed the warning. By this point, one could only see the fog outside the entrance, nothing else. The pillar became even brighter and shot out more rays in order to strengthen the barrier around the village. This looked like sparks suddenly shooting out of a bright lamp. They're right there. The reaction of the pillar told Wawa what was going on. He hid inside the room. Boom. 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 Wuxia heard this sound as clear as possible. There was a lack of fanfare and divinity, but the most majestic force suddenly emerged. This power could crush the firmaments. However, the fog was keeping it under control, not letting it erupt. Wuxia continued sensing this power. This is. He became surprised because this power and rhythm were very familiar to him. A figure finally emerged inside the shrouding fog, barely visible. It seemed to be jumping forward. One more figure emerged not long after and another after and another. These figures moved too quickly for anyone to tell. This only served to scare people even more. A spectator would assume that there were corpses jumping in the fog or some other evil creatures. The lack of identification spawned multiple explanations about the fogs. One said that evil creatures in the fog were finding food. But why the petrification? Because these evil creatures immediately sucked the victim's soul and essence, leaving behind an empty stone shell. Another theory stated that the fog came from the opening of a terrifying world with dreadful existences. Alas, these beings couldn't come through this opening. They could only breathe out the fog to suck the life essences from this world. This theory made some people think that the canyon contains a portal to a dangerous realm. How odd. Wuxia raised his brows while looking at the figures. He stretched his hand forward through the barrier to touch the fog. Buzz. The petrification process immediately turned his hand into stone. Are you insane? Sure, Wawa saw this and was scared out of his mind. He mustered courage out of nowhere and ran out of his house towards the village entrance, pulling Wuxia back from the fog. The power permeating through the barrier truly affected him, causing him to stagger backward in fear. Nonetheless, he didn't let go and continued pulling Wuxia back. Do you have a death wish? He was furious and shouted at Wuxia, do that again and the monsters in there will eat you. Wuxia smiled and stared at his stone hand. No. Your hand is done for, nothing can cure this petrification, not even the greatest alchemist. It'll shatter tomorrow. Wawa became aghast. Says who? Wuxia chuckled and channeled his vitality using Chaos Mantra. The stone hand became resplendent and vitality returned. Buzz. The stone affinity melted like snow and disappeared from sight. His hand turned into normal, completely undamaged. See, still good. Wuxia touched it, amused. Sure, Wawa became slack-jawed. This was his first time seeing a recovery from the petrification. What? He started touching Wuxia's hand. Sure enough, it was made from flesh and bones. Is this magic? How did you chase the petrification away? Because I'm Wuxia. Wuxia smiled, not revealing the actual reason. Wawa had no choice but to believe it since he witnessed the whole thing with his own eyes. Stay in the village. Wuxia turned and walked towards the entrance. What are you doing? Wawa became afraid. Going to take a look outside. Wuxia said flatly. No, don't do it. No one can survive in the fog. Wawa panicked and tried to stop him. Chapter 3406, Wuxia had already stepped out of the village and into the fog before Wawa could finish. Buzz. His entire body instantly suffered the petrification process. He turned into a statue, looking quite animated and expressive. He maintained the same walking pose with one leg up and both hands swinging. The process was just too fast and powerful. Cultivation, merit laws, and treasures didn't seem to matter in the canyon. The only way was to hide in a village. Entering the fog itself was even more perilous. In history, numerous experts have tried to study this mysterious power to no avail. No one could obtain nor understand it. No. Sure, Wawa shouted after seeing Wuxia being petrified. He rushed over but stopped at the entrance after calming down. He knew that it would be futile and that he would suffer the same fate. Emotions nearly got the best of him earlier. Fortunately enough, he stopped just in time. He's done. Wawa shook his head. The only thing he could do now was to wait and pick up Wuxia's corpse tomorrow. Only little pieces of powder would be left. Buzz. His expectation was betrayed by what could be described as a miracle. A light emanated from Wuxia. It wasn't particularly bright but still easily broke through the outer layer of stone. It served as a starting spark. More rays started coming out afterward. It didn't take long before the entire layer of stone was gone. The pieces fell to the ground and disappeared from sight. What? Sure, Wawa's black eyes were as wide as can be after seeing this unbelievable scene. This was his first time experiencing this. It went against all conventional wisdom in the canyon. Wuxia actually survived after being petrified in the fog. Wawa started rubbing his eyes, but this was indeed the truth. Is he a god? He murmured. Since he was a child, he believed that only a god could be impervious to the petrification process. Of course, he simply didn't know the subtleties behind it all. In reality, even a top master here would find this astonishing. How could a silver carapace cultivator survive the famous petrification? Little did they know that Wuxia had experienced it before. He knew about its profundities better than anyone else along with its source. That's how he could easily deal with it. So damn cool. Wawa praised while witnessing an unraveling legend. Clank. 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 Li Qiye channeled his merit law and the underlying Tao. The laws came together and formed a peerless chapter, one that was unique in history. It felt so natural inside Li Qiye's body as if they were one. People would sense something extraordinary. It felt as if the fog wasn't the thing surrounding him but rather the opposite. He was the one engulfing the entire canyon, the plateau, and all of northern West King. He clearly stood in the same spot, but in the next second, he seemed to be all-encompassing. The galaxy and the 3,000 worlds were within him. This infinite expansion made the canyon small in comparison. Eventually, even 8 desolaces became tiny before Li Qiye. Thus, the fog and the petrification force naturally didn't matter. They were the same as a speck of dust. Sure, Wawa could feel this magical transformation and dropped to the ground, but first. He looked up and couldn't see Li Qiye any longer, thinking that the guy was bigger than the sky. Li Qiye walked deeper into the fog while the youth was stunned, completely unaffected by the petrification process. This was akin to a single drop of water unable to stop a conflagration. The youth eventually regained his wits. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He was still too young with not enough experiences, especially one that had exceeded his ability to comprehend. As Li Qiye walked in the fog, all types of visual phenomena popped up, a true dragon roaring, an immortal phoenix screeching, the cries of immortals across the trek of time. Then there was a world of bones, another with an ocean of blood, one completely destroyed. The cycles of the ages could be seen. These phenomena were stunning enough to bewilder any spectator, just not Li Qiye. His Tao heart was unaffected. His eyes narrowed as his forehead lit up. Activate. Li Qiye roared and destroyed all illusions in order to see the truth. He exuded a radiance with the intensity of 1,000 suns erupting. Pop. 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 All the phenomena broke down like bubbles and disappeared from sight. Buzz. Only a painting remained in front of him. Chapter 3407, It seemed like a painting but was actually a magnificent world. It had a majestic aura and brimming with life force. The races prospered with cultivation sects competing against each other, a true golden age. Billions of existences could have a bright future here, all things were possible. The 9 worlds. Li Qiye murmured after seeing the all-too-familiar worlds. He remembered the cities, sects, and races there. His mind shuddered as lost memories resurfaced like a tsunami. He quickly calmed his mind and became normal again. He took another step forward to enter the painting. A grave tablet still on the high mound, a continent with nothing but ruins, a sect with eagles and cranes, the burial grounds here were still profound and impossible to grasp. He traveled to many familiar places, even areas with unpleasant memories when he had to bury his followers. Another contained joyous laughter coming from the heart, all worries were thrown away. There was no time in this painting. Everything kept on moving as normal, but the temporal flow had stopped. One could stay here forever without affecting the external timeline. Today, the memories of the past for him seemed so distant. This was his 9 worlds yet not. Of course, the 9 worlds were no longer around, replaced by 8 desolaces. This painting managed to preserve the 9 worlds in such a perfect fashion. A powerful seal was in charge of this. It was also deliberate and meant for the fated ones. Or rather, perhaps it was meant for Li Qiye only. He stopped in one vast realm with 3 ancestral veins together. It was naturally prosperous thanks to them. Stone Medicine World. He murmured, deciding to find the source of this world. The creator of this place wanted to show him something. Everything was hidden extremely well. Another master might be able to reach this painting but wouldn't be able to find the source because they didn't understand the creator well enough. Geezer, what are you trying to show me? There has to be a reason, right? You wouldn't do this for nothing. Li Qiye said. He took a deep breath and eventually entered the deepest parts of the three ancestral veins. The place was still the same as before. Remember, this wasn't reality, only a remnant image. He stood on a cliff to look at everything here. There was no sound, only peace. He tried to sense the changes in this place. He has visited this place many times in the past. A lot of things happened here. However, this wasn't the time for remembrance, only to see what the geezer left for him. Activate. His supreme eyes derived the mysteries and profundities in the next second. Rumble. The entire courtyard and phenomena crumbled. A terrible power pulled everything downward. Darkness took over, the light seemed to have been devoured. Li Qiye was in free fall for a long time. It seemed to be a bottomless abyss requiring 1 billion years of falling. Li Qiye still managed to stay calm and waited patiently. Who knows how long this went on for? Boom! Everything suddenly stopped along with Li Qiye's fall. He floated in the air and saw an entrance with light. This light was quite dimmed. It seemed to be another realm there, looking blurry and ethereal. His eyes shot out a beam of light to penetrate the entrance. Unfortunately, even his scanning ability couldn't see the situation in that world. The recording image seemed incomplete. This made him try again numerous times in order to compile all the small details. He didn't want to miss a single one since the answer was hidden in all of them. Finally, after countless sweeps, the dimension popped like a bubble. He found himself standing on the same cliff. The courtyard was still around. Below the cliff was nothing but pitch black. He started thinking. Looks like you do get me. Li Qiye said, leaving behind this original form for me to see, knowing that I'll return alive. No answer came from the cliff this time, only a creepy silence. Li Qiye knew that something had happened here and the geezer wanted to let him know. I'll get to the bottom of this, be sure of it. The villainous heaven didn't do this, not those fiends either. They don't have the ability. He stayed quiet for a while before speaking again. By this point, nothing should be able to elude him. Alas, this development was out of his expectation. Back in Divine Black, he noticed something strange going on while learning the history of 8 Desolaces. Now, this certainly proved his prior speculation. The old man purposely left this behind for Li Qiye because he knew that there were only 2 who could solve this mystery, the Dark Crow and the villainous heaven. Li Qiye pondered again. It couldn't have been the villainous heaven. Not the fiends either, they didn't have the necessary condition. Moreover, this happened under the watch of the villainous heaven. Who else could it be then if not them? He had plenty of speculations after reading the historical texts. Alas, most of them were now eliminated after reaching this place. Chapter 3408, Sure Wawa has been waiting for Li Qiye's return. He propped his chin with both hands while staring at the fog with a grimace. Li Qiye has been gone for so long now. What if he had died? The long wait made him drowsy. His head shook a bit, causing him to wake up again. He looked outside and coincidentally enough, a figure appeared in the fog. You're back. The drowsiness dissipated right away as he stood up and rushed towards the entrance. Li Qiye sauntered out of the fog, the petrification force still couldn't touch him. Thank God you're back, young master. Wawa placed his palms together and celebrated. Are you okay? He looked at Li Qiye from top to bottom. No petrification anywhere. He then started touching Li Qiye's arms. Still fine. Every inch was still made of flesh and blood, no sign of stones. You're really something else, young master. Only an immortal or a god can walk in the fog like that. Wawa was lost in admiration. Li Qiye chuckled and returned to Wawa's house, then sat down. Wawa followed and sat down next to him, overwhelmed with curiosity. Young master, what's actually in the fog? A devil, like people say? What does it look like? Wawa has heard of many legends about the canyon and the fog. No one knew what was inside, so he was very curious about Li Qiye's findings. If there's actually a devil in there, there wouldn't be peace in the canyon. It would already be reduced to ashes without a single grass around. These pillars can't guarantee peace in that case. Li Qiye smiled at the youth. Makes sense. Wawa scratched his head and agreed. The petrification power didn't target anyone inside a village nor try to invade one. The thing was bizarre. So what is it? Wawa remained curious. You can't understand it right now. You'll figure it out when the time is right. Li Qiye shook his head, then stared out the window. Wawa stared at Li Qiye instead. The guy's eyes pierced through the fog and reached the deepest part of the sky. They were unfathomable, 1,000 times deeper than the sky. Li Qiye didn't move an inch, seemingly becoming a statue. Wawa didn't know what he was doing. However, he felt that Li Qiye was looking at a peerless mystery. In reality, Li Qiye was actually lost in his thoughts, contemplating recent events. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and sighed. This makes no sense. What is the villainous heaven thinking? He had a slight frown. In the modern day, no one understood the villainous heaven more than him. However, the current events made it quite confusing. The heaven didn't cause all of this. This wasn't its style, it had a penchant for total destruction. As for the fiends, they couldn't do something to this level, especially not so silently. The heavenly execution was still looming and waiting. That's why it was so strange for the villainous heaven to not react to these events. Li Qiye had read the records of 8 desolaces with a focus on the big disasters. He found very little, only a few lines here and there. Future descendants didn't know about it. The geezer left behind the most accurate thing in the form of various images, solely meant for Li Qiye. Unfortunately, everything suddenly stopped after the entrance of light emerged. The geezer didn't leave behind any clues about this. The geezer was the wheeliest of them all. Something unexpected must have happened for the message to stop. Li Qiye had to think of all the possibilities, millions of potential paths flashed in his head. His session was interrupted by sun rays. He looked out and saw that the fog was gone. The pillar was no longer bright either. Everything resumed to normal just as before. One could hear the dogs and chickens from some of the villages now. The villagers began working once more. Sure, Wawa was also busy preparing food for Li Qiye. Unfortunately, he was the only one here and had no good food. Are you going to Ancestral City now? Li Qiye asked after finishing his humble breakfast. Wawa hesitated, having never left home before to such a distant place. I'll be staying there for a bit, so if you want to go, we can go together. Li Qiye said, contributing their meeting to fate. Really? Wawa was ecstatic, having full trust in this man despite having only met. Yes, so get ready right now. It won't be as easy going alone later. Li Qiye nodded. Well. Wawa scratched his head and agreed again. He was still young without any traveling experience. He was indeed nervous thinking about going alone later. Okay then, I'll go with you to Ancestral City, young master. This rare opportunity took off a lot of stress for him. He went to prepare for the journey, and this didn't take long since he only had a few things. Before leaving, he went to the central area with the statue. He placed his palms together and said, "Uncles, mother. I'll be going with young master to Ancestral City and will return soon. Wait until I'm back, I'll learn how to reach atavism and join everyone," he quietly prayed. This was indeed sad because he was the only one left in the village. He knew no one else in the world. Of course, the golems were used to this type of life. Wawa is going now, please watch over the village, forefather." He then turned towards the statue and bowed. The statue didn't react. In reality, he was still alive because he was only at the pseudo stage. Who knows when he'll reawaken again? Li Qie quietly watched to the side and didn't comment on this race's choice for survival. It was indeed worth pondering. The two left the entrance and heard a crack. The frog from yesterday crumbled and turned to powder. They scattered to the ground and became mixed with the mud and soil. This was a common sight along the way. The animals that were too late to return to a safe haven were shattering today. 1. Have to use it since we still don't know if it's a person or entity. Chapter 3409, Li Qie and Shihuahua left the village and moved through the canyon. The place was normally quiet with few visitors. Today seemed to be different. Many cultivators riding their beast arrived. Others were capable of leaping through 1,000 miles with each jump. They consisted of humans, golems, heavenly devils, demons. They came from all sects and kingdoms: Firmament's Gate, Divine Stone Range, Celestial Star. "They're going to Stone Shell Valley," Shihuahua quietly said while watching the waves of people. Even the golems from the villages were joining in. "Little one, it's about to begin. Gather your stuff and we'll go." A few golem experts were ready to bring their juniors to see the fun on top of a potential harvest. Other golems want to watch the show. Shihuahua saw golems around the same age as him and became envious. "You want to go?" Li Qie glanced at the excited youth and said. "I haven't been there before because father said that it's too dangerous since the beetles there will come out of the ground. Some source stones can be found so it can be beneficial to take a trip. It's just that he never took me there before." Wawa had a dejected expression by this point. "Okay, we'll go there then and pick up a few source stones along the way." Li Qie smiled. "Really?" His expression changed to excitement right away, his eyes lit up. "It's on the way anyway," Li Qie said. "Perfect, I've never seen one before," Wawa shouted. The two changed direction and headed for Stone Shell Valley. "You've been there before?" Wawa was curious because Li Qie seemed to know the way. "No, but everyone is going there, no need to know the direction." Li Qie chuckled. "True," Wawa smiled awkwardly, thinking that it was a stupid question. More and more people were coming to the valley during their trip. "All the source stones will be mine," one youth flying through the sky declared. Sure enough, a crowd of people filled the entrance, whether it be in the sky or on the ground, on the tree branches or the peaks. It was tough finding a place to stand. The valley wasn't that large and didn't look special either. It was barren with just rocks. This made it quite hot due to the sun. However, there was a deep, slanting cave at the end of the valley, seemingly bottomless. Some of the young first-timers looked around and became disappointed. "This is Stone Shell Beetle Valley. What's special about it? We traveled so far, for what?" One of them complained. "Patience, you'll find out soon enough," a senior nearby said. "Say the name again, we obviously have to wait till the beetles come out of that cave." Another older cultivator nearby smiled. "They always come out during this time of the year and go to that cave to produce some source stones." "They can produce source stones? That's amazing." The young one became surprised. "Yes, that's why this place is special. These beetles can only be found here." The cultivator smiled back. This area was unique to the canyon. On the day after the petrification winds, the beetles would come out of the ground and go into the cave to produce stones. "Why don't we just enter the cave if there are stones in there?" Another youth stared at the cave and asked. "Its depth is unimaginable, very dangerous too. Rumor has it that all the dangers in this region actually originate from there." An older cultivator said with a serious expression, "An invincible heavenly sovereign entered that place alone before, barely managing to escape a while later with wounds everywhere. On the second day after returning to the sect, he exploded and died. The ones nearby shuddered after hearing this. Even a heavenly sovereign couldn't survive. Just what was in there? The cave has been a mystery all this time. The only consensus was that nothing good would come from entering that place. This prevented the greedy adventurers from doing so. So why can those beetles go in? Another one curiously asked. It is in accordance with the heavenly Tao and the laws of creation. The various beings have different fits. An elder-level character said. All eyes were on the secretive cave now. Li Qiye also gave it a glance. His bright eyes could reach the deepest area. Of course, he wouldn't personally go down. I heard the Beetle King is very majestic. Do you know what it looks like, young master? Shi Wawa asked Li Qiye. I haven't seen it. Li Qiye shook his head. I have. An older cultivator near them stroked his beard and smiled. These stone shell beetles all have the same color, only the king is different. It has a golden shade and can control its kins. That's not all, the source stones produced by one are extraordinary, priceless even. A different expert added. Yes, they're the main focus every time. So many people want it. One more jumped in, his eyes had a flashing glint, seemingly very interested in the Beetle King. Haha, that is if one is capable enough. Another crowd member snorted, the Beetle King is dangerous enough, let alone all the greedy competition. Everyone wants that source stone, only to throw their lives away for nothing. Some became worried. They made up their mind, to leave once they got their stone instead of being greedy. Why? Because the source stone from a Beetle King always brought about a massacre. People could actually smell the stench of blood after listening to the conversations. An elder from Firmaments got the stone from the king last time. He got something amazing inside and immediately went into isolated cultivation. A knowledgeable cultivator became envious. It's that good? Others started salivating. He's from Firmaments. Not everyone can hope to do the same. Another woke the crowd up. Firmaments was a famous sect in the northern West King. An elder from there was naturally powerful. It wasn't surprising for him to be able to get a source stone from a Beetle King. Do you want the king's source stone, young master? Shi Wawa asked. He believed that Li Qiye was unfathomably strong after surviving the fog. Anything else should be easy for him. His carefree comment changed the atmosphere in the valley. In reality, everyone wanted this source stone. However, they kept it to themselves and tried to act nonchalant for now. 1 star here can mean something completely different depending on the context. Chapter 34:10, They kept their plans to themselves, whether to do it by force or otherwise. They didn't want to express their intent in order to not become clear targets. Now, Shi Wawa's comment broke through this thin veil and made everyone stare at each other. He also stared at Li Qiye with wishful eyes. He had heard the seniors in his village praise the source stone from the Beetle King before, that it was amazing and priceless, etc. To be able to see one in person would be incredible and exciting. He would also be happy for Li Qiye. Just one source stone, no big deal. I'll do it if I feel like it then. Li Qiye smiled at the youth and casually told the truth. However, others found this grating and became uncomfortable after listening. A few older cultivators had a frown on their face. Dealing with the Beetle King was difficult due to its immense power. This was akin to taking food from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, other cultivators were waiting too. Whoever obtained the stone first might become public enemy number 1. Therefore, seizing this source stone required ample planning even for the strongest ones here. Now, Li Qiye spoke as if he could grab one akin to bending down and picking up a random pebble on the street. They felt as if he was being too haughty and contemptuous. Humph, quite a confident fella. One expert here scowled. Just wait and see, it's too early to talk big and declare victory. Another sneered. No, the source stone of the Beetle King will be mine. A cold and arrogant voice suddenly interrupted the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw a youth standing on a peak outside of the valley. 5 old men stood behind him, looking extremely powerful due to their bright eyes, certainly experts among experts. The youth looked like a crane among a flock of chickens. He wore an embroidered robe with a 4-claw true dragon. His nobility was oppressive and in full display. A prince from Wu. Someone quietly said. The audience started pointing and gossiping. A few experts had apprehension on their face while looking at this prince. A branch of Yin Yang Gate. Some have heard of this country before. This was a large and mighty country in the northern West King, a branch of Yin Yang Gate. It always had the support of this behemoth, so it became quite influential. So overbearing. Most were annoyed at the prince. To declare this in front of those who covet it was quite a disdainful action, a challenge to the crowd. His brother has a prestigious position in Yin Yang Gate, he's close to Bai Jianchan. A knowledgeable expert said. Young Lord Bai. People shuddered after hearing this title since it was thunderously famous right now. Bai Jianchan of Yin Yang Gate was known by all in the northern West King. People said that Yin Yang Gate would definitely have a Dao Lord this generation, and this generation was none other than Bai Jianchan. Realizing these little connections made some give up. Prince Wu was already prestigious alone on his own accord. His older brother would definitely be a big shot later, being from Yin Yang Gate and all. This was before mentioning the close relationship between his brother and Bai Jianchan. The former might become Jianchan's right-hand man. That's enough to make him a big shot all over 8 decilaces. This made it hard for anyone to provoke Prince Wu. Furthermore, the old men behind Prince Wu were strong. He himself was no slouch. Of course, I don't mind a little competition. Prince Wu smiled, his eyes swept through the crowd with a cold glint. This appearance of his intimidated most. Everyone could see that he was ready to kill those who tried to compete against him for the Beetle King's Source Stone. His eyes stopped on Wuxia. He noticed that the guy was only a silver carapace cultivator and sneered, a firefly trying to compete with the moon. This animosity was due to Wuxia's comment earlier. Alas, he no longer gave a damn about this weakling. Just one finger would be enough to kill him. Wuxia only chuckled in response. You better watch it, you're the first on his list once the action starts. A kind youth nearby warned Wuxia. Wuxia glanced at him. He looked around 18 years of age, an ordinary appearance but also scholarly and clean, relatively average in terms of cultivation. I got it. Wuxia smiled. My name is Qingshi, may I have yours? The youth was quite enthusiastic and introduced himself. Wuxia. Wuxia replied without looking. I see, it's been a while. The youth pondered for a bit before responding. We've never met before, so it can't be a while. Wuxia broke the small talks. You're right, the youth turned red, not expecting to be called out for making pleasantries. Wuxia only smiled in response. Someone like Qingshi didn't attract any attention. No one else gave him a second glance. It's about time. An experienced expert from the last generation stared at the sky and noticed the time. Buzz. Small noises came from the ground. Pop. Pop. Boom. Next, holes suddenly appeared on the rocky ground in the valley. Little insect feelers dug out of the tiny holes. This numbered in the several 100,000. The feelers moved back and forth, enough to creep the crowd out. The stone beetles finally came out of the holes, completely filling the valley. Those who have never seen this before became afraid with chills coursing down their spine. These beetles had powerful claws and legs with a pair of blade-like horns. They had a gray color. If they were to stay on the ground without moving, people might mistake them for being stones. Chapter 34:11. Some spectators' legs were trembling from the sheer number of beetles. "Damn, I've never seen so many before," a pale one murmured. This was the first time for sure Wawa as well. He hid behind Li Qiye right away. Crack. 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 The beetles then used their horns to widen the hole that they were peeking out of. It didn't take long before the entire valley was filled with larger holes, no longer looking like before. "What are they doing?" a first-timer asked. "Stuffing in the source stone." An older cultivator didn't find this surprising. They can really find or pull the source stones out. The first-timer asked again because the beetles looked so tiny. After all, these stones were heavy. Even a fist-sized one had some weight to it, more than enough to crush these beetles. "Throw one and see," someone nearby instigated. The first-timer actually took out a source stone from his pouch, one the size of a bowl without any carving and uncut. He briefly estimated the throw before actually tossing it towards the beetles. Buzz! One of them flew up right away. People realized that they actually had wings. It's just that the wings were hidden beneath their carapace. The beetle easily caught the heavy stone despite being 1/10 the size. The stone felt as light as a flower. Crack! It cut the source stone into something smaller with a thin outer layer. One could faintly see a jade light within. Next, the beetle rolled this stone towards its hole. "My stone!" This cultivator shouted, moved forward, and reached for it. Buzz! Unfortunately for him, the beetle used its wings. After a flash, blood started splattering everywhere. Ah! His hand was severed by the little creature. "Run already!" an expert warned. The shocked cultivator started running, but the beetle didn't let him go. He couldn't scream this time because it decapitated him. His eyes were still wide open, not expecting to meet his end here. Once people calmed down, the beetle was already back near its hole, not stained by a single drop of blood. The newcomers couldn't believe it. These beetles were far stronger than expected. "How are we going to get the source stones?" A young one turned pale and said. "Not all of them are so aggressive. Be lucky and pick the right one. Plus, they're not that fast either. You just need to be quick enough to take the stone and run." An elder imparted some experience to his juniors. Nonetheless, some started giving up. They only wanted to watch now since they didn't have a death wish. Click. 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 The beetle finally rolled the stone into its hole. Suddenly, the gap became filled perfectly without a single crack left behind. "What is it doing, hiding the stone?" a youth wondered. "They eat the treasures inside the stones, whether it be refined jade or something else. It's enough to fill them for a long time." An older cultivator answered. The young ones finally understood why the beetles would come out for stones. More sound waves still came from the deep cave in the valley. It sounded like a flowing river of stones. "It's about to start." The veteran stared at the cave after hearing this. Zzz, fog came out from the cave, still with a petrification power. The walls of the cave had another layer added. "Isn't this the dangerous fog?" Some became startled and retreated. Fortunately, the fog only covered the cave and didn't spread any further. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They also realized why there was a belief stating the power of petrification came from this cave. There seemed to be more mysteries down there. Since the beetles could get stones out of the cave, there might be a rich mine beneath. Alas, the presence of the fog stopped anyone from trying. This was the reason why the cave remained untouched for millions of years. Crack! A hole appeared on the side of a cliff. The beetle coming out was special, it had a blinding golden radiance. "The king!" Some spectators shouted. This one was double the size of a regular stoneshell beetle, also seemingly cast from gold. That's the Beetle King. Sure, Wawa became excited. Such a powerful insect. A veteran knew the value of this powerful creature. Wouldn't it be nice to capture it? Another said. Stop dreaming, even a heavenly sovereign might have trouble doing so. An expert immediately chastised. Those nearby immediately gave up right away and kept their mouth shut. By this point, the beetles in the valley turned towards their king. This looked like a great army greeting their ruler. The king looked so tiny. Others felt as if they could easily crush it. However, it exuded a regal aura as if all existences here should be bowing towards it. This wondrous aura was an obvious testament to its power. Some experts became serious. The more powerful the king, the better the stone it could get out of the cave. This made the risk worth it. It's definitely mine. Prince Wu's eyes became bright. The king gave the order. All the beetles started crawling towards the cave. Their sheer number made it look like a rising tide moving towards the cave. Chapter 34:12. The waves of stoneshell beetles surged into the cave to the astonishment of the spectators. What an incredible insect army, just imagine being able to control them. One elder shuddered. This definitely gave people some idea. They all saw the power of these beetles and the sheer number. If someone could actually control this army, they would gain immense power. This group is enough to flatten an entire sect. One expert commented. It was apparent that controlling this army would result in an insane battle potential, enough to take on anyone. However, no one should be able to do so, or someone would have done it long ago. Buzz. The petrification power also invaded the beetles. Alas, it seemed ineffective and the army moved into the cave. Everyone watched with bated breath, waiting for them to bring out the source stones. Get ready. An experienced cultivator whispered to his friends. They have made preparation to seize the source stones the moment these beetles came back out. In fact, this was the case for the majority of groups present. The valley became strangely quiet since everyone held their breath. One could hear the drop of a needle right now. After a while, one shadow finally showed up by the entrance. Buzz. The petrification force struck again to no avail. Click. Click. One beetle rolled a source stone out of the cave. The shell has been cut down to a thin layer. The treasure inside was almost visible. It emitted a ruby glow. The actual item remained unknown, but it should be precious enough given the beautiful light. Go. One expert instantly made his move and threw his rope forward. It instantly coiled around the source stone and he pulled it back into his grasp. The beetle naturally flew towards this thief, but the guy was ready. He fled for his life the moment he grabbed the source stone and disappeared from sight. The furious beetle had no choice but to return to the cave. Click. Click. More beetles came out with source stones from the dark entrance. They have also polished the stones, leaving behind just a thin shell with a glow within. Some even issued powerful roars, indicating the value of the innate treasures. It didn't take long before thousands of them came out. This meant that thousands of treasures were also made available. Different colors, rainbows, roars, and weapon flashes could be seen. A great treasury had just opened and started rolling out of the cave. Some spectators salivated, their eyes reddened with greed. Now. They all made their moves with haste. The treasures were simply too tempting and made their heart skip a beat. Even those who only wanted to watch for fun couldn't keep this mindset and followed the mass. Ah! Ah! Numerous died for nothing during the attempted theft since the beetles didn't play nice and naturally retaliated. A few managed to grab their stone, but unfortunately, not all were strong enough to escape the incoming attacks. Blood splashed everywhere as limbs and heads were torn by the beetles. Some elders and sect masters came with sufficient preparation. They activated a powerful defensive artifact during the attempt, allowing them to escape unscathed. The beetle victims had no choice but to go back to the cave for another stone. Rumble. The old men behind Prince Wu made their move together and instantly got several stones while fending against the beetles. These stones were definitely top-notch according to their pulsing light. Hurry up. A few people who got stones the first time became greedy and returned. They didn't want to leave right away when more treasures were up for grab. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky this time around and faced mightier beetles, resulting in death. Ah! Limbs, heads, and blood were all over the valley in just a short time. The price of avarice is death, they're courting death for being so greedy. The youth named Qing Shi told Li Qie. Virtually everyone has joined the fray out of greed. This wasn't the case for Qing Shi. He was one of the few waiting patiently just like Li Qie. A young one like him having this strong mentality was exceptional indeed. Meanwhile, the valley was as lively as can be. The successful cultivators couldn't help but cheer. The ones losing died before they could utter a scream. Boom! 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 Loud noises suddenly came from the cave in a rhythmic manner. Something heavy seemed to be crushing the ground. Rays of light shone in the dark cave, looking like the glow of the finest cornelian. It chased the fog away from the entrance. Sure enough, people looked over and saw the Beetle King pushing a massive source stone. The other beetles stopped right away, the same with other cultivators. All eyes were on this new source stone, definitely the largest one yet, around the size of a basin. This was after a full polishment too, the unnecessary parts have been cut and discarded. Chapter 34:13, The large source stone of the Beetle King issued resplendent rays capable of sealing space itself. The cornelian glow came from within the thin shell in a blinding manner, akin to the sun itself. People couldn't stare straight at it, rendering it impossible to predict the treasure within. They could actually sense a blazing flame surrounded by the shell, on the verge of incinerating and breaking out. Everyone could sense the impressive power in there, stopping in their track and staring at the stone in awe. Gulp. Swallowing and salivating noises could be heard from the crowd. What kind of treasure is in there? One guy asked. In my opinion, it starts at least at the Tao Lord refined jade level. One older cultivator focused his gaze, wanting to see through the shell. Many were doing the same thing in order to figure it out. Unfortunately, their heavenly gazes were useless. Are we doing this? The top masters nearby quietly discussed. They consisted of elders and sect masters. One person shouldn't be able to grab this stone because the Beetle King was just too strong. Whoosh! Finally, someone decisively made a move with a divine rope. It instantly coiled around the stone source of the Beetle King. Unfortunately, the guy couldn't pull it back because the king had one tiny foot on it. The thing was only around the size of a fist, so its foot was tiny, to say the least. However, the powerful cultivator had no chance of moving it an inch. It was as if he was trying to pull thousands of mountains stacked on top of each other. Buzz! The king flapped one wing without flying up. The wing shot out a golden slash. Splash! The cultivator was instantly decapitated. Blood gushed out of his severed neck. It was far more powerful than the other beetles. Just one wing flap was enough to kill a top expert. Suppress it. 3 famous old cultivators made their move in the next second. One of them used a treasure seal with immense suppressive pressure. Another roared and spread out his hand like the claw of a true dragon. It cut through space as he tried to grab the source stone. The final old man summoned a shield to deal with the king. The 3 of them planned this beforehand, one focused on offense, another defense, and the last grabbing the stone. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the Beetle King. It used its horns and easily pierced through the seal. Its wings flashed again and cut the shield in half. Finally, it slightly moved its foot and reduced the dragon claw into a bloody mist. The three actions flowed beautifully like water. This king was as powerful as the top human cultivators. Ah! 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 Three screams came out, signaling the end of the trio. Don't let it get back inside its hole. More cultivators jumped forward to stop the king. They knew the danger, but the temptation of the precious source stone was worth the fatal risk. In just a short time, numerous employed different methods and schemes for the sake of winning the stone. The king still had one foot on the stone and fought against the mass. Screams and blood engulfed the valley as many combatants were being killed. At the same time, Wuxia watched with both hands behind his back. He stared at the source stone with no intention of joining. That beetle is so strong. Sure, Wawa couldn't believe it while watching the massacre. Qing Shi nearby was only interested in the source stone, not the beetle king. He asked Wuxia, "Brother, what do you think that treasure is?" "A decent weapon." Wuxia glanced at him. "You can see it?" Qing Shi only asked for fun, not expecting to hear an actual answer. After all, the shell barrier prevented others from seeing it. Wuxia smiled and didn't answer. "You must be a mason master." Qing Shi stared curiously at Wuxia. These mason masters were best at understanding source stones. "Our young master is amazing like that, he can pick any stone without making a single mistake." Wawa jumped in, having experienced Wuxia's ability. Qing Shi's curiosity grew, wondering who Wuxia was. Alas, he couldn't figure anything out. Ah! Ultimately, the strongest elder in the first wave fell to the Beetle King. The thing still stood in the same spot, looking like a prideful ruler. Countless corpses piled around it. The remaining experts took a deep breath. They exchanged glances, not daring to give it a shot. This wasn't the case for Prince Wu's party. 6 old men behind him summoned 6 bronze treasures. They descended and surrounded the Beetle King. Prior to this, these men have been watching carefully to look for the king's weak points. Boom! The 6 pieces started shrinking towards the center. They wanted to trap the king and the source stone, then take both with them. So ambitious, they want the king too. The spectators became surprised. "Well, they're big shots from Wu." Another said. Boom! 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 Loud blasts came from the center of the 6 treasures. Big indentations appeared on their other side. Boom! Finally, all 6 were blown away, unable to contain the Beetle King. Again. The 6 worked together by combining their vitality in order to summon a different treasure. A golden bell emerged with the aura of a heavenly sovereign. It was as if one was sitting up in the clouds, ready to suppress the firmaments. A heavenly sovereign treasure. The crowd blurted out in astonishment and fear due to the invincible aura stemming from it. "That's Wu for you, living up to its reputation." Another commented. Poof! The bell poured down a torrent of flame, fully surrounding the Beetle King. This flame could incinerate heaven and earth with its might. Chapter 34:14, The tyrannical and endless flame surrounded the Beetle King. The cultivators present exchanged glances, impressed by the power of a heavenly sovereign artifact. This golden bell could easily refine any of them. "The king will die at this rate," one cultivator murmured. "Not necessarily, it is quite strong." An older cultivator raised his brows. Of course, they had to admit that the 6 old men from Wu were mighty as well. They were probably the pillars of that country, yet still came here with the prince. It looked like their clan truly wanted this source stone from the king beetle, perhaps the creature as well. This was akin to getting 2 birds with 1 stone, an incredible harvest. Chain seal. The 6 men shouted in unison. Clank! Clank! Clank. The flames turned into thick, long chains, seemingly made from thousands of Tao laws twisted together. They surrounded the Beetle King before anyone could react. Though it was trapped, the flames still couldn't refine it in the slightest. Even the flame of a heavenly sovereign treasure can't take it down. One spectator took a deep breath. These 6 were attempting to use these fire laws to capture the Beetle King alive. Creak. 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 The golden bell exuded a brilliance containing the totems of a sovereign. This power spread across the realm and began pushing the king up into the air. It didn't take long before it was lifted 3 meters up. They're actually doing it. Some gasped in response. Yes, it looks like it. Others became envious and jealous. Capturing the Source Stone alone was insane enough. To capture the Beetle King too? That could drive people crazy. The 6 high officials of Wu were ecstatic since this would be a great contribution, hence their meticulous preparation. Unfortunately, the Beetle King didn't let this go so smoothly. It struggled, causing loud clunks from the chains. They became stretched to the limit. Don't let up. The officials became nervous and channeled all of their power and vitality into the golden bell, wanting to pull the king into the bell itself. At this exact second, the king added more force and it instantly dropped to the ground, pulling the bell with it. Boom! This created a large pit after a deafening blast. However, the bell still ended up on top and trapping the Beetle King within. Thank heaven! The officials heaved a sigh of relief. Almost let it get away. Rumble. They only got to relax for a short moment before loud explosions ensued. The Beetle King inside the bell was obviously furious and smashed into the wall. The bell shook continuously and was forced off the ground, on the verge of turning over. Suppress it. The officials chanted a special mantra in order to use their merit laws. A golden radiance consisting of runes emerged around the bell. It became as large as a mountain, capable of suppressing gods and devils. Unfortunately, despite their best effort, the bell was still shaking from the king's rampage. The 6 started sweating, aware that this wouldn't last much longer. What does it look like now? Everyone held their breath. Hard to say. A master concluded. Of course, most didn't want Wu to be successful. Alas, Wu was powerful and had a good chance of succeeding. They're impressive. Qin Shi praised the golden bell. Just a sovereign's bell, it can't trap the Beetle King. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. The Prince of Wu just happened to hear him. His eyes became fierce and shouted, "Ignorant brat, watch your mouth." It took considerable effort for them to bring this bell here. Now, a commoner dared to run his mouth like this. Ignorant how? It's the truth. Li Qiye smiled. Such impudence. You deserve a good slapping for running your mouth in my presence. The Wu prince threatened. Now's not the time to act cool, wait till you capture the Beetle King and boast all you want. Qin Shi joined in with a sneer. Humph, who else but us will be able to do so here? The Wu prince stood proudly with his hands behind his back, gazing at the crowd. This naturally annoyed some, but they didn't say anything. The 6 officials and that bell were definitely the strongest here. Maybe in your dream. Li Qiye shook his head, you're not qualified to take this item, it's not too late to give up. You're in my way. You want the Source Stone. The prince thought that this was the most ridiculous thing ever. He burst out in laughter, you. Ha, a frog wanting to eat swan meat, ha ha ha, fool. Others stared at Li Qiye, most scoffed in response. How naive. One expert said, suicidal to do so given his cultivation. Everyone saw Li Qiye's cultivation, simply not worth mentioning. Even an ordinary beetle could kill him, let alone the king. A youth's first time away from home, it's better to speak less to avoid further trouble. An older cultivator said. Don't stop someone from wanting to die. A young one gloated. Li Qiye ignored them and glanced at the bell. Enough. Stand to the side, I'll be taking the stone. The audacity. The crowd thought that Li Qiye was just running his mouth, not expecting him to actually do it. If he can get that source stone, I'll eat an entire cliff. One youth mocked him. Idiot, you're asking for it. The prince became murderous. Stop interfering with our official business or I'll cut you to pie dash. Boom. He was interrupted by an explosion. The golden bell was sent flying. Bump. 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 The 6 high officials staggered backward from the shockwaves, paled. So strong. One of them cried out. The Beetle King was free now. It looked around with a flash in its eyes. The officials were intimidated and faltered even more. Chapter 34:15. The Beetle King didn't actually pursue the 6 assailants and planted its foot on the source stone again. It was as if it thought that it was real only when it maintained contact with the stone. The crowd became anxious since Wu had lost. No one else had the ability to take the source stone from this Beetle King. The 6 high officials have already tried their best. Attempting again might infuriate the king, resulting in death. The Wu prince stared at them and they responded by shaking their head. Thus, it became apparent that no one here could take the stone from the king. They could only watch it roll the stone into its hole. Ha, brat, didn't you say you want this stone earlier? Go for it, it's right there. The prince calmed down and mocked Li Qiye. In the beginning, he was confident in seizing this stone. Now, the failure made it hard for him so he wanted to take it out on Li Qiye. All eyes were on Li Qiye. Of course, none thought that he could actually do it. Right, no one else is attempting, it's your opportunity. Someone else instigated, wanting to watch Li Qiye die. Forget it, only death awaits. A kind cultivator told Li Qiye to do otherwise. Hey, no one is forcing him, he's the one who said he could do it. Stop boasting if you can't back it up. Another snorted. Nothing is difficult in grabbing a source stone. Li Qiye smiled in response. Everyone thought that Li Qiye would back off after he was called out for his ridiculous statement. Not doing so would result in certain death. Now, he actually took his boasting to the next level instead. So tired of living. An expert criticized. Oh. The prince snorted and continued, come get the stone and prove us wrong, otherwise, you're as easy as pie. Li Qiye replied before whistling. It had an inscrutable rhythm and order containing a supreme power. At the very least, the experts here didn't understand it. This wasn't the case for the Beetle King. It was strong enough as the Lord of Insects and had plenty of intelligence. It seemed to be struck by lightning after hearing the whistle. It calmed down and started rolling the source stone towards Li Qiye. This sudden development stunned the crowd. Everyone became frozen. Once the king got its stone beneath Li Qiye's feet, it started carrying it up. Remember, the stone was far larger than the beetle but it had zero difficulties doing so. Li Qiye spread his palm and the king placed the stone right there just like a gift. A while ago, so many experts were killed while trying to obtain this incredible source stone. Now, Li Qiye only needed to whistle and the Beetle King obediently handed it over. No one would believe this but the crowd saw it with their own eyes. This resembled a legend or a fairy tale. Their head remained empty, still confused and speechless. Some started pinching themselves and found that they weren't dreaming. How can this be? Why did the Beetle King give its source stone away? I don't get it. One spectator said. Even Qingshi standing close to Li Qiye found this astounding, nothing short of magic. Not bad. Li Qiye nodded while looking at the stone in his hand. Others salivated at its sight. Some thought about taking it from him. Li Qiye took out a knife and removed the outer layer with incredible speed, revealing the treasure within. A blinding light flashed, signaling the emergence of a great treasure. Inside the radiance was a stone hatchet. It didn't look that sharp, yet everyone felt that it was perfectly made. It stole the fortunes and creations of heaven. As Li Qiye wielded the weapon, they thought that just one swing would be enough to open the firmaments and kill anyone. It should be unbeatable. Damn, what a weapon. Someone couldn't help blurting out. Yes, enough to be the defining treasure of a sect. An elder from a big sect had saliva streaming down his mouth. Most were really tempted at this point but didn't take action due to certain qualms. After all, who wouldn't want this incredible weapon? Li Qiye seemed pleased with the hatchet, evident by the smile on his face. The Beetle King happily cried out, seemingly excited as if earning praise from Li Qiye was an honor. It looked like a pet trying to please its master. The story became more ridiculous. A stone shell Beetle King acting like a sycophant? Logics couldn't explain this. Young master, is this actually your pet? Sure. Wawa stared at the Beetle King with a curious glint in his eyes. The crowd thought so too, but it shouldn't be possible. Stone shell beetles were indigenous to this area. Moreover, how could this powerful Beetle King be Li Qiye's pet? Strange things happen every day, but not to this level. I have no explanation for this. One knowledgeable cultivator gave up. The rest felt the same way. Meanwhile, Qing Shi tilted his head in contemplation. Chapter 34:16. The Wu Prince winked at one of the high officials. This person came over to Li Qiye and cupped his fist. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The sudden conversational prompt in such a polite manner naturally interested the crowd. This was as obvious as can be. The atmosphere became different right away. What? Li Qiye said flatly. I see that you're a man with a great ability, perhaps you can communicate with insects? The high official seemed like he did Li Qiye a favor by addressing him as an equal despite the status disparity. Some nodded in agreement after hearing him. Earlier, Li Qiye whistled and managed to get the Beetle King to give him its source stone. Being able to communicate with insects was one plausible explanation. Perhaps. Li Qiye said. The high official maintained the respectful tone and continued, fellow Taoist, the truth is that our kingdom always searches for talents and we truly appreciate them. Are you interested in? Most have expected this recruiting process from Wu. After all, Li Qiye has shown his worth just now if he could actually communicate with insects. Not interested. Li Qiye didn't wait for the guy to finish. The high official didn't become dejected at all and went on, don't be so hasty, fellow Taoist. Wu is a great country in the northern region. We have a wise ruler and many capable officials. If you were to join us, you will receive the respect you deserve from our ruler. You'll be an esteemed guest. He was certainly being persuasive, seemingly desperate for talents. Hearts started beating faster among the audience. After all, Wu was mighty on top of being a branch of Yin Yang Gate. To be an esteemed guest there was a great honor. This is a case of the weasel offering a New Year gift to the chicken. Nothing good will come from this. The older generation remained clear-headed and snorted. Those nearby immediately became startled and carefully thought about something else. Remember, Li Qiye had just gotten the source stone of the Beetle King. If he were to accept the invitation to the royal palace of Wu, he would instantly lose his advantages and value. Leaving aside becoming an esteemed guest there, he would become a fish on the chopping board. It became obvious that the high official was only trying to bait Li Qiye. That stone hatchet would be theirs as long as the guy accepted. Not interested, stop wasting my time. Li Qiye didn't give the guy any face. The high official found this hard to tolerate. He coughed and continued, I'm actually thinking for your sake, fellow Taoist. You're a man with a treasure now, it's very dangerous to be alone. It's better to come with us. It's fine if you don't want to go to Wu, we'll take you to whatever destination you wish, he's revealing his fox tail. An older cultivator murmured after hearing this. Of course, this high official said this line for a reason. The way the crowd looked at Li Qiye instantly changed after this line. In actuality, some have thought about robbing him but didn't express it. Their eyes became different right away because that stone hatchet was just too tempting. Is that so? Li Qiye had a smirk on his face. Others didn't think much about this smile, not even sure Wawa. The youth was just too pure. This wasn't the case for Qingshi. He suddenly got a chill and could smell a thick stench of blood. Are you selling your stone hatchet or not? The prince lost his patience after seeing the delay and lack of results. They simply wanted the stone hatchet. All of this talk about visiting Wu was just an excuse. Not for sale. Li Qiye refused. Don't be so quick to say no, our country will give you enough to spend for more than a lifetime. 80 chests of treasures and a prefecture for that hatchet. The prince reiterated. An entire prefecture. The crowd clamored. They naturally understood the significance of an entire prefecture in Wu. You will live in luxury and wealth for the rest of your life, even your descendants will enjoy this lifestyle. You'll be the lord of this prefecture, able to do whatever you want within your domain, all the pleasures in life, the prince elaborated. This was a tantalizing offer. Many here always dreamed about this type of life. Wu is going all out, 80 treasure chests is one thing but a prefecture too. Even some powerful experts felt their heart beating faster. They wanted to have their own domain. As if he can live to enjoy it. Someone who was aware of the prince's plan snorted, but an entire prefecture is nothing compared to a defining treasure like that hatchet. Moreover, people realized that so what if this trade actually happened? What if one day Li Qiye were to die? The prefecture would return to Wu anyway. Still not interested. Li Qiye didn't let the prince finish. The prince's expression turned ugly after the lack of reciprocation. He scowled and coldly uttered, "You'll die for sure without protectors. So soft doesn't work, you want to do it the hard way now? Thinking about robbing me?" Li Qiye smiled and said. Wu's scheme was as obvious as can be. Of course, they wouldn't dare to blatantly do it in public. This wouldn't be the case once they were in another location. We won't take your treasure but someone else will push you to death. You're better off selling it to us, I don't mind people trying in the slightest. Feel free to come now since it doesn't matter. A bunch of rabbles can't do anything anyway. Li Qiye smiled. What are you trying to say? The prince's expression soured. I'm trying to do you a favor, come get this stone hatchet that you want so much. Unfortunately, your country, Wu or whatever, doesn't have the power to take it. The same with this crowd. Li Qiye chuckled. So confident, aren't you? A crowd member shouted back. They cared about Face earlier and couldn't blatantly rob him. Now, he had offended everyone here. You think we're nobody? Another shouted. Most were livid and red, feeling tempted to jump at any opportunity shown in order to grab that stone hatchet. Chapter 34:17. The atmosphere in the valley became quite strange, the same as the greedy eyes on Li Qiye. Everyone could see that Li Qiye was weak. His biggest fault was having a treasure, looking just like a fat sheep among wolves and tigers. You're in danger, they're looking at you like a piece of meat. Qingshi quietly told Li Qiye. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't care. No mercy for those who insult Wu. The prince shouted, ready to kill. The rest of the crowd had a greedy expression as well. The prince needed to take the initiative now because it would be more problematic if someone else were to get the hatchet first. I'll spare you if you hand it over. He no longer needed to act like a gentleman. Finally show your true intention, huh? Li Qiye chuckled, and if I refuse? You'll be a dead man. the prince threatened. The crowd shuddered because they could see how much he wanted to kill Wuxia and take that hatchet. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by others after getting it? Wuxia playfully swung the hatchet around. The prince glared at the crowd. Others stared back at him, but most were focused on the hatchet. They were trying their best to remain patient. Who dares to take on Wu? Be smart and stand to the side or face the consequences. The prince strongly declared. Many exchanged glances. Most were still unwilling to give up on the stone hatchet. The prince scowled and the 6 officials stepped forward. The golden bell floated up again and exuded the same invincible aura. Others had no choice but to retreat before this pressure. No one among them could withstand a sovereign's power. How about now? Anyone dares to take us on? The prince said with disdain. No one took the challenge because that artifact being controlled by 6 masters was too much. Moreover, the prince had publicly made a statement. To go against him now was the same as provoking Wu. Most importantly, Yin-Yang Gate was behind this country. Some backed off and kept a distance in order to show their stance, not intending on competing for the hatchet. They were naturally annoyed to see the prince getting this great artifact. A few even gritted their teeth. Alas, they could only blame themselves for being weaker and swallow this perceived indignation. This brat is done, he's not flexible at all. One spectator shook his head while staring at Wuxia. The prince felt amazing as the crowd backed off after his threat. Brat, hand it over. Not only will we spare you, but we'll also even guarantee that you'll leave this place alive. The prince looked down at Wuxia and laughed. In my opinion, you should kneel and beg for forgiveness or your death will be very, very gruesome. Wuxia smirked and casually commented. Idiot, and I actually thought about sparing you earlier. Seems like I'll have to take your hatchet and torture you too. That's what you deserve for insulting me. The prince's eyes became fierce. Can't wait to see you try. Wuxia smiled. Go, capture him. Break his limbs and tear out his tendons. The prince told the high officials in the back. Junior, don't blame us for doing this since you asked for it. One of them stepped up. That's my line. Wuxia smiled then whistled. The sound was inscrutable with a strange rhythm striking at the heart. Buzz. The stone shell beetle king flew up. Shit. Everyone became alarmed including the prince's group. They were too focused on the treasure earlier and forgot about the beetles. The king gave the order to all the beetles present. The sky turned dark right away in the next second because the beetles flew up into the air. This looked like a terrible locust swarm. Nothing would be left in an area ravaged by them. Retreat. The 6 high officials immediately ran while using the golden bell and its Tao laws for protection. Buzz. The beetles swept over this group like a tsunami, instantly drowning them. An ocean of insects, the faraway spectators trembled with fear, unable to stand straight. Rumble. The beetles smashed the bell repeatedly. One must admit that this artifact was amazing. The 6 officials did their best and managed to stop waves of attack. Keep on trying. They shouted, completely aghast. The bell was the last line of defense, the only thing saving them from being buried by the beetles. Unfortunately for them, the Beetle King didn't join until now. Shit. They saw the king in action and became pale. Boom. A golden light engulfed the area before the first move of this wondrous beetle. The bell instantly got blown away. The group became exposed. The result was obvious. The swarm of beetles instantly drowned them. Ah! No! Screams echoed across the valley, blood splashed everywhere. The 6 high officials were devoured. Only their skeletons were left behind. The inexperienced cultivators vomited after seeing the horrifying event. Don't. A shriek could be heard. They noticed that the prince was still alive. The swarm of beetles brought him before Li Qie. Meanwhile, the king circled around Li Qie, wanting to curry favor. By this point, everyone finally realized that Li Qie had complete control of the beetles in the valley. The prince couldn't move at all and shouted, don't come over here." He soiled his pants from fear. Li Qie squashed down and stared at the prince with a smirk. "What's going on? Not acting cool anymore?" Now, this smirk of his frightened everyone. No one dared to provoke Li Qie at this point after witnessing the horrific death of the 6 officials. They thought that he really told the truth, that the people from Wu were the suicidal ones. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Chapter 34:18, What do you want? The prince was scared out of his mind, as pale as can be. The swarm of beetles had made him soil his pants. The 6 high officials of Wu were alive and well a moment ago. Now, nothing was left of them outside of white bones. The prince saw the entire thing since he was the closest to them. In fact, the cultivators here didn't know that these beetles would eat flesh. Thus, the swarm became increasingly terrifying. "Tell me, what should I do to you?" Li Qie smirked, causing others to see him as a smiling devil. Young master, please forgive this insignificant one." The prince calmed down and started smiling. Of course, this forced smile was as unsightly as can be. He still tried to smile sincerely and continued, "I'm but an ant compared to you, a frog under the well. I have eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai, that's why I offended you, a crime deserving of death. Please, be benevolent and forgive this dog." He immediately apologized and no longer looked imperious like before. He threw his face away in order to beg for forgiveness. For a noble used to luxury and wealth like him, nothing was more important than staying alive. That's why he threw away his reputation and honor. These things weren't worth a coin in comparison. A few spectators naturally snorted with disdain after seeing the quick shift in attitude. He brought this upon himself. A knowledgeable cultivator saw this coming from a mile away and shook his head. Of course, most found this to be understandable. Very few heroes would fight to the death against a mightier foe. Most would just ask for mercy and forgiveness. Li Qie still had the same smile on. "Young master, we will handsomely pay you for sparing my insignificant life, whether it be treasures or women. Just say the words and we'll satisfy your demands," the prince continued begging. "How shameless!" Qin Shi nearby commented. Others shared the same sentiment. Of course, a few thought that he was smart and flexible for doing so. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in those things," Li Qie said. "Then what would you like, young master? We can definitely get you whatever you want," the prince hurriedly said. "I'm only interested in your dog life." Li Qie smirked. "You?" The prince froze for a second but tried his best to maintain the forced smile. "You're kidding, young master, my dog life means nothing, not worthy of your attention." Many have been in this situation with Li Qie before, but only a selected few were as shameless as this prince. Sorry to say that it is indeed the truth. Where should I start? Li Qie looked at the prince from top to bottom. The prince was furious and afraid since his shamelessness didn't work. "Young master, what's the point in killing me? Spare me and all will be well. You're actually quite smart, able to change your tune at a moment's notice. It's too bad that this isn't enough to save you today," Li Qie said. A few in the audience actually felt bad for the prince. The guy begged like a dog yet nothing came of it. What a waste of effort. The prince turned white then red, falling into a daze. He eventually shouted, "You can't kill me. I am a prince of Wu, I'll be in charge of it later, and..." Li Qie smiled. "Our army consists of 1,000,000 elites, then we have the ancestors of Yin Yang backing us up. My older brother is young Lord Bai's confidant. Kill me and suffer their wrath." There will be no place for you to go in all of 8 desolaces. Begging didn't work, so the prince turned to threats instead. He wanted Li Qie to know how strong his backers were. The crowd exchanged glances. This was definitely more effective than the subservient act earlier. He was indeed telling the truth. Wu wouldn't let their prince be killed without trying to exact revenge. This was akin to poking a bee's nest. It's better to be careful. The older members of the audience thought. No one liked being threatened like this, but prudence should be the top priority. Unfortunately, the prince was threatening the wrong person. Really now? My interest is growing more and more. Li Qie said, "We'll see how strong your country is. I wouldn't mind a little exercise." Having said that, he kicked the prince forward. "No!" The prince screamed after being kicked into the swarm, "You can't do this. You can't dash." The beetles immediately crawled all over his body. Ah! Only a skeleton was left behind in no time at all. Li Qie didn't bother looking at him and turned towards the crowd. "Anyone else wants this stone hatchet? Feel free to come." He started waving it back and forth. No, of course not. Virtually everyone retreated far away from him like the receding tide. No one dared to stay close because if he were to misunderstand their intention, that swarm of beetles would drown them. The prince was the best example. In that case, get the hell out of my sight. He stopped smiling and glared at them. They trembled in fear and ran away in droves. Their greed disappeared quickly seeing the swarm of beetles. It didn't take long before no one was left in the valley outside of Li Qie, Shiwawa, and wait, Qingshi. What about you? Li Qie stared at him. I have no intention of taking your hatchet, young master. A good guy like me doesn't need to run. I'm sure you don't mind me being around. Qingshi smiled. Li Qie ignored him and handed the stone hatchet to Shiwawa. This will be relatively useful for you before atavism. Chapter 34:19, Really? Shiwawa stammered from shock while looking at the stone hatchet. Despite his inexperience, he still knew that a source stone from a beetle king was a big deal. Qingshi was startled as well with his mouth agape. He was knowledgeable and had seen plenty of treasures before. This stone hatchet was still a top treasure in his eyes, definitely priceless and only a bit inferior to a Dao Lord weapon. This would become the defining treasure for a top country like Wu. However, Li Qie still tossed it away like nothing. Qingshi didn't think that Li Qie was unaware of its value. Not to mention an ordinary expert, even those from the Yin-Yang Gate would never be so generous. Qingshi has never seen someone going so big on a present before. Young master, this is too valuable. Wawa didn't dare to accept it. Take it. Li Qie stared at him and demanded. Thank you, young master. Wawa regained his wits and finally accepted while bowing. Qingshi watched the whole thing and took a deep breath in order to calm down. The beetle king circled around Li Qie and cried out. Li Qie glanced at it along with its kins. He gently stroked the king and said, a fateful meeting indeed, but unfortunately, I can't take you all along. This is your home with a fortune meant for you. He then stared at the bottomless cave. The fog was no longer there. The beetle king cried out again, seemingly reluctant to leave. You really know how to speak with insects. Qingshi watched how close the beetle king was to Li Qie and thought that this was the case. No. Li Qie said. Then why does it understand you and listen to your orders? Qingshi asked, confused. Because it's smart enough to know its own fortune and who it is meeting. Li Qie said. Qingshi carefully analyzed this statement. As for Wawa, he didn't care at all and laughed while holding the stone hatchet. The youth never questioned Li Qie's abilities after seeing him surviving the fog. There was nothing he couldn't do. Eventually, the Beetle King and the others unhappily returned to the ground. The valley became peaceful once more. No one would know that a great battle had happened here if it wasn't for the blood and corpses. Okay, let's go to Ancestral City. Li Qie told Wawa and moved on. They didn't get far before Li Qie stopped and stared at Shi. Why are you following us? I'm actually heading there too, so why not travel together, hehe. Shi responded. Why are you going there? Wawa became skeptical. What about you? Shi was craftier and wanted to get more information. Oh, I'm just seeing the world. Wawa smiled and said, I've never been there before, so I'm following young master. Shi thought about the relationship between these two. It didn't look like a master-servant scenario despite all the signs. How strange. Fine. Li Qie ignored him and moved on. Shi tagged along with Wawa and asked, This is your young master's first time going to Ancestral City too? I don't know. He knows the way though, so probably not his first time. Wawa shook his head. He actually didn't know the answer to this question. How long have you been following your young master? Shi's curiosity grew. This was an interrogation, yet Li Qie, who was walking in front, didn't seem to care. One day. Wawa honestly said without thinking. One day. Shi blurted out and realized that he had misspoken. He calmed down and said, Really, just one day? Yes, is there a problem? Wawa responded. Questions were popping inside Shi's head. Words couldn't explain his current emotions. Wawa followed Li Qie for one day and had obtained a peerless hatchet. The whole story became even more ridiculous. No one in the Northern West King, no, in all of 8 Desolaces, would have done something like this, not even the richest and mightiest heavenly sovereigns. Shi started thinking about Li Qie's true identity. He had met many talents and heroes before, but none should be on the same level as Li Qie. Shi kept on asking during the journey and found out how the two of them met. The more he knew, the more confused he became. Everything about Li Qie remained a mystery. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't mind the prying at all. Young master, why are you going to Ancestral City? Shi knew why Wawa was heading there but not Li Qie. To see if there are some good treasures there. Li Qie commented. Shi naturally didn't buy this. The guy didn't seem to care for treasures after the case of the hatchet. Shi even had a bold prediction, that he would have given away a Dao Lord weapon too, treating it like scrap metals. No, you're tricking me, young master. Shi said bluntly. Tell me where you're from then. Li Qie smiled and asked while staring at Shi. Shi became afraid because Li Qie's eyes made him feel naked. He turned red and staggered backward. My house isn't too far away, it's pretty close. He hastily answered. Li Qie didn't pursue this issue. I heard something like this, the platform of immortal assailant emperor fell into the stone forest, is this true? Have you heard about this? He stared at Li Qie in order to read the guy's reaction. Randoms aren't privy to this information. Li Qie said. I came across it randomly. I don't know if it's true or not. Shi laughed and tried to change the topic. Chapter 34:20, Ancestral City was the center of Stone Plateau, the symbol of the golems. Some believe that this city itself was this race's ancestral ground. This wasn't too much of an exaggeration because it had the highest population of golems currently. However, the majority were mixed-blood golems. They weren't as pure as the ones living in Stonewind Canyon. This made it harder for them to reach pseudo or actual atavism under normal circumstances. Nonetheless, Ancestral City still had the highest number of pseudo-atavistic golems in the world. In reality, the place wasn't a city in the conventional sense despite its name. There were no walls and fences, rendering it difficult to distinguish its actual boundary line. Mountains could be seen, some in a group while others all alone. Rivers were a common sight along with waterfalls flowing from the firmament. Plenty of lakes scattered around the land like pearls. Thus, it was more accurate to consider Ancestral City a great continent. The majority of people in the plateau gathered here, resulting in prosperity. One could see the palaces built next to each other on the mountain ranges or a lonely hall at the top of a peak. Some jade pavilions were floating on the lakes, more architectures could be found in the valleys too. The noticeable absences were walls and streets. Nonetheless, this didn't deter people from living here. Statues stood tall among these places. They had varying height and shape, these were the pseudo-atavistic golems. It remained difficult to get an exact count of this cultivator type. Some haven't woken up for millions of years. This made them as big as a mountain, some were pushed lower to the ground. Because of this, the place was considered one of the strongest areas in 8 Desolaces. If all these pseudo-atavistic golems were to wake up, they would definitely be able to sweep through the world uncontested. That's why no one or any single race dared to look down on the golems. These slumbering cultivators were just too strong. There was one special sect at Ancestral City with the same name. It served as the core of the city and the symbol of the golems. This branch belonged to the golem ancestor, or black duck. He himself didn't personally create it but rather, his disciple with the title of Golem Monarch Tao Lord. Nonetheless, Golem Ancestor used to stay here to train and left behind his scriptures. This was a sect with 2 Tao Lords. Golems from all of 8 Desolaces would make pilgrimages to this wondrous holy land. Li Qiye's group finally made it to the outskirts of the city. They saw the amazing atmosphere permeating across the land along with the colorful and diverse landscapes. The peaks looked cool all alone while the brilliant reflections from the lakes were beautiful, to say the least. This place was worthy of being the jewel in the eyes of the golems. That's Ancestral City, right in front of us. Shir Wawa shouted excitedly. They saw people flying in the air. Some preferred treasures, others flying beasts. All races were present, golems, demons, humans. Shir Wawa lived all alone and rarely saw strangers. The prosperity of this place shook him to the core. It looks amazing. So amazing. He shouted while entering with Li Qiye, just like a country bumpkin. Li Qiye smiled and didn't mind at all. As for Qing Shi, this was obviously not his first time here. He had a natural expression while following Li Qiye. He actually found the guy far more interesting than Ancestral City. The group walked through the mountains and peaks that were connected by stone bridges. Of course, cultivators preferred to simply fly over, far more convenient. There were plenty of shops as well from merchants all over the world. Shir Wawa's eyes brimmed with curiosity and excitement. He looked left and right and couldn't keep his mouth closed. Li Qiye sauntered through the area and left behind his marks. Remember, Qing Shi has been observing him the entire time. In the beginning, Qing Shi didn't realize anything. As they moved forward, he found that Li Qiye was actually measuring Ancestral City. Strangely enough, this massive place seemed to be moving in accordance with Li Qiye's steps. This was a very strange feeling. Qing Shi didn't know why or how the guy was doing it. Nonetheless, this was an unfathomable power. The massive place meant nothing to Li Qiye. Excellent, the gathering of spirit energies. No wonder why golems picked this place for their atavism. Li Qiye eventually concluded with a smile. Do you know how many pseudo-golems are here? Qing Shi suddenly asked. This has been an ongoing question for many generations. People only knew that the place was extremely strong. I'm not Wawa. If you want to know, go back and look at the archive. Li Qiye stared at him. Qing Shi smiled wryly and stopped asking. Young master, I think I want to take a look at the Tao courtyard of the golems. Shi Wawa eventually suggested after they had walked for a while. This Tao courtyard was the place where the Golem sages passed down their Tao enlightenment. It had produced many more because of this. Thus, most golems visiting for the first time would come to the courtyard to pay their respect. Go, I'll find you later. Li Qiye touched his forehead and said. Thank you, young master. Shi Wawa bowed and ran off. Li Qiye continued with his stroll, seemingly without a destination in mind. Young master, is there a place you want to visit here? I can show you the way. Qing Shi eventually asked, still unclear about Li Qiye's goal. Sounds like you're very familiar with Ancestral City. Li Qiye half smirked at the guy. A bit, I've been here many times and know most places. Qing Shi felt that it was impossible to hide anything from Li Qiye. He tried to evade it. Don't make lying to me a habit, it's not good. Li Qiye said. Qing Shi became awkward and opened his mouth. Alas, he didn't know what to say. Li Qiye ignored this and moved on. They were now at the bottom of a mountain, an entrance. There were more mountain ranges afterward with magnificent buildings. This place certainly belonged to an influential clan. Numerous guests were visiting judging by the entrance. The majority consisted of lords and famous cultivators. Within the clan were smokes and a deep medicinal fragrance. Anyone would realize that these came from alchemy refinement. 1. Changing the ancestral city to match the proper name. Chapter 34:21. There was a plaque hung up high by the entrance with one ancient character, Shi. It has been there for so many years, seemingly stained by the alchemy smoke. The Shi. Li Qiye smiled then glanced at the clan in the mountain range. The Shi is the biggest alchemy clan of the golems, the oldest too. Qing Shi became respectful. Unlike the nonchalant Li Qiye, they're actually older than Ancestral City. According to the rumors, they were there during the Nine Worlds epoch. You know quite a bit about them too. Li Qiye smiled. The Shi is our pride, all golems know about them. Qing Shi replied right away. How much golem bloodline do you actually have? Li Qiye usually asked. Qing Shi didn't wish to address this matter and shut up. Alas, it didn't really matter since Li Qiye knew anyway. Meanwhile, famous people arrived at the entrance. They immediately changed their expression into humility and reverence. People from all over the world will need alchemy and pills eventually. Qing Shi commented. So this clan's alchemy is the best among the golems? Li Qiye smiled. Yes, absolutely. It's famous and peerless in all of 8 decalaces. After all, the ancestor of the Shi was taught by the supreme true immortal. Qing Shi nodded. This clan was dated back to the previous epoch. According to the legends, one ancestor of the Shi was a nobody and planted medicines for subsistence. Moreover, the guy had average talents. Later on, he was taught the Tao of alchemy by a true immortal. This allowed him to become the alchemy emperor. Future generations sang songs about him, Stonewalker Alchemy Emperor. Because of this, the Shi became influential and everlasting. In fact, they helped everyone during the Great Calamity and earned praises from the Bodhisattva. This made their clan eternally renowned. Therefore, regardless of the location, this clan was always brought up in a positive light. Their fame also resulted in an endless wave of people coming for medicines and pills. A true immortal. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled again. Another story about a true immortal. It's true. Qing Shi perceived Li Qiye's smile as skepticism and continued, there are many records about the emperor meeting a true immortal. His average talents became incredible, capable of understanding things overnight. Moreover, the immortal even gave him immortal grass and an alchemy cauldron. This helped him on his path towards the Tao of alchemy. This particular tale seemed heavily reinforced by many historical records. Stonewalker Alchemy Emperor, it's a good title, how nostalgic. Li Qiye restrained from laughing and shook his head again. Qing Shi found this very strange. Not to mention the plateau, everyone in the northern region always spoke with a hint of respect about the Shi. The Bodhisattva praised the clan. In fact, even their enemies couldn't refute their golden reputation. Alas, Li Qiye didn't give a damn at all, as if the Shi was nothing in his eyes. Do you have grievances with the Shi, young master? Qing Shi quietly said, not wanting others to hear. No, but there is no true immortal. The tale is falsely propagated by future generations. Li Qiye smiled. How do you know this, young master? Qing Shi became interested and asked, the Shi has so many records about the immortal. Plus, the previous epoch was so long, long ago. Most records have disappeared, there might have been a true immortal back then. We don't know for sure. Have you ever seen a whale in a pond? Li Qiye asked. No. Qing Shi was surprised. So say, even if a pond can somehow have a whale, how is it going to survive? It'll need to feed on the other fish, of course. So will there be any fish left in that pond? Li Qiye continued. No. Qing Shi answered. So if this world has a true immortal, there will be no future descendants or whatever, only ashes. Li Qiye finished. Qing Shi couldn't quite refute this logic since it made sense. Maybe the true immortal is from above, not here. Qing Shi brought another point up. Why would a whale purposely come to a tiny pond? Is there anything worthwhile in one? It would only do so with one particular goal in mind. Li Qiye replied. What goal? Qing Shi asked. To eat everything in the pond. Also, this means that the food outside has run out, so it has no choice but to pick this pond. Li Qiye answered. Qing Shi stood there in a daze. For most people, a true immortal was a magnificent and supreme existence. Now, Li Qiye made one sound like the devil, quite a stark contrast. Are you sure you're talking about a true immortal instead of a devil or fiend, young master? Qing Shi quietly said. Is there a difference? Only the title. Li Qiye said, look, Tao lords reach the top by stepping on many bones. They fight against the rest of the world and massacre millions. Are they considered spurned murderers or heroes? Qing Shi had no response once again. One could certainly view the Tao lords as butchers, since a conquest was necessary to reach the peak. Their hands were stained with blood. That's why the story is false. Li Qiye went on. Who did the Shi ancestor meet then? Qing Shi asked. Just a person who taught him alchemy. Li Qiye smiled. More ancient memories surfaced in his mind. This was so long ago that he had forgotten about them. For example, the honest and simple youth in the past. Qing Shi thought that the records couldn't be verified. However, the alchemy Tao of the Shi was definitely number one in the world. Their contribution was not to be questioned either. The existence of a true immortal, in this case, doesn't affect the clan's prestige. Li Qiye stared at the dazed youth and said, an alchemy emperor is not self-proclaimed. Only those at the actual level could gain this title. This is the case in the previous epoch as well. Moreover, the clan's contribution for eras will not be erased over this issue. Li Qiye then stared at the clan and murmured to himself, brat, you've done well to not let me down. Qing Shi didn't hear the last line since the first part kept him occupied for a while. A while later, he looked at Li Qiye and saw the guy's expression. In this split second, he saw flashes of vicissitude in Li Qiye's eyes. It was as if Li Qiye had experienced countless years and was even older than the Shi. Chapter 34-22, Creek. The noise of a carriage grinding on the stone path could be heard. A group of royal soldiers arrived at the entrance of the Shi. The group had several hundred powerful elites. They crowded around a carriage with dragon and phoenix carvings, looking quite luxurious with bright embedded gems. Auspicious clouds hovered above along with an impressive momentum deterring others from getting close. The royal guards of Skylight. Other visitors stopped and watched the incoming group. Who is it? Discussions sprung up. Maybe their princess. All eyes were on the carriage. The royal guard finally stopped in front of the gate. Skylight was the strongest country in the northern West King, famous alongside Yin Yang Gate. Their royal ancestor was extremely talented and mighty. Despite the power of this country, the troops still showed respect by getting off their horses. A youth came down from the carriage. He wore a four-clawed dragon robe. His eyes were fierce and his steps powerful. An awe-inspiring aura circled around him. It was obvious that he was part of the nobility. The first prince of Skylight. Many recognized him. This prestigious prince didn't dare to put on an act as he moved towards the stone steps. The disciples of the Shi clan came over to greet him. The reason for my visit today is to request a pill from your clan. The prince said politely and also prepared a gift. This was the proper way for a prince to act, both noble and generous. It was hard not to like him. The disciples from the Shi immediately let him in. Many became surprised, not about the fact that the prince was granted entry but rather, what pill did he want? A pill for the royal ancestor, maybe? People quietly talked among themselves in order to not cause trouble. I didn't expect for the first prince to come himself. Another expert found this surprising. He's not the only one. I heard the city is quite lively recently. Even Dragon Phoenix Maiden is here, the same with the godchild of firmaments. A knowledgeable cultivator revealed. You're talking about the maiden, famous alongside Polestone Saintess and Skylight Princess? Another immediately asked. Many didn't care about the godchild, only the maiden. After all, she was one of the 3 top beauties in the northern region. Who else can it be? The initial speaker glanced at the guy as if he was stupid. All these big shots are here, is something about to happen? One soul became curious. However, those privy to this information chose against divulging it. Li Chia had no interest in the gossip. He smiled and continued onward. Qing Shi gave chase and smiled, there's a place here that might interest you, young master. Li Chia stopped and Qing Shi was smart enough to not waste time. The ancestral tablet left behind by our golem ancestor, how about it? Why not? Li Chia let the guy lead the way. The two of them made numerous turns and twists before reaching this tablet. It was located in a large field covered with stones and rocks. It lacked any decoration and exquisite carvings. It looked simple yet stately. Unfortunately, it seemed relatively abandoned. Weeds were growing from the cracks between the rocks. No one was here today with the exception of Qing Shi and Li Chia. The tablet was erected in the middle, large and majestic. It had numerous words in ancient runes, virtually impossible to understand from the distance. Normally, such a tablet should be revered by all. In this case, once someone got a closer look at the runes, they would find them quite strange. They looked like the scribbles of a child, drawing worms and such. All in all, they could be described with one word, ugly, extremely ugly. A new cultivator could do a better job drawing these runes. Thus, carving them on a tablet was ridiculous and invited jeers. Of course, no one would dare to laugh after hearing about the originator of these runes. This is personally written by our golem ancestor. Qing Shi said with respect, unfortunately, no one has been able to understand their meanings. So it turned out that the runes were left behind by golem ancestor. However, the tablet was created by his disciple. It remained unknown which of the two wanted to create this tablet. One particular rumor stated that either way, they must have purposely left this secret for future descendants. As for what this secret actually was, no one really had an answer. Some speculation included a peerless merit law. This went on to say that even the disciple of Golem ancestor didn't have it. It was meant for the fateful one capable of understanding the runes. Thus, the disciple left this tablet here so that everyone in the world could take a look. Another described it as a treasure map. Golem ancestor hid his treasury somewhere unbeknownst to all. The clues were hidden in the runes. A supreme weapon was another possibility. All in all, regardless of the actual content, the tablet definitely contained a top secret. Ancestral City confirmed this. Back in the old eras during its early days, many came to take a look. The field was filled with thousands of spectators and geniuses. This liveliness lasted for generations. Alas, no one figured out anything from these runes. To put it bluntly, the lines resembled the silly drawings of a child and weren't worth a single coin. No one dared to say this because it came from Golem ancestor. The place eventually became deserted. Only the golems kept on continuing here, some still trying to figure it out, others to show their respect. As more time passed, even the golems gave up due to a lack of yield after millions of years. This tablet has a heaven-shaking secret. Are you interested in taking a look, young master? Maybe you'll be the first to figure it out given your abilities. Qing Shi said. You're the one who wants to figure it out. Li Qiye looked at him. Qing Shi coughed awkwardly and admitted, I was very interested in this during my youth and did ample research, reading old manuals and different perspectives. I didn't get anything out of it though. He was confident in his abilities and talents on top of possessing rich knowledge. Alas, he didn't fare better than those before him. Fortunately, no one else did better and he found solace in this. What's the point? It's worthless, not worth a fart. Li Qiye glanced at the tablet and smiled. Chapter 34-23, Many have come to understand it including brilliant heavenly sovereigns. Qing Shi was surprised to hear Li Qiye. Dog fart, that's all. Li Qiye continued, the future descendants aren't that much better, so foolish. Qing Shi didn't expect this response before no one else would dare to say this. Golem ancestor let this behind. He lowered his voice, afraid of others listening. After all, Golem ancestor had a supreme status in their race. Other golems would try to fight Li Qiye after hearing this. So what? Do you think your golem ancestor's fart smells good? Li Qiye said. Qing Shi couldn't say anything. The comment was logical despite the vulgarity. So what is the meaning of this tablet? He asked. Only to trick fools like you. Li Qiye smiled. You think there's a peerless merit law there? In history, most assumed that this tablet contained something amazing because Golem ancestor was indeed the one who wrote the runes. Why would he bother to trick others? Really? There's nothing there. Qing Shi remained skeptical. Go ask Golem ancestor. Li Qiye shook his head, this isn't really a bad thing. The night is long, so to have something different like this adds color to the world. He turned and left after ending it with this. Qing Shi didn't quite understand but noticed that Li Qiye was far ahead and gave chase. Li Qiye entered the street again, seemingly very familiar with the place. You've been here before. This surprised Qing Shi. It looked as if the guy had been here 1,000 times before and could find his way around blindfolded. No, first time. Li Qiye said. Others wouldn't believe him at all due to his familiarity with the complex streets and alleys. However, Qing Shi trusted him because Li Qiye had no reason to lie. After following Li Qiye for a while, he himself became lost. He never knew that Ancestral City had a place like this. The trip seemed to be taking him to a new world. Finally, Li Qiye stopped before a small alley. Qing Shi stopped as well and saw an old restaurant. The pillars and tiles had a thick layer of dust. An old plaque was hung in a crooked manner above the entrance, on the verge of falling down. The wind would make it creak. Chicken soup was written on it. The writer put a lot of effort into writing these characters. Unfortunately, it wasn't masterfully done when judging strictly in a calligraphic manner. They weren't exceptional nor powerful. Nonetheless, it looked like a new learner trying their best to write. This made the ancient restaurant stand out in an interesting manner. Li Qiye smirked after seeing the plaque, then entered. Qingshi didn't understand why Li Qiye came here, to have some chicken soup. He has been here long enough to know the city very well, especially the peculiar areas. This restaurant wasn't one of them. Of course, he didn't know every single restaurant here due to the sheer number. He saw 5 small tables or so. The top was black and smooth, perhaps from too much oil and cleaning across the years. To the corner was the front counter. The owner could rest here on a slow day. Only a statue was there now. Well, it was too coarse to be called a statue. Boulder was the better word. It had the shape of a muscular man. The carver seemed to be lazy during the creation process, only adding a few things before giving up. It wasn't possible to tell the sex of the statue. It must have been here for a long time because it had the same aging looks as the tables, a glossy black. There was a back room as well, hidden behind a curtain. However, there were boiling noises coming from there. An amazing fragrance of chicken soup oozed out. People couldn't help salivating. There seemed to be a kitchen back there specialized in chicken soup. Qingshi didn't know how Li Qiye was aware of this place despite it being his first time in Ancestral City. "Boss!" Li Qiye sat down and shouted. Qingshi sat down again, not really liking it due to the layer of fat and oil on the seat. The sanitation of this place could use some work. He had never eaten at such a shabby place before, especially not chicken soups consumed by mortals. Nonetheless, it was fine after he sat down. It wasn't too bad outside of this layer. At this time, an old man pushed up the curtain and walked out of the back room. He wore a simple robe and kept it clean, unlike the rest of the restaurant. It looked a bit old with patches here and there. However, it was white due to being washed so many times. His hands were clean as well. No dirt could be seen in his fingertips. It had plenty of calluses. The contrast between his cleanliness and the shop made people think of a lotus flower growing in the mud. This wasn't a perfect analogy, but people certainly got this impression. The old man only glanced at Qingshi for a second and stopped on Li Qiye. His eyes suddenly became profound, like the flow of time flashing by. Qingshi didn't notice this. "Customer, would you like a bowl of chicken soup?" The old man bowed and put a smile on his wrinkly face, looking very friendly. "A new batch is done, hot and delicious. How about 2 bowls?" "Sure." Qingshi blurted out because of the tempting fragrance earlier. He found it strange that he was interested in the food of mortals. "No, I only want duck soup," Li Qiye said. Qingshi didn't expect this. He quietly reminded Li Qiye, "This place is for chicken soup, I don't think they have duck soup." Li Qiye didn't seem to care. "I'm sorry to say that we only have chicken soup here." The old man smiled and said, "Would you like to try? We have been doing this for 8 generations, the broth is incredible with a rich aftertaste." Qingshi salivated again, still confused about his sudden voracious appetite. "No, I only want a soup made from a 3-year-old duck simmered over a weak fire using a tile pot and stone water," Li Qiye repeated. Chapter 34-24, Qingshi felt that Li Qiye was being out of line. The old man had a restaurant specialized in chicken soup. Why would Li Qiye demand duck soup made in such a strange manner? How utterly ridiculous. "Customer, just try our chicken soup. It has been passed down for generations and the taste won't let you down." The old man laughed. Li Qiye grabbed a pair of bamboo chopsticks and stared at the old man. "Duck soup only." Qingshi was at a loss for words. Was Li Qiye only here to cause trouble? how about we go to another restaurant? Qin Shi kindly suggested, feeling bad for the owner. The old man didn't become angry and repeated, "Customer, we really don't have duck soup here, just try our chicken soup once, the broth will, I don't want chicken soup, duck only. Hurry up and bring me a bowl." Li Qie suddenly placed the chopsticks on the table again. The old man looked down and noticed the natural manner of the placement. They suddenly became a unique diagram, ready to leap up. His expression changed as he staggered backward and became frozen. He hurriedly took a deep breath and composed himself. He then picked up the chopsticks and placed them back into the container. He bowed and smiled, "Okay, duck soup it is, coming right up. 3-year-old duck, gentle fire, tile pot, and stone water." Li Qie reminded. "For sure, I'll get it done right away." The jovial old man returned to the kitchen. The sudden change in attitude took Qin Shi off guard. He didn't know why the owner changed his mind. This was clearly a place for chicken soup, yet Li Qie came asking for duck soup, clearly the plot of a troublemaker. Of course, Qin Shi didn't notice the diagram earlier since the old men took them away with haste. "Young master, why do you want some duck soup so bad?" Qin Shi asked while the kitchen sounded busy. The circumstances showed that Li Qie came with a purpose, albeit a confusing one. Li Qie only smiled and closed his eyes, seemingly resting. Qin Shi had no choice but to think about it himself with a focus on the old man in the restaurant. A restaurant like this was common in Ancestral City. After all, the city has been around for millions of years. A generational place like this wasn't out of place. The issue was, what was in this place that warranted Li Qie's attention and time? It would be reasonable if Li Qie came for the chicken soup of this place. However, he wanted duck soup. This issue remained inscrutable for Qin Shi. They were the only guests currently present in this restaurant. This particular alley was rather crowded with plenty of people coming and going. Qin Shi watched them walking by, but no one came in despite the incredible aroma coming from the kitchen. It was as if they couldn't see the restaurant at all, truly a bizarre feeling. He shuddered, thinking that they might have entered a haunted restaurant only visible to them. He didn't believe in ghosts, but just the thought still frightened him. He couldn't help staring at Li Qie. Unfortunately, the guy didn't look worried at all. His eyes were still shut. After a while, a stronger aroma came. Qin Shi immediately knew that it was duck-based since it was different from the prior one. He couldn't quite pinpoint the fine details. Nonetheless, he gulped several times because of overflowing saliva. He thought that it was strange for a chicken soup place to be so good at making duck soup as well. The aroma was definitely on the same level. "Here, here." The old man brought out a pot of hot soup and laughed, "As fresh as can be, made exactly as you ordered, customer. Please try." He then poured 2 bowls for the customers. Qin Shi couldn't hold back and immediately drank the bowl without caring about his image. The aroma was simply irresistible. He drank several bowls in the blink of an eye and looked up to see that Li Qie was taking his time with elegant sips. This embarrassed Qin Shi, so he also slowed down. Meanwhile, the old man stood to the side with a smile. Of course, his focus was on Li Qie, not Qin Shi. It seemed that Li Qie's enjoyment was the highest praise for his cooking skills. "May I have another?" Qin Shi had no idea how many bowls he had drunk and still wanted more despite his belly being filled. This was definitely the best duck soup he had ever drunk in his life. No, the best dish he ever had the pleasure of tasting. In the past, he had tried countless exotic delicacies. Alas, the dragon liver and phoenix bladder paled in comparison. He actually needed to slow down because Li Qie was taking his time. Meanwhile, the old man patiently watched with a smile. "Customer, what do you think about this soup?" He finally asked after Li Qie was nearly finished. "Not bad. You made chicken soup your whole life, but your duck soup is good too," Li Qie said. Thank you. I had no choice but to do my best to fulfill your request. The old man laughed. This duck isn't bad either. In the past, I knew this dead duck that lived for a long time. It's very skinny and its bones are probably tough, but I'm sure it'll make an amazing duck soup too. Li Qiye smiled. Qing Shi had no idea what the hell Li Qiye was talking about. Sir, I don't know which duck you're referring to. The old man smiled wryly. Understandable since you haven't actually seen the real thing. Li Qiye smiled. I've been wanting to catch it since the older the duck, the better the broth, right? I don't know much about this. The old man responded. It's okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Li Qiye shook his head, telling you to find a living dead duck is too tough given the circumstances. The duck soup today was perfectly fine. Yes, thank you for your benevolence. I'm truly blessed. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Qing Shi's confusion only grew. Chapter 34-25, Li Qiye belched after drinking his soup and sat there lazily. Qing Shi felt so comfortable as well and lay back on his chair, rubbing his stomach. He felt bad because he drank at least 2/3 of the soup. He didn't say anything because the conversation seemed to be between these two. He knew that the old man was treating Li Qiye, not him who got lucky enough to ride Li Qiye's coattails. He remained curious about Li Qiye's intention. Are you satisfied now, customer? The old man put the pot and bowls away before enthusiastically smiling. Sure. Li Qiye stretched, looking like a young master. Is there anything else you want? Just say the words. The old man continued. You can satisfy all my demands. Li Qiye opened his eyes and stared at the old man with a smirk on his face. The old man shuddered, realizing that his pleasantry might have been overly exaggerated. After all, the person sitting before him was a big deal. Other historical lords, supreme overlords, and Dao lords were insignificant compared to him. This little one will do his best. It's a shame that I don't have much here, just a bunch of broken bricks and tiles. The old man responded. Sometimes those are valuable too. Li Qiye stared at the old man. The latter became afraid because he didn't know why Li Qiye was here. Someone like Li Qiye would definitely want something incredible. Very few things were worthy of his attention and time. Dao Lord weapons and artifacts weren't on this list. You're playing with me, customer. My broken items can't enter your sight. The old man became awkward. Don't be so sure now since you have what you should have. For example, if I want something like lightning, where should I go to get it? Lightning? The old man was startled for a moment before realizing what Li Qiye was referring to. He tumbled backward on instinct. Qing Shi has been watching and took note of this. He might not know what exactly lighting was referring to, but it was definitely a big deal to the old man. Sir, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed by returning empty-handed. We don't have anything like that here, and even if we did, we can't hide it from you anyway. The old man responded. This restaurant doesn't have it, but that's not the case for this place. Li Qiye smirked while pointing at his head. Tell me, where should I go? The old man had a sullen expression after hearing this, being put in a tough situation. He eventually said, Customer, this will put me in a tough situation. I'm very old and have forgotten about many things. Even if I knew before, this might no longer be the case. He knew that lying wasn't possible in front of Li Qiye. Plus, the consequences would be unimaginable. People have tried in the past and suffered his wrath. Is that so? Li Qiye stroked his chin with a half-smile. Sir, nothing in the world can hide from your eyes. If you don't know about it, my senile self can't either. The old man said. Stop calling me sir, I'm only 18. Li Qiye said. Yes, of course, my mistake. The old man apologized with haste. Forget it, I'm just messing with you. Li Qie laughed, if I wanted it, I wouldn't be waiting till now nor asking you. Of course. The old man nodded and heaved a sigh of relief, aware of Li Qie's previous exploits. Well, I still want to stew that old duck though. Li Qie added. The old man only smiled and didn't respond. He still didn't know why Li Qie came. You're aware that something flew here? Li Qie changed the topic. Yes, it landed in the stone forest. The old man honestly said. But this matter was insignificant. It shouldn't be the reason why Li Qie was here. Qin Shi's ears seemingly became larger. He didn't understand the first part, but the stone forest was definitely within his scope. He quietly listened without interrupting. I know. I won't waste any more time, I just need one stone. There should have been one or two left behind. Li Qie nodded. The old man pondered about it before giving in. I personally know about one in Ancestral City. However, I never paid much attention, so I can't be sure where it is exactly. Still the same as before. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. However, if you really want that stone, customer, I'm afraid that it has cracked by now. My information is limited. The old man softly added. That's not surprising, there's a reason why the present is what it is. Li Qie smiled and stared outside. Why is the world like this right now? And the current golems? A choice. The old man answered. He naturally knew how the golems used to be back in the previous epoch. Now, their population had dwindled, no longer as prosperous as before. Golem Ancestor made this bold choice after experiencing the great disaster. Many golems followed him on this unprecedented path. A choice that affects the fate of an entire race. Li Qie replied. What's your view on it? The old man had to ask. None. I'm not a golem and I didn't make them do it. I'm no more than a passerby. Li Qie shook his head. So if one day when humans are facing a similar choice, what will you pick for them? The old man eventually asked. You've misunderstood something. I won't make a choice for the humans because they'll be the ones to do it. I only make decisions for myself, no one else. Li Qie answered, but there are exceptions. For example, I don't mind choosing to eliminate a race or two. The old man laughed awkwardly. Those in the know would be shivering with fear. This had happened before in the distant years. There was once an amazing race that reigned over all others for eras. Eventually, he put an end to them, completely eliminating them from the river of time. Now, very few knew about this story. The old man was one of them. Your grand achievements are unreachable for regular people like us. The old man said. Don't flatter me about this matter. I'm nothing more than a butcher whose hands are stained with blood, it's no secret. It's just that people don't dare to express this view. Li Qie waved his hand. The old man chuckled and agreed. In reality, plenty of golems have been killed by him too. 1. The him here is unclear even with the context. It can be the old man or Li Qie. It's more likely for it to be Li Qie. Chapter 34-26. The air became a bit awkward after Li Qie's self-critique. For millions of years, people had a different perspective on Li Qie. Some considered him the savior, others thought that he was the dark hand behind the curtain, some also thought that he was a butcher. The old man didn't expect to be lucky enough to witness this mythical character. Only two outcomes would be the result of such a meeting, either extreme fortune or untold misfortune. It seemed that he wasn't part of the latter today. It is an honor to have you visiting our humble abode, a blessing accumulated from 3 lifetimes. The old man bowed towards Li Qie to show respect. I'm only here to drink duck soup. It's a shame that I couldn't get the real old one. Li Qie smiled. The old man chuckled, naturally aware of Li Qiye's joke. If he actually wanted it, he wouldn't be sitting here right now. I've never expected you to show up again, customer. The old man said with reverence. The words came from the heart because Li Qiye has been gone for too long. He disappeared during the previous epoch. Some said that he came to a different world, one that was far stronger. Others believed that he had ascended and became a true immortal. A few said that he died to the heavenly execution. Only those who knew him thought that he was definitely alive, just not in this world. The most shocking thing was his ability to return to the 9 worlds. Now, the old man was lucky enough to see him. His life wasn't wasted after witnessing this miracle. In history, many characters have left without returning. For example, the emperors and Tao lords. None could travel freely like this existence, leaving and returning, then repeating this unbelievable process. It's an unlucky life. Struggling to reach the top only to fall back down, half-death. There's no choice but to try again. Li Qiye smiled. You're the only one who can even climb it. The old man praised. Li Qiye's comment sounded as if he lived a tough and unsuccessful life. Alas, the old man knew that the mountain here was accessible only to the Dark Crow. The other top supremes might not be eligible to embark on this path. Such praises make me feel as if I'm walking on air. Li Qiye joked. This little one has a few questions. May I ask you about them? The old man didn't want to waste this opportunity. He didn't want treasures and miracles either, only some answers. Li Qiye glanced at him and waved his hand. Qing Shi didn't know what they wanted to talk about, but Li Qiye's intention was clear, for him to leave. Though he really wanted to stay despite being confused, he didn't dare to go against Li Qiye and left the restaurant. Your golem race has a few talents. Li Qiye said. The old man glanced towards the door and said, to earn your good graces is her fortune, a lifetime of benefits. It's nothing like that, just a coincidence. Li Qiye smiled. Of course, the old man didn't think so. Those able to stay near Li Qiye all enjoyed a great fortune. He has heard plenty of legends like this. For example, the ancestor of the Shi. That's why he thought that Qing Shi was very lucky to follow Li Qiye. Ask your questions. I might not be able to answer though. Li Qiye said. The old man took a deep breath and carefully took his time. Getting an answer from Li Qiye would be extremely beneficial. They could seek this for a lifetime and get nothing out of it. Are the great disasters real? When is the next one coming? He asked. A bit crafty, that's multiple questions in one. Li Qiye smiled and turned towards the statue behind the counter. Why are you living in this manner? For the golems or yourself? The old man sighed and said, I'm doing my best so that I don't let myself down and have peace of mind. A noble goal. The world needs sages like you. Li Qiye tapped his thigh and laughed. Thank you, sir. The old man bowed without feeling conceited. Li Qiye stared outside and didn't answer. The old man stood with both hands straight down, waiting patiently. They're real, 100%. Li Qiye answered after a while. The old man became startled despite mentally preparing himself long ago. This answer confirmed it. Previously, whenever he got the same answer, he would still question it because they were speculations or just hearsay. Now, he got one from the most credible source. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Li Qiye's answer was equal to a mantra from the high heaven, as accurate as could be. He took a deep breath and needed a little bit to calm down. From a certain angle, your race chose the right choice. This is not a bad idea for avoidance, worthy of further research. Li Qiye added. So there is still hope in the future. The old man became happy. None. Li Qiye replied with absolute certainty. None. The old man was shaken. Well, as I said, This is a decent idea when dealing with a lower level of disaster. When the real thing comes, nothing will be effective. A toppled nest will not have any whole egg. Li Qiye smiled. In older epochs were majestic and brilliant beings. Some races could be considered heaven's favorites and divine at birth, but none of them were lucky enough to escape. One person might be able to fend for themselves, but there's no chance for an entire race. Li Qiye added. There was no questioning Li Qiye's authority on this topic since he had gone further than anyone. Other emperors and Dao lords were just taking the first step. There's no chance for you either. Li Qiye finished with this in a nonchalant tone. The old man smiled wryly and nodded. I know, I've lived long enough anyway. Any extra day is good enough, no point in regretting. Satisfaction is happiness, at least you'll be able to face death with peace. Death itself isn't that scary. One could consider it a beautiful ending where people can close their eyes and rest. Li Qiye replied. Your experiences are out of reach for us, as unimaginable as can be. The old man could sympathize. When will it come? You're asking the wrong person. Li Qiye shook his head. I can't give you an answer. You need to be asking him. He pointed towards the sky. The old man looked up and chuckled. But, maybe you'll live long enough to see that day. Li Qiye joked, but you should hope for the opposite and die in a peaceful manner. Everyone eventually dies anyway. Chapter 34-27, Qing Shi patiently waited outside, aware that the old man wasn't a restaurant owner at all but rather a hidden master. He knew Ancestral City like the palm of his hand, yet he had no info on this master. He was certain that this old man was extremely powerful, just not entirely sure on the ceiling. Perhaps the ancestors he met in his sect weren't as strong. This confused him even more. How could his sect not know anything about this master when he was located in this city? He became awfully curious about the old man's background. Why did he choose Ancestral City as his base? He racked his brains and couldn't come up with a particular character. He looked up at the plaque again to carefully look at the words while pondering. He then memorized the location of this restaurant. At the same time, he also cared about the ongoing conversation between those two. However, he obediently stayed outside. During his previous listen, he didn't understand the majority of the content. Nonetheless, he still memorized each word. Eventually, Li Qiye and the old man came out of the place. The latter looked rather subservient, just like a servant. Let's go. Li Qiye ordered casually and moved on. Serve the young master well. It is your responsibility, do not make a mistake. The old man said sternly as Qing Shi was leaving. Qing Shi was caught off guard. After all, he had no relationship with the old man, but the latter gave an order as if he was a senior. This was truly strange. Okay. Qing Shi still responded as if he couldn't resist the old man's command. Once he regained his wits, Li Qiye was already far away. He hurriedly caught up, then looked back at the restaurant. He only saw the long alley. The old man and the restaurant were no longer there. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. The somber alley was still there, just not the restaurant. It felt as if he had just met a ghost. Young master, that place isn't there anymore. Qing Shi told Li Qiye, startled. Li Qiye only smiled and continued forward. Where are we going now? Qing Shi dropped the issue. The stone park. Li Qiye said. Qing Shi became interested right away after hearing this. In recent days, Ancestral City became very lively with more visitors. Of course, as the largest city in the plateau, the place was always packed with people from all over the world, merchants, travelers, Dao seekers. However, many big shots have arrived recently, including the slumbering ancestors and high elders. They appeared all of a sudden without warning. The natives started feeling that something was amiss. Next, people from Divine Stone Ridge, Firmament's Gate, Skylight Country, and in Yang Gate started showing up. The top geniuses also came one after another. Among them was the first prince of Skylight. He immediately went to the shore right after. This caused quite a stir. Some said that he was asking for a longevity pill because his country's heaven-defying ancestor wanted to come out. This ancestor has been sealed for many years, so he required a powerful pill in order to return. Another said that the prince came for personal reasons, that he wanted the right pill to break through to the next realm. This would make him one of the strongest geniuses in the northern region. The godchild of firmaments was present as well. Everyone knew about his arrival because visual phenomena filled the sky. The myriad Tao became resplendent and served as a golden passage in a magnificent manner. Initially, people thought that it was a big shot from firmaments. They later found out that it was the godchild of that sect. People became surprised after finding out due to the type of phenomena. One commented, "He has successfully trained the arts of firmaments." The person from Divine Stone Ridge garnered a similar level of attention. The ridge is normally reclusive, so why is a big shot from there here? Something big must be happening. Discussion sprung up. I heard a treasury is emerging. They asked around and eventually found some useful clues. Really? Excitement naturally came next. All the old geezers from the big sects are here, how can it be fake? One cultivator uttered coldly. The skeptics nearby became emotional. Yes, a treasury would indeed make these big shots come out. We're in Ancestral City. One of their eyes lit up. Unfortunately, he didn't get a response. Even those aware of this answer kept their mouths shut. Nonetheless, most decided to follow the big shots when the time was right. These big shots certainly knew the location of the treasury. Did you guys know that Dragon Phoenix Maiden is coming too? Another shocking news reverberated across the area. She's coming, really? The younger ones were ecstatic. They immediately asked around for more information. You're late, she's already here. One cultivator revealed. One of the three beauties of the Northern West King, this news traveled across Ancestral. She was famous for having perfect features on top of an impeccably noble bloodline. This made it hard for people to chase after her. Both Skylight Princess and Pullstone Saintess are engaged, the only one available is the maiden. Yes, maybe there's a chance. Some started fantasizing. In your dream. One guy shook his head and sneered, Dragon Phoenix Valley refused a marriage pact with Yin Yang Gate back then. You have no chance in hell. All in all, the younger ones looked forward to actually seeing the maiden. Chapter 34-28, The arrival of these geniuses caused quite a stir for the youths at Ancestral City. This was doubly true for the maiden. The young ones asked all over for more information about her since she was the ideal lover in their dream. The three beauties were renowned in the northern region, but two were engaged. Only the maiden was a potential partner. By this time tomorrow, Dragon Phoenix Maiden, Skylight First Prince, and Firmament's Godchild will be gathering at the Stone Park to discuss the Tao with everyone in the world. This news came today. Really? Many excited souls immediately asked for confirmation. Yes, all three of them will definitely be there. It's a serious event. A knowledgeable cultivator answered. We might not be able to have a Tao discussion with them, but just seeing the maiden makes this trip totally worth it. Everyone became wild after hearing this. The young ones started rushing towards the park. Is this our chance? The more talented ones became spirited. The maiden was more than just a beauty. Her talents and cultivation were superior to Sky High First Prince and Firmament's Godchild. Thus, this Tao discussion was a rare opportunity, something all the top youths wanted. Just this one session might be equivalent to training alone for 10 years. I was told that the First Prince is in charge of the event. He invited the other two. This isn't a sparring match since that's not in good taste. It's all about learning the mysteries of the park. An insider revealed. That's more like it. The mysteries of the park have been elusive despite people spending their whole life searching. Many nodded in agreement. People started gathering at the park. The majority still focused on seeing the maiden for the first time to see if the rumors were true. The rest consisted of geniuses and experts wanting to improve their cultivation after participating in this event. The park became crowded in no time at all. Normally, many would come to this place, especially the golems. They wouldn't miss this destination after coming to Ancestral. It was built by Golem Ancestor. Many of the rocks here were personally chosen by him. According to the legends, he traveled around 8 desolaces and chose strange stones of various properties. Later on, these stones were used to build this park by his disciple. Future descendants were allowed to check them out. However, the stones weren't only for show. They contained profound mysteries such as peerless merit laws, treasures, and some were innately divine. The park was available for anyone, even the non-golems. As long as they could understand the stones, the content would be theirs. This was another reason why people praised Golem Ancestor for his generosity and benevolence. The mysteries here drew people from extremely far away. Some golems didn't mind traveling 10 million miles. Today, the presence of the 3 top geniuses made the park even more attractive. When people arrived, they couldn't help praising this area for its ability to produce talents. The park consisted of a main garden built in an exquisite manner. Each pavilion and building here were magnificent. Decorations such as the water pavilions and mounds were perfectly placed. People would forget their way home after visiting. Special stones were embedded everywhere, looking quite magical. These stones really contain secrets. A first-timer stood in front of a bright golden stone and curiously asked. The stone was as big as a human and had a golden glow. Some yellow grains were still on the surface, so it looked like a recently excavated ore from a mine. How can it be fake? We won't talk about long ago, but just 1,000 years ago, an elder from our ancestral city figured out one stone. It cracked, revealing an old artifact inside. A disciple from the city said. Yes, okay, you know the godchild in the event this time, right? What about how his sect was established? A history buff said, according to the records, the Patriarch of Firmaments came here seeking the Tao. He also figured out one stone and obtained a scripture containing a top merit law, Firmament's art. I see, so that famous art came from here. The experts nearby were amazed. The Patriarch from Firmaments isn't the only one who had benefited from the park. The golem from the city took pride in this. After all, only the great golem ancestor would be generous enough to share his own legacy and treasures with the rest of the world. We should give it a shot. Another first-timer became excited. Feel free to try, we don't want to waste our time. Yes, this place has many mysteries, but only the top geniuses in each generation are eligible, no, the greatest ones. Dragon Phoenix Maiden or the first prince might have a shot. Us? Forget it. An experienced cultivator shook his head and smiled. Yes, countless have tried in history but few actually gained anything. The others smiled. Most of them have tried before to no avail. Some of the first-timers didn't buy this. They sat next to the stones and released their divine intents for comprehension's sake. However, after half a day, they still couldn't figure out anything. Most eventually gave up after realizing the futility. No one made fun of them either because very few in history have been able to do it. Perhaps only someone like young Lord Bai can comprehend these stones. A spectator commented and earned many nods in the process. Bai Jianchan was the most likely to do so in the current generation. The first prince prepared the banquet at a waterside pavilion surrounded by mountains and gurgling streams with reflections all around. The mountains had plenty of embedded stones, looking just like a stone forest. There were no seating arrangements, but the visitors were smart enough to find the right spot to sit down based on cultivation level. The powerful and talented cultivators sat near the center. The ones closest to the main trio were the best of the best. There was a clear separation of class, but no one uttered any grievance. Chapter 34-29, however, the maiden still hasn't arrived. The disciples from Skylight have been busy preparing a feast for everyone else, ranging from fruits to rare delicacies. This allowed everyone to relax and feel like they were home. The first prince invited other famous people besides Firmament's godchild and Dragon Phoenix maiden. However, even the uninvited guests were treated well. It seemed like the prince was a good and generous host. The event hasn't formally opened, but people were sitting down. The atmosphere became very lively. The first prince has arrived. An announcer at the entrance shouted, and all eyes looked towards the door. A youth with a dragon robe walked in with powerful momentum. He looked quite impressive, clearly part of the nobility. He was none other than Skylight First Prince. The guests immediately stood up to greet him. "Your Highness, it has been a while. Your cultivation soared once more." An acquaintance came over with a big smile. Those who didn't know him took advantage of this opportunity to build a relationship, hoping to climb up the ladder. Skylight was one of the largest countries in the north, a lineage with 2 Dao lords. Very few could match it in strength. One could compare it to Ancestral City. As the successor of Skylight, the first prince had plenty of authority and a great future ahead of him. Being friends with him was absolutely an honor on top of gaining immense benefits. In fact, just one meeting could end up being a defining moment in someone's life, especially the unknown members in the audience. Despite his status, the prince seemed cordial and amiable. He didn't mind the crowd of people coming to greet him, quite a charismatic showing. His attitude earned him more love and praise from the rest. Skylight will prosper even more because of the virtuous first prince. The sky's the limit. One youth commented after meeting him. "You're right, he's talented and powerful on top of being wise enough to recruit followers. These are the traits of a capable ruler. Skylight will only rise from now on with this peerless king." More praises came non-stop. Many here thought that he would be able to take his country to the next height. His influence among the young generation increased as a result. "Friends, it is an honor to have you here despite the long travel." The prince thanked them first before sitting down, earning loud applause. Firmament's godchild has arrived. The announcer outside shouted again. Auspicious clouds emerged above along with beautiful phenomena shrouding the air. People couldn't help but gasp in awe. A young man appeared within the bright lights and walked into the hall. He wore a blue armor resembling the sky reflecting magical images. He possessed a cold and majestic aura resembling an unsurpassable mountain. His steps didn't make noise, but people could still feel his immensity, almost resembling an earthquake. He instilled great pressure with each step. Godchild. Many guests also came to greet him. He wasn't as amicable as the prince, but he still nodded as a greeting. An inborn Dao physique on top of a golem physique, he's indeed the heaven's favorite. One praised. At first glance, most would think that he was wearing a blue armor. This wasn't actually the case. It was his physique and advantage. He had the powerful bloodline of the golems on top of an inborn Dao talent. Thus, his physical form was especially mighty, the same with his vitality. This allowed him to control weapons above his realm. Firmament's Gate didn't have a Dao lord, but during its golden age, it had no lack of heavenly sovereigns. It reigned over the north for a period, even pressuring Yin-Yang Gate. Thus, this sect remained influential in the region. Everyone thought that the godchild also had plenty of potential due to his innate advantages and his role as the successor of Firmament's. That inborn Dao physique is incredible. Most could sense the torrential vitality brimming from him. Your physique is definitely the best among us. The first prince walked over and laughed to greet him. The godchild had the right to be prideful and arrogant because of his advantages. However, he acted humbly before the first prince. He shook his head in response, "I'm no match for your highness. Your regal draconic secret is brilliant and unbeatable, I still can't forget it since the previous meeting." Regal draconic secret? The listeners were moved. This art was famous as one of the strongest techniques of skylight. It was passed down to males only. "You're too kind, godchild." The prince shook his head as well, "I've only learned the very surface of it, far inferior compared to your firmament's art. You have reached grand completion with it, so I can't take you on anymore." "No, I've only reached the elementary level. The art is too profound and I'm far from mastering it." The godchild smiled. The crowd was stirred again after hearing this. So he really mastered the firmament's art. People quietly discussed among themselves. This art was created by their patriarch, a heavenly sovereign. It originated from golem ancestor and was quite heaven-defying. It was considered as part of the orthodox branch of the golems. The godchild was so young, yet he had mastered it. One could only imagine how powerful he was. Moreover, this in combination with his Tao physique could make him stronger than the first prince. The two of them sat down and chatted. Those nearby listened, some even occasionally chimed in. "Dragon Phoenix Maiden has arrived." The announcer shouted again. Everyone's head turned around so fast after hearing this. Some even impatiently stood up, including the first prince and the godchild. A supreme beauty in a green dress walked into the hall. All eyes were on her. Spirit energies hovered around her as if she was an elf in the forest. Her hair draped down on her shoulders like waterfalls. They gently fluttered to the wind. Only one phoenix pin served as decoration, looking like an animated phoenix ready to soar. Her eyes were bright as if all the spirit energy in this world were gathered there. The middle of her eyebrows had a red dot just like a ruby. It flashed with a mysterious and magical light. Chapter 34:30, The maiden's arrival firmly stole everyone's attention. Maiden. The youths came to greet her. Some even started introducing themselves without prompt. Those who knew her beforehand tried to start a conversation in order to create a good impression. "Maiden, I am the young Lord of Three Sword. I had the fortune of meeting you back in Phoenix Shoal." One prodigy came closer and said. Since he had met her before, he felt that he was a crane standing among a flock of chickens, feeling quite complacent. "Miss Yi, I am the young Lord of Unicorn Mountain. Father is a close friend with the Valley Lord, they play chess quite often." Another genius went over. They started with their sex or senior's connection in order to talk with her. It became a contest of displaying their abilities and background, hoping to show her their best side. She nodded while casually responding with a natural expression with a hint of indifference. Each of her gestures and movements contained nobility and charm, more than enough to swoon the young ones. A few of them, weak with a humble background, felt inferior and quietly watched from a distance, completely mesmerized by her beauty. "The maiden lives up to her fame," one of them said. "Yes, she's a golden jewel that is unreachable by all," another said. Though he has always fantasized about this, a harsh reality still struck him. A supreme beauty like her was far above their station. To elaborate on her excellence, she was rumored to have 4 great bloodlines of the demon race. Moreover, one of them was the legendary Phoenix bloodline. Firmament's godchild also had a good bloodline of the golems and an inborn Tao physique. However, he paled in comparison. In fact, even Bai Jianchan thought that he couldn't match up to this bloodline. Very few in history had it. In the north, everyone knew that she might be the future successor of Dragon Phoenix Valley. However, only certain big shots were aware that she also came from an ancient clan. This particular clan was lucky enough to still have a living forefather strong enough to threaten all of 8 Desolaces. She was a direct descendant of this forefather. Some believe that she was blessed by him right after her birth. In recent years, numerous powers came to the valley to ask for a marriage agreement. All were rejected. Yin Yang Gate also attempted this and the result was still the same. Both Firmament's godchild and Skylight First Prince came over to greet the maiden. "Long time no see, Miss Yi," they politely said. The proud godchild took his arrogance down a notch before her and said, 3 years flew by and you're even more beautiful than before, enough to make others go crazy. Not just that, your cultivation left us behind in the dust now." The prince laughed. These two were outstanding compared to the rest, so no one else could talk right now. The other suitors had no choice but to smile wryly and back off. "Thank you, godchild and first prince." Her voice sounded heavenly, people could never get tired of it. The maiden followed the two to the main pavilion and sat down, having fully proven her well-deserved reputation. "Your Highness, your regal draconic art has reached the high level, truly impressive." She glanced at the prince and said, "Thank you, but it's nothing compared to the godchild's mastery in the firmament art." The prince humbly answered, "Our minor arts are nothing compared to your divine gaze." The godchild shook his head. "There are no minor arts on the path towards the Tao." She disagreed, any merit law can reach ultimate profundity. It depends on the user, not the arts themselves. Truly enlightening, Miss Yi. Many experts agreed with this. The feast then began without needing an order from the prince. The main trio began talking about the Tao. Their conversations actually heralded visual phenomena in the area. Meanwhile, the listeners were as attentive as can be. Some were confused, others nodded or even blurted out words of agreement. A few even commented and asked questions. As the event was reaching its climax, a small problem occurred. 2 uninvited intruders were stopped by the disciples of Skylight. The event took place at the Stone Park, an area open to everyone. However, these 2 wanted to visit the park and were stopped. There existed an unspoken qualification for the event. The famous and powerful prodigies sat to the front while the unknown ones needed to be in the back, far away from the trio. The addition of 2 more participants shouldn't have mattered. Nonetheless, they weren't allowed entry. One looked average while the other could be considered scholarly. People immediately knew that they weren't from a big sect at all. That's why they were immediately dismissed. "Since when is the park not available for view?" The scholarly youth glared at those stopping him. It was none other than Li Qie and Qin Shi. They weren't here for the event, Li Qie simply needed to take something here. The event simply took place along the way. "Our prince and others are having a Tao discussion here today. I'm sorry for any inconvenience and please, find a seat in the back." The disciple from Skylight was rather polite. "Who says we want to participate in your event?" Qin Shi was angry while Li Qie seemed fine. The disciple slightly frowned. All cultivators in the north would give their country some face. The attitude of this youth was rather provocative. "If you're not here for the event, please take the long way around." "I apologize again." The disciple became less friendly with his tone. "Why should we?" Qin Shi retorted, "The park was created by the great golem ancestor. Anyone could enter freely. Ancestral city itself doesn't stop anyone from doing so, since when is it your turn for your country to make decisions here?" The disciple had no response. The park indeed belonged to Ancestral City. They didn't have any authority to stop people from entering. It's just that others usually gave them enough face. 1. The I here is not polite/humble. 2. The I here is polite/humble. Chapter 34-31, Li Qie ignored the argument and kept on going on the path. "Please stop." The disciple hurriedly gave chase. Some cultivators nearby have been alarmed and started staring. They saw that the duo didn't listen and became annoyed. The ones near the center had an expression of displeasure. The latter consisted of nobles and top prodigies. Being able to sit in the front was a symbol of status. It made them feel superior to others. Now, these two average-looking guys wanted to go to the front too. They naturally didn't like this, akin to two beggars suddenly entering a grand palace. Which sect are they from? So improper. One cultivator quietly said. Kick him out, that guard is too nice. People who can't read the situation need a lesson. Another snorted. Li Qiye ignored the event and the feast. He was only here to find an item, so he continued forward. This made it look like he was walking towards the main pavilion where the maiden resided. Humph, he must be a fan of the maiden, running here to see her appearance or just to get a word in. One spectator scowled. So what if he can see her? Just a nobody who doesn't know his place, he thinks he'll be able to earn her grace that easily. An expert snorted. Please stop or I'll have to offend. The disciple from Sky High shouted. Li Qiye still didn't give a damn, the same with the annoyed Qingshi. Meanwhile, the prince had received a message from another disciple of his country. He frowned and stared in Li Qiye's direction. Let them come over. He begrudgingly gave the order, waving his hand. The messenger acknowledged the command, albeit unhappy in the same manner. He gestured to allow them over. From start to finish, Li Qiye didn't bother looking at anyone. His eyes were focused ahead. On the other hand, Qingshi seemed eager to get even with Skylight Country. The trio who were busy with discussing the Dao stopped because of the message earlier. The maiden looked up and stared in that direction. Today is a great day, we need to enjoy ourselves to the fullest. The first prince smiled. However, the maiden still caught a glimpse of Li Qiye's back before he disappeared into another corner. It's him. She became startled without seeing his face. It really is. She regained her wits and was certain of who it was. Right, it's a celebration for the maiden. The godchild laughed as well. Other cultivators nearby became curious. Why were these two saying this? Was the maiden about to announce something? Unfortunately, the maiden turned a deaf ear towards them since she was fixated on Li Qiye. Excuse me. She said before disappearing from sight, leaving behind the stunned crowd. The prince and the godchild exchanged glances, not understanding her sudden departure. Li Qiye paid no attention to the small matter earlier. He glanced at Qingshi and asked, You have something against Skylight? Qingshi laughed and had a strange expression, not wanting to elaborate. The two of them walked through half of the park. Li Qiye eventually stopped before a stone, the same with Qingshi. Qingshi has been paying attention the entire time. Li Qiye didn't look at any other stones, not even the special ones. His pace didn't slow down in the slightest. So why this one? Just a moment later after they started staring at the stone, Li Qiye suddenly turned around. Qingshi did the same. They saw the maiden gliding closer at a fast speed. Though she was giving chase, she still looked elegant and beautiful. Her hair fluttered to the wind in a picturesque manner. Dragon Phoenix Maiden. Qingshi naturally recognized her and didn't know why she followed them. She finally saw Li Qiye's face and became emotional despite being prepared for this. This was too much to take. She had witnessed many magnificent scenes and met numerous big shots. Alas, this wasn't enough to prepare her for this. She took a deep breath and tidied her outfit before putting on a solemn expression. She got on her knees and bowed. Yi Lingyao greets you, Your Excellency. Please forgive me for now knowing that you were here. This was the only right way to show respect to the man standing before her. This wasn't their first meeting. They have met previously back in Lu village. She just didn't know his identity at that point. Qingshi's mouth became agape. He was shaken as well. The chicken soup restaurant clearly indicated that Li Qiye was an important figure. He just didn't have a good idea. He knew who Yi Lingyao was and that she was from an ancient clan, being blessed by a forefather. Her status at Dragon Phoenix Valley was as high as can be. She didn't need to bow to any senior there, yet she chose to do so before Li Qie. Who could this guy be then? Qing Shi's vast knowledge let him down this time around. Stand up, and call me young master. Li Qie waved his hand and nonchalantly said. Yes, young master. She stood up and remained respectful. I was blind back then and didn't know who you were, young master. Please ignorance is not a crime in this case. Relax now. Li Qie interrupted her. She heaved a sigh of relief. In the previous meeting, she actually didn't like his arrogance. It's just that her blood told her to not do anything foolish. After returning, she meticulously read the scrolls. She even went to see the portrait hidden in her clan and became shocked to the core. She shuddered with cold sweat, realizing that she could have died. In fact, both her sect and clan could have suffered as well. She no longer dared to search for more information about Li Qie because she had heard that he didn't like people being noisy about him. Inaction became a prudent choice. That's why meeting him again in the stone park left her astounded and frightened. Chapter 34-32, It's impressive that your clan's old man is still alive. Li Qie glanced at her and smiled. It is thanks to your blessing, young master. Yi Lingyao took a deep breath, realizing that Li Qie cared about the previous ties with her forefather. At the very least, he wouldn't make it difficult for juniors like them. It has nothing to do with me. There is an adage about this: evil people live a long life. The more bad deeds, the more they can go on. Li Qie shook his head. She smiled at the joke, a smile as beautiful as a blossoming flower. However, this was disrespectful towards the forefather, so she immediately stopped. Some live long only to have regrets, while others have a short yet brilliant and colorful life. Li Qie became sentimental and gazed towards the horizon. Yi Lingyao nodded, having heard something similar from the forefather before. She couldn't truly understand this type of mood but still sympathized. The forefather also said that if the Dragon Phoenix matriarch were still around, he might have made a different choice. Lingyao added. The matriarch started the valley and was an extremely powerful heavenly sovereign. She lived for a long time but eventually faltered. Creating the valley is an amazing achievement, her legacy will remain. Li Qie smiled. Lingyao had no comment. The valley and her clan had extremely deep ties because the matriarch was a member of her clan. She used to be one of the strongest ancestors there but eventually left to form her own lineage. According to the rumors, she had both support and opposition for this move. However, she still had a good relationship with the forefather. He fully supported her choice back then. Her death was quite a blow to the forefather. He then entered his dormant state and stopped appearing. Li Qie recalled the distant past once more, nearly having forgotten them. Would you like to meet our forefather, young master? Lingyao asked Li Qie, not daring to take charge in this matter. I don't want to disturb him. If he's sealed, let him be. Li Qie shook his head. I heard that he's about to come into being. Lingyao answered right away. So you have reported this matter? Li Qie looked at her. She turned red and admitted, I wasn't sure back then and did tell some people. The forefather should know by this point. Leave it up to fate then. Li Qie said. So many old friends were gone due to the passage of time. Meeting one of them again wouldn't be a bad feeling. Lingyao became happy after hearing this. Li Qie didn't say anything else and shifted his focus towards the stone in front. It looked like an egg but was 1/3 taller than a mature person. The surface looked coarse, seemingly the scars from years and years of weathering. The character, foolish, was written on it, large enough to take up an entire side. It was expertly written with red ink, extremely eye-catching. It seemed to be making fun of something or someone. Any spectator standing in front of the stone would feel as if they were the target of this word. Li Qiye didn't mind and stood there with a faint smile. Qing Shi also stared at this stone. He had heard about it before since it was quite famous in Ancestral City. The golem ancestor himself wrote this word down for some unknown reason. It seemed out of place given his status. Thus, this actually increased the level of curiosity regarding this stone in history. Everyone wanted to know why he did this, but none found anything. "Over there, I see the maiden." An expert shouted from the distance and more came closer. It didn't take long before the place became crowded. This displeased Yi Lingyao since she didn't want Li Qiye to become angry. She glanced at him and he seemed fine, still completely focused on the stone and aloof to all else. This made her feel much better. Her forefather had told her about the grave consequences of Li Qiye's rage. He had massacred sects and races before, trampling over their bones. The ones present were awfully excited to be so close to her, especially the young suitors. They became enamored while staring at her face. "Miss Yi, it's good that you're still here. We were thinking about how to congratulate you." The prince and the godchild arrived and moved past the crowd. Yi Lingyao nodded to them and didn't say anything else. The duo noticed Li Qiye and Qing Shi as well, finding this quite strange. They initially thought that Lingyao had an urgent matter, not that she recognized Li Qiye. They analyzed the guy and found that he was only a silver carapace cultivator, nothing more. Why did this nobody know Yi Lingyao? "Miss Yi, who is this gentleman?" The godchild didn't really care about Li Qiye, thinking that it was only a coincidental meeting. Lingyao opened her mouth but stopped, not daring to answer without Li Qiye's permission. "A friend," Li Qiye nonchalantly said while still looking at the stone. Those nearby found this unthinkable due to Li Qiye's averageness. How could he claim to be the maiden's friend? He simply thought too highly of himself. He should look at a mirror first. One spectator murmured. True, even the first prince and Firmament's godchild aren't as haughty as him. Another commented, annoyed that Li Qiye didn't bother looking at them. Yes, a friend. Lingyao nodded, following Li Qiye while feeling nervous. She knew that she wasn't qualified to be his friend. They were countless generations apart. This was a supreme honor for her. Others shut up after her acknowledgement but still felt annoyed and jealous. I see. Nice to meet you." The prince smiled and said. "Miss Yi, we've talked about it a while ago. Since today is your birthday and we're all here, how about a celebration?" All of his attention was on her, wanting to make her happy. It's the maiden's birthday. Everyone became surprised. Chapter 34-33, No one knew about her birthday outside of the prince and the godchild. It seemed that they came prepared. "I had no idea." One youth lamented. "I didn't prepare anything." Another smacked his forehead with regrets. If he knew about this, he would have done everything to prepare a unique and priceless birthday gift for the maiden. The sentiment permeated the crowd, especially the geniuses. A good gift might be enough to win her grace on top of their status and influence. Their mind ran amok with thoughts of how to prepare a gift in the shortest time for her. What a coincidence. Should I prepare a first meeting gift for you too? Li Qiye smiled at her. Well, she didn't know what to say. Today was indeed her birthday, but she would never ask for a present from Li Qiye. Just meeting him was the best possible present. Nothing in this world could be more precious. This was a defining moment in her life, the luckiest day. She couldn't ask for more. Some stared at Li Qiye with contempt after hearing him. He thinks he can give an acceptable gift to the maiden. Humph. One quietly said. Very few could actually present a worthy gift to the maiden because she had seen plenty of treasures given her status. Giving her something ordinary would only invite embarrassment. She might become displeased as well. That's the reason why everyone was trying their best to come up with something special. Otherwise, it would be better not to give anything. Thus, they thought that Li Qiye was overestimating his abilities. On the contrary, Qin Shi became very curious because he saw Li Qiye in action before. The guy casually gave a priceless hatchet to Shi Wawa. In his opinion, the maiden's gift was going to be something incredible. I was in a rush and didn't bring a present. However, I successfully asked Elder Shi for a pill to be your present. The prince took the initiative before Li Qiye. He opened a medicinal box. A medicinal fragrance made everyone comfortable as if they were being purified. Stoneheart Imperial Pill. Someone recognized the type and became startled. Is that what it is? The divine medicine of the Shi. Many have heard of its fame. This pill could double one's cultivation speed for a period, improve one's physical constitution, remove impurities, and consolidate. This could be considered a panacea. The Shi had very few of these pills. Even a big shot from there might not have one. Rumor has it that they produce 5 or so every generation. I wonder if that's true. One spectator said. This pill can't be bought with money. A knowledgeable cultivator added, it has been centuries since one was up for auction. It sold for an insane price after a fierce competition by great characters and sections. Others had a hard time obtaining one, yet the prince did it. This was indicative of Skylight's power. That's a country with 2 Dao lords for you. People started praising. His Highness is going all out too. I don't think anyone else can give away something so precious. Another envious soul added. After all, this pill could fetch a crazy amount. Using it as a gift was something else. The prince was feeling complacent after hearing the reactions. Very few were aware of the maiden's birthday, but he kept it to heart. Now, the maiden might be moved enough to start liking him. He was fully aware of the pill's value. He spent plenty of effort and materials on top of exhausting his connections for it. He was confident that no one else could top him. For this joyous day, I brought a specialty from firmaments. The godchild didn't want to lose and also took out a box. He opened it and released a blinding light. The spectators had a hard time keeping their eyes open. It contained a necklace made from pearls connected by a string. Each pearl was unique in terms of color and effect. One of them exuded cold energy that was actually beneficial for health. Another one had a gentle glow with a defensive affinity. One more was resplendent and capable of subduing evil. Someone counted and found that there were 12 pearls. This necklace was made from the pearls found in Aljit Pond, unique to our sect. It is a small token of my appreciation for you, please don't laugh. The Tao child said. Pearls from Aljit Pond? One expert nearby blurted out. You know your stuff, fellow Taoist. The godchild naturally enjoyed this development. Aljit is a divine pond in Firmament's Gate. There is a unique clam there that produces 1 pearl every 50,000 years. Each pearl is different. For example, one came out and froze a radius of 10,000 miles. Another caused the water to boil. Then there's one that exuded Tao lights. This expert stared at the necklace and elaborated on the history. Everyone got a clear idea of how precious the necklace was after this. Moreover, these pearls were extremely useful as well. Just creating this necklace required 600,000 years. It was definitely a top treasure from firmaments. Thus, this gift from the godchild was impressive indeed. The pill and the necklace stopped the crowd from bothering to try. Initially, they thought about gifts that could impress her. Now, it became exceedingly difficult to beat these first 2 treasures. The ones present didn't have the means nor the audacity to do so. Therefore, they exchanged glances and gave up. Any gift they could muster would be inferior to these 2. That would be inviting public humiliation. First meeting gift is a thing in Asian culture. I'm not sure if this is prevalent in Western culture, it's there but not as expected or part of the cultural awareness. There's housewarming or occasion/holiday gifts, not a first meeting gift. This is usually from an adult to a child. Chapter 34:34. By this point, even those who had a present ready refrained from giving them to the maiden. Precious and excellent they may be, they still couldn't compare to the pill and the necklace. The crowd quietly watched the trio. Most prodigies who had a crush on her felt terrible. Unfortunately, they paled when compared to the godchild and the first prince. One must admit that these two were exceptional, whether it be their cultivation and comprehension. This was before talking about their background and bloodline. The rest had no chance of competing against these two. One of them was likely to win the maiden's hand. Yi Lingyao wasn't affected by these two gifts. She shifted her attention towards Li Qie. What type of gift do you want? Li Qie smiled. His tone resembled that of a rich senior asking a child, as casual as can be. However, she understood its gravity because Li Qie was an existence capable of satisfying all of her desires. Only a few things were out of his grasp in this world. They didn't include top treasures and invincible weapons. Lingyao understood how precious this opportunity was. Anyone else would pick an artifact they truly wanted. Alas, she didn't want to be greedy. Others didn't feel the same way as her. Many stared coldly at Li Qie with disdain. What kind of gift can he muster? He'll only embarrass himself when comparing it with the Stoneheart pill and pearl necklace. Another quietly commented. Right? A gift from a poor brat like him will only dirty her hand. A youth nearby added. These young ones were utterly defeated by the prince and the godchild. Thus, they took out their vexation on Li Qie. Yi Lingyao took a deep breath then spoke in a hushed voice, meeting young master is already the biggest gift. I am more than satisfied. I haven't done anything to deserve these precious gifts but I do appreciate the sentiment. She then turned towards the other two and refused their presents. But, the first prince panicked. Your goodwill is more than enough. Lingyao refused their gifts in a resolute manner. The prince and the godchild have no choice but to begrudgingly keep their gifts. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief because this showed that Lingyao wasn't moved. They still had a chance then. Interesting, little girl. Li Qie smiled and said, okay, I won't force you then. Having said that, he casually plucked a wildflower on the grass below. Here, this flower will be your birthday gift. He patted it clean before giving it to her. The crowd was rightfully shaken after seeing this. A wildflower as a present for the maiden? Could there be a cheaper present? Ridiculous, what is he trying to do with a wildflower? One person glared at Li Qie. This is insulting to the maiden. Another fan of her became indignant. The necklace and pill from the two geniuses failed to stir her. Now, this guy wanted to give her a wildflower. Some thought that he was purposely insulting her. It's fine not to give anything if you didn't prepare one, don't embarrass yourself by doing this. The frustrated godchild glared at Li Qie. Bah! He's too poor to afford a good present. Apologize and stop ruining her birthday. The others chimed in. It didn't take long before more criticisms were directed towards Li Qie. However, her next action stunned everyone. She didn't hate it at all and ignored the criticism. She accepted it with both hands and happily said, thank you, young master. Words can't express my joy for receiving a present from you, this must be the blessing of 3 lifetimes. These words came from the heart. The actual gift didn't matter. Even a wildflower from Li Qie was priceless. She gently pinned it on her head and revealed a kingdom-toppling smile. I'll keep this flower for the rest of my life. She bowed towards him, satisfied. Smart and wise. Li Qie nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, the crowd including the 2 top geniuses was still stunned for 2 reasons. the ridiculous present and how beautiful she was right now. The all-too-common wildflower didn't look out of place on her hair. On the contrary, she looked even more spirited, like the goddess of a forest. Moreover, they were amazed that she actually accepted his gift because she had refused the precious pill and necklace. These two things would have sold for an insane price. Unfortunately, they lost to a worthless wildflower. The latter was enough to make her smile in this manner. People started staring at Li Qie in disbelief, their eyes filled with scorn and jealousy. If gazes could kill, Li Qie would have died 100 times over. They didn't get it. Why was this nobody lucky enough to earn her grace? He certainly wasn't qualified. Chapter 34-35, some even thought about dealing with Li Qie. They believed that he wasn't worthy of being close to the maiden. The geniuses took a closer look at Li Qie. Sure enough, no one would give this guy a second glance on the street. Moreover, his cultivation was insignificant. Any random person in this crowd would be stronger than him. Confusion struck them hard. Why would the maiden like him given the circumstances? This makes zero sense. His ancestors must be blessing him from beyond the grave. Another bitterly said. They tried their best to see some clues from him to no avail. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist? Where are you from? The first prince of Skylight cupped his fist towards Li Qie. His tone was appropriate for the occasion, seemingly wanting to befriend Li Qie while figuring out the guy's identity. He was curious regarding why Li Qie earned the grace of the maiden. Li Qie only glanced at him and didn't answer. I am a prince of Skylight. It would be my pleasure to be your friend. The prince sincerely said. It was hard to reject someone with his attitude. The crowd appreciated his attitude. He has made a great impression on everyone. He was known to be eagerly seeking men of worth and ability. This seemed to be true since he was trying to befriend an unknown cultivator. Few were as magnanimous as him. On the contrary, Li Qie's attitude earned him the opposite from the crowd. Humph, so arrogant, does he really think he's a big shot? A good friend of the prince snorted and said, he's lucky to be noticed by the price, yet he is still acting like this. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It's his fortune to befriend His Highness. Another jealous spectator blatantly said. Skylight is always willing to make friends with everyone around the world. Would you like to visit it? The prince smiled. What's so good about it? Qingshi acted as if he didn't give a damn about this country. Perhaps there was an existing feud. He went on, do you think everyone wants to suck up to Skylight? No, my young master doesn't care about it, it's just a third-rate country at best. He didn't hold back with the insults. The prince's expression became unsightly. He was trying his best to be friendly, yet this guy insulted his country. The contempt couldn't be greater. Such impudence. One young spectator shouted at Qingshi. Our Lightbearer sect is the first to not let anyone insult Skylight. Another shouted. This wasn't only about attacking Li Qie and Qingshi. They wanted to use this opportunity to climb up Skylight's branch. Thus, the expression of the crowd became quite unfriendly. The person who could resolve this was the maiden. However, she didn't dare to take charge in Li Qie's presence. Okay, stop buzzing. This place is meant for enjoying the stones. Li Qie waved his hand without looking at them. Yes, this is a place of enjoyment, gentlemen, control yourselves. The maiden finally spoke. She was afraid that these people were dumb enough to provoke Li Qie. The consequence would be unimaginable. The shouting crowd had no choice but to quiet down after her comment. Fellow Taoist, you can appreciate these stones. The godchild glared at Li Qie, clearly not considering him a serious opponent. Li Qie ignored him and focused on the stone named Foolish. You're trying to understand Foolish? The first prince chuckled. Why not? Li Qie nonchalantly replied. I don't think it's possible. The prince shook his head. So many sages have tried in history but all failed. An idiot looking at foolish, a perfect match. The godchild sneered. So what if he made fun of this guy in public? What was he going to do? You speak as if you can understand it, godchild. Yi Lingyao immediately retorted. The godchild turned red with hatred. Of course, this hatred was somehow directed towards Li Qie, not Lingyao. The others felt the same way since she was blatantly protective of Li Qie. Let's compete then. You two can't figure out this stone given your talents. Qing Shi decided to fan the flames and smiled. It was difficult to retort to this insult because foolish was most likely the hardest stone to comprehend in the park. Golem ancestor left many stones behind but this was the only one he rode on. That's why many speculated that it was special in some way, hence its historical popularity. No one here would dare to try, not even the prince and the godchild. No need to comprehend it, just bearing it is good enough, let's see who can last longer. A disciple from Ancestral City suggested. That sounds better. The godchild was determined to get even with Li Qie. He smiled coldly and said, do you dare to compete with me on who can last the longest before foolish? Are you challenging me? Li Qie finally glanced at the godchild. That's right, yes or no. I'm up for any bet. The godchild said arrogantly, wanting to embarrass Li Qie in front of the maiden at all costs. Sounds fun, count me in. The prince laughed and raised the box containing the Stoneheart pill. Fellow Taoist, if you win, this pill will be yours. Whoa, that's a big bet. The crowd clamored. I'll bet this treasure too. The godchild also offered his necklace. And if I were to lose? Li Qie smiled. My demand is rather fair, fellow Taoist. I just want you to disappear from the Northern West King after losing. Chapter 34-36, A Stoneheart Imperial Pill. Just to get Li Qie out of the northern region, people found this bet astonishing from the prince. His Highness is so decisive. One expert praised. He's merciful too. I don't think many can do the same as he is. He's living up to being the first prince of Skylight. A genius added. The prince's image and status once again soared after this move of his. I'll follow your lead then. The godchild said before looking at Li Qie, if you win, these two treasures are yours. Lose and you will need to leave, never to return again. The godchild initially had his own demand, a harsher one at that. However, since the first prince took the initiative with a rather forgiven one in the grand scheme of things, the godchild couldn't mention his demand or he would seem small-minded in the process. In that case, he would lose to the prince in terms of style. What do you think, fellow Taoist? The prince stared at Li Qie. His expression wasn't overbearing but his sharp eyes indicated that there was no room for Li Qie to refuse. The truth was that this pill was quite precious even for the prince. However, it was acceptable for him to risk it for the chance of Li Qie disappearing. It was obvious that the maiden treated Li Qie in a special manner and thought highly of him. Therefore, Li Qie was his biggest rival. Moreover, this grand and bold gambit might actually impress her. All eyes were on Li Qie. If he were to refuse, he would suffer jeers and perhaps even condemnation from the crowd. Why not? Li Qie smiled. Good, then it's decided. If you lose, immediately get the hell out of Ancestral City. The godchild shouted. Say that once you beat me. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Some viewed his response and attitude as arrogance and pride. Humph, does he think he can actually win? One genius snorted. The prince and the godchild have already won, how can a silver carapace cultivator compete against them? A peer nearby agreed. In fact, virtually everyone here thought that the outcome was obvious. Li Qie's cultivation was too low compared to the other two. He was simply courting death for daring to compete. How should we begin? The prince asked. I'll be nice and let you two go first. Otherwise, you would give up right away after seeing my attempt. Li Qiye smiled. Ridiculous, you can't possibly think that you can comprehend that stone. The godchild became dissatisfied. In reality, the godchild and the prince had no confidence in grasping this stone, only that they would be able to last longer than Li Qiye. Correct, and it won't take any effort. Li Qiye added. People exchanged glances and naturally thought that Li Qiye was blustering. Ignorant fool. A genius snorted and continued, so many great heroes have come here to learn about foolish. None succeeded, yet a junior like him is making this claim. So shameless. Just wait a little bit and he'll embarrass himself. Can't brag any more then. Another gloated. Not a single soul believed in Li Qiye because it was impossible. Good, good. Then we won't decline. I can't wait to see how you'll figure it out. The prince couldn't help but laugh. Start this. The godchild sneered and stood next to the prince to face foolish. Start. Qing Shi shouted, seemingly wanting to cause more chaos. The two immediately opened their divine intents that rushed towards the stone, not wanting to miss a single detail. The word foolish seemed to be coming back alive in retaliation and slammed onto them. It wasn't a physical attack, only one filled with ridicules. It was a mysterious type of mental offense in the suppressive category, akin to a senior calling a junior an incurable fool, losing all hope and expectation. One needed a firm Tao heart to withstand this type of attack along with patience and perseverance. Everyone watched with bated breath during the duo's attempt. Is this stone really that hard? A first-timer was skeptical while looking at the duo's serious expression. You can try and be bedridden for a while if you dare. A genius who had attempted this before egged him on. Really? We'll see about that. Another young one didn't believe it, akin to a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. More tagged along and released their divine intents towards the stone. Ah! One with shallow cultivation couldn't withstand the mental attack. He staggered backward, pale. His chest heaved up and down and his legs gave in. He sat on his butt and couldn't stay calm. The others lost in succession and suffered the same damage to their Tao heart. This would take a while for them to recover. Meanwhile, the prince and the godchild were still holding on because they were strong and had powerful merit laws. Nonetheless, it still felt unbearable after a while. They had beads of sweat running down their forehead. The mental attack was affecting their Tao heart. Incredible. Many praised since these two managed to last so long. I think they're definitely among the top 10 in the northern region in terms of perseverance. Other geniuses admired them. Yes, it's twice as long as my previous attempt. A strong genius noticed the time. Bam! 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 The prince finally lost it and staggered backward, recalling his divine intents. His sweat wetted his clothes. It's too strong. He concluded. A while later, the godchild also lost and faltered just like the prince. This is my limit. He said. You can be among the top 5 among the young generation with that. The prince said. No way, I only got lucky. The godchild shook his head and said humbly. He clearly had a big advantage due to his inborn Tao physique. Few can compare to these two, really. One commenter praised. Chapter 34-37, Unfortunately, I only saw some clues, that's it. The prince stared at the stone and said. Well, you've done a good job already, your highness. No one before you has been able to do it. A young genius consoled him. The others nodded in agreement since this was indeed the case. Even the generational elders of Ancestral City came to take a look but none found success. This was the only stone in the park with remnant characters from Golem ancestor. Thus, most believed that it might contain his strongest merit law, weapon, or that the stone itself was a treasure. However, the mental attack was too much to take. Just withstanding it was an impressive feat. For example, the duo just now did an amazing job. Even some of the previous generation would lose to them. Your turn. The prince told Li Qie with an unfriendly tone. He was confident Li Qie wouldn't be able to do it. The question was how long would he last? It's not too late to give up. Someone nearby snorted. He lost already. Another genius said with disdain, as some have said, fewer than 5 among the young generation of the northern region can last this long. Just give up and save some time. They started shouting. What's the hurry? Qing Shi sneered at them, your loss is certain the moment our young master starts. Bold words, but let's see him back it up by comprehending foolish. A crowd member immediately retorted. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyao stood near Li Qie without speaking. She knew that the outcome was obvious regardless of the process. He was omnipotent in her eyes. Though all the elders of the city have failed, she knew that this stone wouldn't be able to trouble Li Qie at all. It didn't matter who wrote on the stone or the secrets within. This wasn't a difficult task for Li Qie in the slightest. Just a stone, only a bunch of fools wouldn't be able to understand it. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. You. The godchild and some of the young experts glared at Li Qie for the implication. Fellow Taoist, no point in you arguing right now, it doesn't do anything. The first prince said. Just show us what you can do. Another expert jeered. Maybe in his dreams, even heavenly sovereigns can't do it, how can a silver carapace? Who here actually thinks this? One prodigy scowled. The crowd nodded in agreement. An unknown junior like Li Qie had no chance given the historical precedents. Can you get started already? I doubt you'll last a minute. Another doubter added. Humph, we've been waiting. The godchild snorted. Li Qie smiled and finally walked towards the stone, placing his palm on it. He patted it, feeling the coarse surface. What is he doing? That's how he'll comprehend it. One spectator immediately said. Impossible. The stone has been blessed by Golem ancestor before. A heavenly sovereign once tried to attack it to no avail. Another tried to move it, same result. External force can't do anything, it has to be through the mental channel. A Golem genius sneered. Forget about using force, no one can do it. The first prince shook his head. Li Qie ignored them and continued touching the stone. Qing Shi and Lingyao watched attentively, not missing a beat. She knew that he would be able to do it and was only curious about the process. Stop trying to drag this out, it's pointless. The godchild said. Yes, you can't delay this forever. Hurry up and save everyone's time. Everyone else started criticizing Li Qie. He simply ignored them and continued focusing on the stone, still the same style after so many years. Alas, the idiots won't understand. He then bit his finger and pressed the blood against the stone. What? People exchanged glances. A blood rite for a master ceremony? Is he okay? That's common in the folktales but not in reality. One expert started laughing. Very few treasures accepted a master through a blood ceremony. This was only common in the tales back in the mortal world, not in the cultivation world. Nothing in life is this easy, what an idiot. Others burst out laughing as well. Okay, just accept defeat, you're making a fool out of yourself. The godchild considered Li Qie a fool by this point. Pop. However, the character, foolish, suddenly changed and turned into a duck. Boom. The duck produced a stone egg before the crowd could regain their wits. It was around the size of a fist with a bright radiance. This light seemed to be from the deepest crevice of the azure and contained the most mysterious grand Tao. There was a crack on the egg, a common result after it fell on the ground at first. This wasn't the case here. The crack seemed to be innate, a part of the egg during its inception. The appearance of the egg shut the crowd up. This wasn't only due to foolish stone producing an egg but also because the blood ceremony worked. No one thought about it before in history. Many tried their strongest techniques or did their best to withstand the mental attack. Alas, these peerless methods still failed. Now, Li Qiye simply used his blood to obtain this stone egg. No one would believe this development. Is this really happening? One genius couldn't accept how easy it was. How could this be? The stone left behind by Golem ancestor should have been peerless and difficult to obtain. Unfortunately, it was really that simple and silly. Just one drop of blood would have been enough for someone to claim this treasure. Chapter 34-38. This was the world of cultivators, not a legend from the mortal realm or a story to trick little kids. Alas, the Bloodmaster ceremony truly happened before them. Is this real? One person rubbed their eyes. The unfathomable stone was considered to be untouchable due to its peerless seal. Today, it was beaten by a single drop of blood. No outsiders would ever believe in this story. Qing Shi and Yi Lingyao were astounded while witnessing this legend in the making. The godchild and prince's mouth was open big enough to fit in a duck egg. They used everything earlier from mantras to merit laws but couldn't comprehend the stone. It felt as if they had just swallowed a fly. Foolish, people stared at the character on the stone again. This word seemed to be laughing at all of them along with those who have attempted in the past. Why would Golem ancestor do this? Everyone became confused, especially the golems. Golem ancestor was considered one of the greatest Tao lords in the history of 8 Desolaces. If there was a top 10 list, his title would be written there. A being like him was considered supreme by others, deserving of being revered by all. No one would expect him to leave behind a stone like this. Was he teasing the future descendants or simply making fun of them? All in all, the crowd felt strange after this revelation and was left speechless. He toyed with us, right? Qing Shi murmured. He has always respected Golem ancestor but this did catch him off guard. Fools. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. He grabbed the stone egg and concentrated on the crack for a bit. He then put the egg away and stared at his opponents. You lost. The duo opened their mouth but the words didn't come out. They initially wanted to humiliate Li Qiye and chase him out of the north since he was a big threat. They didn't expect to lose in this manner. Humph, he just got lucky like a dog swallowing a fly. One member of the audience scowled. Yes, or a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Another prodigy added. They have tried to figure out the stone and failed. Now, since the solution was actually so easy, they thought that their intelligence was being put down. You've won, we have nothing to say. The duo took a deep breath and finally gritted their teeth, handing over the necklace and the pill. They had no choice in this matter. The big bet was due to their absolute confidence. Now, they had to begrudgingly pay up or it would ruin their image before the maiden. They could indeed afford to do so but this was a huge blow. The 2 treasures were immensely precious. He's so lucky. The older experts stared enviously at the 2 items. Pop. Li Qiye suddenly tossed the necklace and the pill down the ground before stomping on them. Crack. What are you doing? Both the prince and the godchild shouted. Just a bunch of useless crap that will take up space in my pocket, why keep them? Li Qiye said to the astonishment of the crowd. No need to say more about the value of these 2 treasures. What Li Qiye did just now was enough to drive people crazy. Even Firmament's Gate needed another 600,000 years before producing another necklace. Is he insane? They're exceedingly rare. One youth blurted out shouting. The pill. Can someone be any more wasteful? Another genius dreamed about getting the Stoneheart pill, so this made him scream. The cultivators here felt physical pain after seeing this. You could have given it to me if you didn't want it. One young guy shouted, they might be crap to you but they're priceless to me. Don't you know anything about charity? More started lamenting the unfortunate event just now. Li Chia answered by adding more force to his stomp, completely crushing the two treasures. Mommy, the crushing noises were unbearable. This was worse than if Li Chia were stomping on them. They began glaring at him for his ridiculous action just now. He could have given it or sold it to them at a cheap price. The heaven should be smiting him for this act. Qing Shi was no stranger to Li Chia's style but was also surprised by it. The only calm spectator was Yi Lingyao. She knew that these two were indeed nothing to Li Chia, no different from scraps. In fact, she thought that perhaps even Dao Lord weapons were meaningless in his eyes. The prince and the godchild had a terrible expression after witnessing this. Li Chia blatantly humiliated and insulted them by doing so in public. They considered those two treasures as valuable gifts meant for Lingyao's birthday. On the other hand, he considered them as trash. Unfortunately, being angry didn't solve anything. Those two items belonged to him, so he could do whatever he wanted. Chapter 34-39, Li Chia wanted to leave after finishing this task. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook, loud blasts detonated as if an army was coming. What's going on? The crowd became startled and some stared towards the entrance. They noticed banners flying right outside. A powerful army was lining up over there. Yin Yang Gate. Why are they blocking the entrance? One spectator shouted. Why are they here? Confusion struck the crowd. What can make them mobilize? People exchanged glances since this happened without any warning. Everyone knew about their strength, definitely among the top two in the north. They were far stronger than Skylight and their forefather was a dreadful existence. However, this was still Ancestral City, the territory of the golems. This seemed a little arrogant, to say the least. This Yin Yang Gate is out of line. One golem became annoyed. This city had special significance to the golems. This was especially true for the park. Now, an army was blocking its entrance. Well, which sect is stronger than them right now? One neutral party whispered. Maybe they have the consent of Ancestral City. Don't forget, they have a marriage agreement. One youth added. This was indeed the case. The Saintess of Ancestral City and Bai Jianchan had an engagement since their youth. Perhaps the city gave them permission already. This still doesn't answer why they're here. Another became afraid. One could hear loud and rushed footsteps. Someone was running for his life, clearly being pursued, a young golem with a stone hatchet above his head. It exuded a mighty divinity, ready to split the sky apart. It poured down Dao laws protecting the youth. Alas, he was still heavily wounded and bloodied as if he had experienced a fierce battle earlier. He clearly panicked, but this all disappeared the moment he saw Li Chia. Save me, young master. He ran towards Li Chia. He was none other than Shi Wawa. He fainted right in front of Li Chia due to his wounds. The only reason he lasted this long was due to his unyielding tenacity. Li Chia's eyes turned cold after seeing the wounds. Qing Shi and Yi Lingyao hurriedly gave him spirit medicines and treated him. Next came the noises of the pursuers, around 100 or so. The leader was a young man in full armors decorated with feathers, looking gallant and dignified. His murderous intent blatantly oozed out. His men behind him appeared battle-hardened, clearly ready to kill. Feathers word noble of Yin Yang. Many became surprised to see the leader. Over here. The youth saw Shi Wawa and shouted. His group immediately rushed over. Oh, everyone's here too. He slowed down after seeing the rest of the crowd. Long time no see, noble. Some came over to greet him. He cordially responded, having recognized the geniuses here due to his considerable social prowess. Moreover, some took pride in just being his acquaintances. Maiden, your highness, godchild. Long time no see. Feathersword Noble cupped his fist and slightly bowed towards these three. Our young lord sends his regards. No need to be so polite. The godchild and the first prince greeted him back. The young lord, in this case, was Bai Jianchan, the #1 genius of the north. Feathersword was the first brother of the outer branch in Yin Yang. He was talented on top of being good at socializing. Moreover, Bai Jianchan had helped him with cultivation before. He was considered Jianchan's in-name disciple, so he was quite popular among the young generation. He stared at Shiwawa at this time. The latter has recovered but still unconscious. I apologize for bothering everyone. I'm under the order of Senior Uncle Wu to chase after a criminal. He addressed the crowd. Wu Zhongtian. The crowd exchanged glances. Wu Zhongtian was the first prince of Wu. He joined Yin Yang due to his talents and became a capable follower of Bai Jianchan, quite a prestigious position. That kid? Someone pointed at Shiwawa. Yes, I need to bring him back for interrogation. Feathersword waved, ordering his men to come forward. What's the crime? Li Qiye smiled. The treacherous villain killed Senior Uncle Wu's brother in order to steal a treasure, a crime punishable by death. Feathersword uttered. The crowd started staring at Shiwawa and Li Qiye. Birds of a feather flock together, they're all bad. Someone loudly shouted, trying to ruin Li Qiye's image in the maiden's eyes. Li Qiye didn't seem to mind and smirked. Qing Shi and Lingyao became afraid. The latter could smell the stench of blood already. Nonsense. Qing Shi said, this stone hatchet belonged to our young master. He obtained it from the stone shell beetle king, so it's not your sect's treasure. Don't ruin your reputation as the #1 sect in the northern West King, but maybe it's too late. Impudent. A man behind Feathersword roared. Watch your mouth or we'll teach you a lesson. Feathersword glared at Qing Shi in response. He then turned towards Li Qiye and said, so all of you are together. Perfect, less effort on my part then. I'll capture all of you and take you back to Yin Yang. You best present some evidence on your claim. Otherwise, it's not too late to apologize to the young master. The maiden got involved. She wasn't worried about Li Qiye, but if this continued, Yin Yang Gate would be massacred. Feathersword didn't dare to offend the maiden. He cupped his fist and said, Maiden, I'm speaking the truth. This person really killed Senior Uncle Wu's younger brother, he deserves death. Lingyao frowned and stopped talking. It looked like some people were courting death, no point in stopping them. These greedy and immoral people, they need to be severely punished. A member of the crowd wanted to see Li Qiye dead. True, villains like him shouldn't leave this place alive. Others chimed in. Chapter 3440, the majority clamored, deliberately trying to frame and insult Li Qiye. They wanted to ruin the maiden's image of him by labeling him as a heinous villain. They didn't let him have a chance to defend himself because this was the best opportunity. As for the prince and the godchild, they had a sneer on their face. This was the best development and didn't take any effort on their part. Alas, the smile on Li Qiye's face didn't dissipate, only becoming more apparent in the process to his allies' horror. The easy way is surrendering. The hard way won't be as pretty. Feathersword Noble threatened. Why are you so confident? Li Qiye chuckled. Surrender and there's a chance for a trial at our sect. On the other hand, if I have to use force, I'm afraid you'll become a lost soul due to my blade. Feathersword said with a cold, murderous glare. The guy dared to question his power, so he was determined to teach Li Qie a lesson regardless of his compliance. Wow, I'm so impressed. Qing Shi sarcastically said, do you actually think your sect is number one? It's just because of a living forefather, nothing else is special. Fool! How dare you comment on our forefather? Feathersword shouted, his expression darkened. Why can't I? It's just Chan Yang Heavenly Sovereign. Qing Shi was annoyed and continued, not an invincible Tao Lord or anything. Can't force people to shut up. Shoo! Others became startled. Some started gesturing for him to shut up, then sighed. Remember, never do this. Everyone became afraid. Yin Yang Gate had an extremely frightening forefather, Chan Yang Heavenly Sovereign. He had lived for numerous years and even taught a Tao Lord before. That's why Qing Shi was doing something forbidden by speaking the forefather's title when he wasn't qualified. Slap him. Feathersword ordered his men. Humph. An expert behind him reached forward. The slap had enough power to crush someone's head and end their life. Pluff. Unfortunately, it didn't connect with Qing Shi's face. A bright glint flashed, then blood splashed everywhere. Ah! The expert lost his arm. People saw Qing Shi holding a glowing sword now with a smile on his face. The expert quickly retreated, pale. Qing Shi didn't show any mercy and crippled the assailant. This sword is more than enough to cut off your dog heads. Qing Shi smiled and declared. Clank! 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 The experts behind Feathersword unsheathed their weapons and prepared for battle. You deserve death for injuring a member of Yin Yang. Feathersword shouted. Your sect is nothing in our young master's eyes. You will die today. Qing Shi didn't seem to mind. Well said, and I concur completely. None of them will leave this place alive today. Li Qie clapped and laughed. This comment naturally startled the crowd. This brat must have eaten a tiger's heart to be so courageous, daring to go against Yin Yang. One expert murmured. He's suicidal, that's all. Nothing good will come from opposing Yin Yang. A genius snorted. All in all, most wanted to see Li Qie die to Yin Yang Gate. Everyone in the north knew that opposing this sect was a foolish endeavor. A good result would be death. A bad result meant dragging their sect and clan down with them, a total massacre. First of all, you might not be able to take us on. Secondly, we have an entire army waiting outside the park. Even if you can take care of us, you still won't be able to leave this place. Feathersword retorted. This wasn't an empty threat. They nearly had 10,000 elites waiting outside. Who would dare to face this great force? Some spectators had a gloating smile after hearing this. Yes, there's no chance for the brat. One person eagerly watched with both hands crossed in front of his chest. I'm so scared. Qing Shi patted his chest before laughing. Wow, your army is so powerful and amazing. Unfortunately, that's nothing compared to our young master. Your entire sect can come here and they'll be nothing more than headless chickens. Qing Shi seemed to have animosity towards Yin Yang Gate, so he purposely antagonized them. I will capture and flay you in public for 100 days as punishment for what you have said so far. Feathersword's expression became extremely ugly as he shouted. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You'll die without knowing how. Yi Lingyao suddenly jumped in. People naturally didn't expect this, the same for the haughty Feathersword. True to his attitude, he was indeed confident since he was a prized disciple of Yin Yang Gate. However, this wasn't the case when dealing with the maiden, since she was on the same level as his young lord. Miss Yi, please don't get involved in this muddy water. The first prince of Skylight hurriedly persuaded, it's better to have one fewer problem. Most became jealous because Yi Lingyao was backing Li Qie. Maiden, I respect you and the valley, but this is our business. Feathersword took a deep breath and said seriously. No need for this nonsense. Survive and feel free to talk afterward. She said. Very well. Li Qiye smiled and told Qingshi, kill all of them, I'm sure you're more than willing. It's not a bad idea. Qingshi raised his sword and said, so, come one at a time or all together. Doesn't matter to me since my sword will feast either way. Qingshi clearly looked down on his opponents as if they were helpless fish on the chopping board. His opponents naturally didn't take this in stride. Brat, you're asking for it. The man who had lost his arm earlier shouted furiously, it's your funeral then, you'll regret becoming our enemy. Yan, are you done yet? Make your move already. Qingshi picked his ear and looked extremely carefree. The experts from Yin Yang were livid because they were still important characters in their sect. Now, a junior dared to look down on them. Kill him. Nearly 100 experts roared and made their move. They used the Yin and Yang affinities as they activated their weapons. Their powerful auras intimidated the crowd. Come. Qingshi seemed happy to go into battle. He raised his sword and lotus flowers brimming with life suddenly blossomed. They had enough force to make space explode. Clank. 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 The swords from the Yin Yang members were cut down. Ah! Heads and blood were flung into the air. Qingshi killed all of them with a single slash. 1. Feather's word was initially Xiaojun. Changed the name after getting new context. Chapter 34-41, No one expected this. Some young ones faltered backward with fear. Qingshi didn't command attention at all since he looked normal and scholarly. Everyone thought that he was Li Qiye's follower. Who would have thought that he would be able to slay the experts from Yin Yang with one slash? Moreover, he didn't bat an eye as if murdering was no big deal. Now, his smile became quite horrifying. The first prince and the godchild found this astonishing as well. These experts from Yin Yang weren't their strongest disciples. Nonetheless, if they were in any other sect, they would be considered pillars. Who is this kid? This question popped up inside everyone's head. They realized that he was hiding his true abilities. Who the hell are you? Feather's word noble became alarmed at his miscalculation. He thought his peers would be able to kill Qingshi without a problem. Just a nobody. Qingshi smiled. Feather's word regained his wits and channeled his chaos true energy. The decorative feathers on his armor suddenly rose up, similar to a hedgehog. They emitted luster as if they were swords instead of feathers. He looked to be surrounded by 1,000 swords in a dazzling manner. Many in the audience realized why he was known as Feather's Word Noble. This is it. And here I thought your sect is powerful. Li Qiye smiled after seeing this. Die. Feather's Word made his move. All of the feathers shot out at the same time towards Li Qiye, wanting to turn him into a sieve. He didn't attack Qingshi but aimed for Li Qiye instead. In his eyes, Li Qiye was far weaker. He wanted to kill Li Qiye first before thinking about how to deal with Qingshi. Li Qiye had no place to hide before the incoming swords. The area around him would be penetrated by the barrage. He's finished. Some actually celebrated because they saw Li Qiye not moving at all. They thought that he was petrified from fear. Boom! However, the swords suddenly crumbled into little fragments and betrayed the crowd's expectations. Yi Lingyao was now standing in front of him. She used a single palm strike earlier to destroy the sword barrage. Dragon Phoenix Maiden. Feather's word became aghast. Jealousy ran rampant among the crowd. Why did she keep showing favoritism towards an undeserving man? What are you doing? Does your valley wish to declare war against us? He shouted. He was actually quite afraid. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she might be the strongest cultivator in this area. And Yi Lingyao didn't seem to care. Yang Gate has offended Li Qie and nothing but ashes would be left of them soon enough. Miss Yi, don't do this. The godchild joined in, war between two sects because of one passerby. Your valley wouldn't want this. He's right, Miss Yi. The first prince added. They didn't want her to help Li Qie because the guy would be done without her. I'm fully capable of acting for my sect's interest, no need for you to worry. Ling Yao responded. This only further boosted the jealousy among the crowd since she clearly expressed her intent to help Li Qie. Maiden, please reconsider. It's unfavorable for your valley to go against us. Our forefather will, Feathersword threatened. As if your sect is the only one with a forefather still around. She waved her hand. Feathersword had no response. The crowd exchanged glances and agreed with her. In fact, those with a deep understanding of the valley knew that this sect wouldn't be afraid of Yang Gate. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang was unbeatable, but the forefather from her clan would be just as strong. In the distant past, this forefather rampaged across 8 desolaces in an unstoppable manner. Thus, in an actual war, her backing wasn't inferior to Yang Gate. Feathersword's threat was completely useless. Alright, we're wasting time. Kill all of them. Li Qie lazily stretched and said. It won't be that easy. Our army is right here and will fight you to the death. Feathersword bellowed before taking out a horn. Oh, he blew on it to summon the troops outside. The army is coming. The young cultivators became afraid. Let's not get dragged into this mess. They hurriedly backed off because that army might view them as enemies too. That would be a dumb way to die. Loud marching could be heard as the army entered the park. Each step caused the ground to quake. Formation. The commander of the army gave the order, ready to break into the park in order to save Feathersword. The soldiers of this group are all veterans. Many spectators shuddered after seeing the incoming troops. Brat, you'll be mincemeat soon enough beneath our feet. The furious Feathersword cried out. There were only 10,000 troops or so, but Feathersword had complete confidence in them. Mincemeat? Indeed, more than enough to feed everyone. Li Qie had a half-smile before raising his hand. Rumble. Ancestral City had violent quakes everywhere. The ancestral tablet in the field slowly took off. It has been here for millions of years, unmoved by all. Now, it seemed to be uprooting the entire city. What's going on? Many ancestors of Ancestral City became alarmed. Numerous statues opened their eyes, revealing a dazzling glint. They have no idea who they're messing with. Yang Gate is finished. The old man inside the chicken soup restaurant shook his head. Chapter 34-42, Boom. The stone tablet flew out of the ground. Everyone felt as if the city itself was being pulled upward. The tablet seemed to be connected to a grand vein beneath. The city inhabitants had no idea what was going on or why the tablet left its home. Numerous ancestors were alarmed, even the ones in their slumbering state. Some pseudo-atavistic golems woke up as well, opening their eyes. Boom! The tablet headed straight for the park and loomed above the army of Yang Gate. Defend! The commander shouted in horror. Everything turned dark above them as if the sky itself was collapsing. There was no place to hide. The soldiers roared and released their chaos true energy. It pooled up into an ocean of majestic power, eventually taking the form of a divine shield. It encompassed the entire army and looked immensely sturdy. Unfortunately, its toughness wasn't enough to stop the tablet. The first impact reduced it to nothingness. Ah! All 10,000 soldiers were smashed by the tablet. No one was lucky enough to escape during this shocking spectacle. A storm of blood splattered outward, then rained down. When the tablet lifted up, the flattened corpses of the soldiers were revealed. No. Feathersword bellowed, but it was too late. Astonishment struck the crowd once more. This group from Yin Yang might not be unbeatable but was still strong enough to uphold a region. Alas, they seemed like ants before that tablet, unable to resist in the slightest. But most importantly, this tablet hasn't moved for millions of years. Why did it come here and coincidentally fall on this group? Who is it? The ancestors from the city couldn't believe it since they knew the significance of the tablet. It was erected by Stone Monarch Dao Lord. Who actually had enough power to control it? Qing Shi's mouth was wide open. The tablet has been there since his earliest memories and way before that. He heard of legends regarding it before. Today, he saw Li Qiye using it with just one wave. In fact, the strongest ancestor of the city right now wouldn't be able to move it. Thus, Li Qiye's feat seemed like magic. The only calm person present was Yi Lingyao. She considered miracles to be normal occurrences when Li Qiye was around. He was an existence superior to heavenly sovereigns and Dao lords. Boom! The tablet suddenly flew back to the field again and returned to the same spot as if it hadn't moved in the first place. It took a while before people regained their sanity. The young ones stared at each other, unable to express their current feelings. Words weren't sufficient in this case. The only proof of the past were the meat pastes left behind where the army used to be, also the blood flowing down the tablet. Ugh, a few started puking after realizing what had transpired. They have seen blood before but these meat pastes were new for them. The thick stench of blood was truly nauseating. Some stared at Li Qiye, bewildered. They saw him waving his hand but this had to be a coincidence. The golems, in particular, understood the tablet's origin. Thus, they refused to believe that he could actually control it. This is a coincidence, right? The army from Yin Yang was ill-fated. One said. No, someone else must have taken action. A golem disagreed. Another from the shadow. People thought that this was a possibility. Maybe the strongest ancestor. The golem went on, this is ancestral city so they probably didn't like Yin Yang moving an army here. That's true. Another clapped and fully agreed, after all, no sect would accept this, right? Not even allies with marriage pacts. I think this is a reasonable explanation. Another genius said, this tablet was created by the city's Dao Lord. Thus, this is definitely a warning from ancestral to Yin Yang. Yes, Yin Yang has been on the rise recently. Perhaps ancestral is dissatisfied with this. All types of speculations and gossip emerged. I even heard that there is a disagreement among the upper echelon about this marriage pact. They fought all the time about it. Someone with a good information network added. See, your army can't help you. Li Qiye finally spoke. Feathersword's complexion kept on changing color from being shocked, unable to accept this grim reality. He thought that everything was within his control with the help of those elites. Now, he was the only survivor. I will kill you. He roared with crazed red eyes. Clank. He unsheathed his sword, one as resplendent as a rainbow. He thrust it straight towards Li Qiye's chest, a fatal and tough blow. It contained all of his power and energy. Many young cultivators gasped in awe as a result. The slash had both speed and lightning-fast speed, appearing before Li Qiye in the blink of an eye. Crack. Unfortunately, it didn't pierce through his chest. A jade hand grabbed the blade and broke it in half. Bam! This assailant then threw the broken section and pinned Feathersword into the ground, fully immobilizing him. Chapter 34-43, Feathersword was still alive but couldn't move. The attacker turned out to be Yi Lingyao. Her actions had a perfect flow, from the breaking of his sword to the throw. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing this. She seemed determined enough to antagonize Yin Yang Gate all for Li Qiye's sake. This could even lead to war between the valley and Yin Yang. The young ones still cared enough about romance to become jealous instead of thinking about the big picture. They felt a bone-deep hatred towards Li Qie. Maiden. You want to declare war? Feathersword cried out in pain before shouting. All eyes were on her right now. A war between two sects was a serious matter even for the sect master or ancestor, not to mention a future successor like her. After all, Yin Yang's power was as real as can be, more than enough to deter the others in the north. Even if a sect could win, they would need to pay an unimaginable price. Miss Yi, please reconsider. Think of the big picture. The first prince of Skylight persuaded. Everyone here thought that going to war against Yin Yang was not worth it over Li Qie. However, she ignored them and stared at Feathersword to say, if your sect wishes to fight, bring it. She spoke without any hesitation and left no room for negotiation, clearly undeterred. This froze the spectators. After a while, one of them said, is he worth it? It's insane. They found this decision to be careless second to none. The first prince would never go to war against Yin Yang over a woman. He would be throwing his kingship away than the entire country. Qing Shi was surprised as well, not expecting Ling Yao to be so determined. Only Li Qie remained calm as if this was a trivial matter. He slowly sauntered towards Feathersword. How are you going to kill me now? Got anything else up your sleeve? Li Qie smiled. Do as you please, I will never beg for mercy. He shouted, far tougher than the prince from Wu. How do you want to die then? Li Qie smiled. Whatever, I'll never beg. Yin Yang will avenge me one day, your head will be offered to me. The guy continued. You're this confident. Li Qie was amused at the youth's courage. There will be no place for you in the northern West King. My sect will hunt you to the end of the world, no one will be able to protect you since we'll kill them, crack. He couldn't finish because Li Qie stomped down on his head and made brains go everywhere. Your courage is rewarded with a swift death. Li Qie pulled his foot back up and said. People stared at the corpse in silence. Just a while ago, Feathersword was in high spirit with an army behind him. A bright future awaited this youth. Now, nothing was left of him and his crew. Let's go. Li Qie turned and left. Yi Lingyao followed him without thinking. Qing Shi and Shi Wawa weren't as quick. The former didn't need to ask because this was on point with the stories she had heard about this legendary figure. Those who messed with his followers all suffered a terrible fate. That's why she knew that this group was dead the moment they injured Shi Wawa. The crowd still stood there in a daze after the group was gone. They needed some time to digest this event. Li Qie wasn't in a hurry because Wawa still needed time to heal. They eventually found an inn. Young master. Yi Lingyao came to speak with him. What is it? Li Qie had a carving knife. He used it to carve runes into the stone egg. Each cut was meticulous. Our forefather will come out soon. She quietly said. I know. Li Qie said, go, tell him to come to find me after he's out. Yes. She immediately bowed and carried out his order. Meanwhile, Qing Shi had free time and snuck out of the inn after organizing rooms for the others. He wanted some answers so he returned to the alley to find the chicken soup restaurant. Li Qie was an unfathomable mystery so he needed more information. In fact, he knew that Yi Lingyao was privy to a few things but she wouldn't tell him. That's why he had no choice but to find the old man. The route contained numerous alleys and complicated turns. However, he had memorized it as he was leaving. He returned to the right spot and only saw an old house, no restaurant. He didn't give up and tried to leave and come back again, still no restaurant. No, this is definitely right. He was sure of it while looking around. The restaurant should indeed be here. A dream? Or an illusion? His confidence wavered. "Come in." An old voice suddenly sounded behind him. He became startled and turned around only to see the restaurant again along with its salivating aroma. The door was open. He realized that if the owner of the restaurant didn't want to be found, no one would be able to see it. The old man was a true hidden master. He took a deep breath and tied his outfit, then maintained a respectful expression before entering. The restaurant was still the same, not a single guest. The only difference was that the old man was sitting behind the counter, fully covering his hands with his sleeves as if afraid of the cold. His eyes were closed, seemingly asleep. "You're abandoning what's close to search for the distant." The old man said, "You shouldn't have come here." Qing Shi respectfully bowed towards the old man and said, "Some questions have been haunting my mind, so I couldn't help coming here seeking answers." Chapter 34-44, The old man behind the counter seemed to be sleeping, not answering Qing Shi right away. Some time passed before he opened his eyes, looking a bit drowsy. His body slightly moved a bit before he closed his eyes again. "Speak." His voice seemed weak as if breathing was difficult. Qing Shi came prepared with questions, albeit still nervous. This opportunity only presented itself once. "Senior, are you an ancestor of the golem race?" Qing Shi carefully thought about this issue but couldn't pinpoint a famous ancestor to this old man. "Yes." The old man said feebly. People could wonder if he was actually answering or it was just a nasal sound. "May I ask for your title?" Qing Shi bowed again. "Too old, so bad memory and can't remember." The old man said, "Plus, this doesn't matter. You're not showing your intelligence right now. I apologize for my foolishness. This is why I'm here to seek your guidance, senior. Please correct my mistakes." Qing Shi bowed again. The old man entered his sleeping state for a bit again. Eventually, he opened his eyes and stared at Qing Shi. "Forget it, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I'll blabber for a bit." The old man sighed and elaborated, "Your questions don't need an answer since you haven't reached the right level to stand at the peak. Obtaining the answer is not useful to you in any way." Qing Shi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He had plenty of questions but became lost after hearing the old man. "I know, plenty of questions stemming from curiosity." The old man waved his hand, "But don't ask, no need to find out. Just carry out your responsibilities." Having said that, he stared at Qing Shi. Qing Shi felt as if there was no place to hide, everything of his laid bare before the old man. "Your talents are decent but not unprecedented or anything." The old man said sincerely, "But now, an incredible opportunity awaits you, something others search for their entire life and can't get. This is your greatest advantage, the thing that will determine your fate, even Ancestral City's fate too." Qing Shi didn't get the implication just yet. He asked for elaboration. "What opportunity are you speaking of, senior?" "Serve the young master well," the old man said. His tone was calm yet serious. "This is really the case?" Qing Shi became emotional and took a deep breath. He didn't know why this pertained to Ancestral City. The city has been around for eras and weathered numerous dangers. Not one or two people could determine its fate. That's why the comment was shocking. "It's true," the old man said, "the city can rise or fall due to a single thought. You need to prepare yourself well." Qing Shi stood there, speechless. He felt as if a heavy responsibility had just fallen on his shoulders. "I want to do everything I can for Ancestral City. Unfortunately, a junior like me can't decide everything in the city." Qing Shi hesitated before answering. "How short-sighted, those issues are insignificant the moment you reach the next step and have the permission of your young master." The old man shook his head. Qing Shi didn't know whether the old man was right or not. He has been fighting for certain reforms but the sect has made its decision. "The ancestors," he continued. A bunch of fools. The old man said dismissively, so old yet still stupid. They think they're dragons and phoenixes, yet they're nothing more than frogs under the well. Don't mind them, when the time is right, they'll be taken care of. Qin Shi didn't dare to comment because he still respected the seniors in his sect. He couldn't parrot the old man and call them stupid as well. What about Yin Yang Gate? Qin Shi remained worried because Yin Yang was strong enough to pressure his sect. Otherwise, he would have torn it apart himself. Humph, we'll see if they will actually be around then. The old man snorted. But rumor has it that their heavenly sovereign has comparable power to a Tao Lord or even stronger. Qin Shi quietly said. You're being silly right now. That geezer Chan Yang is strong, one would be hard-pressed to find a stronger cultivator in the north, but it doesn't matter. He's still just an ant in the end. The old man said. Qin Shi was shaken. Everyone knew that heavenly sovereign Chan Yang had fought against Tao lords and even trained one. Thus, he was no different than a Tao lord himself. Some believed that he was the strongest cultivator in the northern West King. What kind of existence would view him as an ant? Your worries are trivial. You just need to serve the young master well. As long as he likes you, the problems in this world can be easily solved. The old man repeated. So who is the young master exactly? This made Qin Shi ask. Don't ask again. The old man suddenly shouted and released his awe-inspiring divinity. Qin Shi didn't know what he did wrong by asking and was startled by the shout. The old man took a deep breath and stared straight at Qin Shi. Never ask again after leaving this place. I will keep this in mind, senior. Qin Shi hurriedly bowed and said, realizing the gravity of the situation. It's best not to know certain things or you might herald a calamity to both you and Ancestral City. The old man sighed. Qin Shi opened his mouth again but hesitated. There are many taboo secrets in this world. This has been the case for millions and millions of years. Once involved, even a Tao Lord might not be lucky enough to survive. The old man added. Qin Shi simply couldn't fathom an existence greater than a Tao Lord. His mind was filled with a haze of confusion. It's fine that you don't know, this is expected. The old man said, just don't pursue it any further since it's all harm and no gain. I understand. Qin Shi nodded. Since you're lucky enough to have this opportunity, you'll find out once you're strong enough to stand at the peak. Don't force it right now. Yes. Qin Shi bowed. Go back now and carry out your duties. Don't throw away this chance. The old man waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Qin Shi left the restaurant and looked back only to find that it was no longer there. Chapter 34-45, Li Qiye has been staying at the inn for the last few days, preoccupied with the stone duck egg. Qin Shi also paid attention to the carving process. Li Qiye was as meticulous as can be. He didn't focus on anything else during this period. Each cut contained a strange and mystical order. The blade technique eluded Qin Shi as well. He didn't understand its profundity and worldly harmony. Nonetheless, he saw an illusion that each cut could invite the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Numerous tribulations have poured into the egg. It was as if Li Qiye was channeling the powers of the world, the heavenly tribulations, and the rhythm of all things into the egg. Eventually, he felt that the egg had contained an unimaginable power, enough to reduce Ancestral City to dust. Each cut also left behind a line. These lines weren't that simple. Li Qiye wasn't intending on carving Tao runes on the surface of the egg. His blade somehow bypassed the outer layer and directly added Tao runes into the eggs inside. The lines existed in different spatial coordinates after being infused. This was far harder than just cutting the surface. Upon closer inspection, there were galaxies added to the egg now. Li Qiye seemed to be playing the role of a world creator. He started numerous minor dimensions in the egg, each brimming with incredible power. Curiosity eventually got the best of Qin Shi as he asked, "Young master, is there something special in the egg?" Its value was obvious since Li Qie had spent so much time on it. After all, the Stoneheart pill and the pearl necklace were crushed by Li Qie. This egg should be much more valuable. It's special and precious. Li Qie smiled. It is a unique material capable of containing everything. Unfortunately, it had cracked before, so it's not worth as much. Qin Shi noticed the initial crack as well. It seemed to have it whenever it came out of foolish stone. Did someone do this? Qin Shi asked while looking at the crack. That's one way to look at it. The person broke out and left behind this crack. Nonetheless, it's impressive for something like this to exist. It's not the only one either. Really? Qin Shi was surprised. Remember, this stone egg was left behind by Golem ancestor. This was indicative of its value. There were more than just one. Are they all hidden at the park? His expression changed. Who knows? Li Qie smiled and continued with the carving. Young master, what's your goal in carving these Dao runes? Qin Shi stared at the eggs covered with lines. That's a secret. Li Qie let out a mysterious smile. Qin Shi knew better than to ask more questions about the egg. Today, someone finally came to see Li Qie. Qin Shi brought the guest and said, "Young master, he is an ancestor of ancestral and wishes to see you." Li Qie stared at the youth. He became awkward and lowered his head. He has no malice. Please don't blame him, young noble. I insisted and made him. My last name is Lu. The ancestor cupped his fist towards Li Qie and said. Ancestor Lu wore a robe with a crescent moon color on top of his large frame. He looked like a pillar, and that if he were to collapse, it would be enough to flatten a large area. He was a golem who still maintained a body of flesh and blood. Being old didn't diminish his vitality. He seemed to have a long lifespan ahead of him. Those familiar with ancestral would be shocked to hear his last name. They would immediately stand up to greet him. His influence and power were well known, definitely a big shot in the grand scheme of things. Of course, Li Qie simply sat there and only gave him one glance. Sit down. The old man cupped his fist again before sitting down. He had no arrogance usually found in a big shot. I apologize for coming uninvited, please forgive me. He politely said. It's whatever since you're here already. Speak. Li Qie waved and was being considerate because of Qin Shi. The ancestor was used to being revered by others. However, he seemed to be doing fine in this situation as well. He pondered for a bit before speaking. I have some questions that you might be able to answer, young noble. Really now? Li Qie smiled since this was expected. I wish to ask about the stone tablet situation. The ancestor asked while becoming tense. He hasn't felt this way ever since becoming one of the strongest members of Ancestral City. He realized that he was facing an unknown existence that could be above his station. Alas, he needed to get to the bottom of this. Rumors have been spreading across the city about this event. Some said that an ancestor of Ancestral was behind the massacre of the Yin Yang army. This was to stop them from being so arrogant. Ancestral had a hard time dispelling this notion. They definitely didn't do it, but all signs pointed towards them, quite a predicament. An ill feeling would exist between the two sections. This might turn them into enemies as well. On the other hand, a public denial would make others point to Li Qie or someone else. That also had significant implications. The tablet was special to them because the words came from Golem ancestor and it was erected by Stone Monarch Dao Lord. No one has been able to move this tablet in history. Thus, when an outsider had complete control over it, the cores of Ancestral City would be questioned. Its status and reputation could be negatively impacted. That's why Ancestor Lu came in secrecy. Qin Shi was the only one who knew. Nothing to be puzzled over. I used it to kill a few people. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. A few people, Qin Shi smiled wryly. He killed around 10,000 people with that smash. Ancestor Lu expected something like this but still felt a great blow. He himself couldn't move the tablet, let alone uprooting it to kill an army then moving it back. All of this happened with the wave of a hand. He couldn't imagine Li Qiye's method. Could he be a Dao Lord? Impossible. Everyone would know about him in this case. But if he wasn't a Dao Lord, what magic did he employ to do so? Chapter 34-46, Ancestor Lu's confusion grew. He didn't know how Li Qiye controlled the stone regardless of how much thought he put into it. Moreover, he knew that Li Qiye also opened foolish stone and obtained a stone egg. Just one of these events could be considered a coincidence or that the guy was extremely lucky. However, both of them happened with the same man. This was no coincidence nor a stroke of fortune. Say, the guy wasn't a Dao Lord or a heaven-defying existence. This meant that he had an unbelievable method or ability. This was the thing eluding Ancestor Lu. He couldn't come up with an ability capable of controlling the stone tablet. On the other hand, the whole blood ceremony thing with Foolish was at least plausible. In reality, many tried the same thing after Li Qiye had left, dropping their blood on the stones at the park. None found success. The ancestor stared at Li Qiye, even going as far as using his heavenly gaze. Alas, the guy was truly at the silver carapace realm. Young noble, please forgive me for overstepping my bounds, but given your power, I can't fathom how you lifted that tablet. He spoke earnestly and didn't go around in circles with Li Qiye. It's because you don't know enough about your patriarch. Li Qiye smiled. We don't. The ancestor didn't expect this response. Anyone else saying this would prompt the ancestor to laugh, warranting a prompt rebuttal. He has been in charge of the canonical texts in the city, granting him vast knowledge and insight. Moreover, he naturally knew his own race better than outsiders. On the contrary, he didn't know how to respond when Li Qiye made this claim. Do you know the origin of Golem Ancestor? Li Qiye asked casually. The ancestor couldn't answer. The same for Qin Shi standing nearby. The texts didn't contain information about their patriarch's origin and roots. They only knew that he was a golem and had magnificent achievements. You know about this, young noble? Ancestor Lu spoke with uncertainty in his tone. Yes. Li Qiye smiled. Impossible. The ancestor blurted out since this was his first reaction. He then calmed down and realized that he was being rude. This reaction was rather understandable. No one in history had a clue about Golem Ancestor's origin. How could this young outsider have the answer? Qin Shi felt the same way at first. However, he thought about recent events and all the clues. Perhaps Li Qiye actually knew. I apologize. Can you tell me more about this, young noble? The ancestor took a deep breath and sincerely asked. No. Li Qiye refused right away. Young noble, ancestral city will show you the most generous appreciation. The ancestor became disappointed and tried to convince him. Knowing the origin of their patriarch would be immensely beneficial. Really now? What can you give me to show your appreciation? Li Qiye had a half-smile while staring at the ancestor. Just name the price. We'll satisfy your demand as long as it is within our ability. The ancestor saw hope and jumped on it. I'm afraid you won't be able to satisfy my wish. Li Qiye smiled. Go ahead and let me know, young noble. You won't lose anything from it. The ancestor pressed on. Well, it's not that difficult to get. Just the underground area of your sect. Li Qiye revealed. No. It was the ancestor's turn to refuse. Li Qiye didn't directly state the item, but he knew what Li Qiye wanted. Qingshi had no idea what was going on. However, judging by Ancestor Lu's firm attitude, it must be extremely important to Ancestral City. See? Plus, if I actually wanted to seize it, I wouldn't tell you right now. Li Qiye leisurely said. The ancestor had a wry smile and gave up. This demand was impossible because they would become the sinners of the sect. How do you know about it, young noble? The ancestor was surprised. Nothing can hide from my eyes, just like the origin of your forefather. Li Qiye replied. The ancestor only sighed in response. Will you need anything from us during this trip, young noble? The ancestor said with a sincere expression. Why don't you just ask me why I'm here? Li Qiye chuckled. That's not my intention. The ancestor coughed awkwardly. He naturally wanted to know this but couldn't be so blatant. He was afraid that Li Qiye might be scheming against his sect. Don't worry, I'm not here for ancestral. There's just something that flew into the stone forest. Li Qiye revealed. The treasury of immortal assailant emperor. Ancestor Lu realized Li Qiye's goal. That's right. Li Qiye smiled. Qingshi became shaken too. He has heard of legends about this treasury. The majority of the visitors here came for it. Let me give you a piece of advice. Forget about the treasury. Li Qiye added. The ancestor was shaken since this was definitely a warning. Someone else trying this versus him would definitely be considered insulting and a challenge towards Ancestral City. This wasn't the case here. Well, I can't guarantee anything, young noble, but I will do my best. The ancestor mused for a bit before answering. Sure, I know that you have an awakened pseudo-atavistic golem. That should be a little interesting, good enough for exercising. Li Qiye chuckled. Both listeners were astounded. Qingshi didn't know at all, but this was definitely a big deal. Ancestor Lu felt the same way. Only a few people in his sect knew about this. Outsiders would be scared stiff to hear about it. However, they kept it a secret since they had their own plans. How do you know, young noble? The ancestor took a deep breath. As I said, nothing can hide from my eyes. Li Qiye said. The ancestor had no response. Okay, if there's nothing else, stop bothering me. Li Qiye waved his hand and chased his guests out. The ancestor bowed his head before bidding goodbye. 1. Changing Immortal Emperor Zhan to Immortal Assailant Emperor after new context. I thought his name scheme is the same as the Immortal Emperors, but immortal here isn't an adjective for emperor. Note number 2, it turns out that he was an immortal emperor, but this still makes more sense. 2. I don't know if it's single or plural here. Chapter 34-47. In the next few days, Ancestral City became lively due to an influx of visitors. The ancestors and geniuses from the big sects appeared one after another. News and rumors spread like wildfires during this period. The treasury of Immortal Assailant Emperor is appearing. This particular one became well known, stirring all listeners. Initially, only the ancestors of the big sects were privy to this information. Their sects immediately considered this top secret and didn't divulge it to anyone. Now, it suddenly became public knowledge. That mythical emperor. One expert took a deep breath and said. Who else can it be? There's only one immortal assailant emperor. This treasury should be incredible because the emperor was one of the most brilliant of them all. A friend replied. No one could resist the temptation of this possibility, so they came to Ancestral City in droves. This great emperor was historically famous. Thus, the remnant treasury should be peerless, to say the least. Any power obtaining it would enjoy an immense boost in potential. No one would miss this opportunity. The great emperor fought against the calamity in the legends. Can you even imagine the things in this treasury? Hearts palpitated from excitement. According to the legends, the emperor existed before 8 Desolaces and was unbeatable. There was a battle against a heavenly corpse as well. Some even listed the emperor among the top 3 of all grand emperors. This peerless emperor didn't leave behind a system or any legacy. This made the treasury even more tempting. Maybe it has all the emperor's merit laws. One expert speculated. I think there's more than that, maybe supreme treasures, perhaps a patrimony weapon. If I can get that, I'll sweep through 8 Desolaces uncontested, another had a bold thought. In the legends, the emperor even had items from the high heaven, coveted by future Tao lords. Maybe those items will be in this treasury too. A history buff added. What are those things? Someone heard this for the first time. I don't know, I've never seen them before, but they're far superior to patrimony weapons from Tao lords. It is said that with them, one would reach invincibility, able to punish heaven and suppress hell. Killing Tao lords shouldn't be a problem. Its power is beyond imagination. The first commenter replied. There's something that's strong. People shuddered after hearing this. Tao lord weapons were powerful enough. Patrimony weapons took it to the next level. Now, these artifacts from the high heaven were superior to the point of being able to kill Tao lords. That would shatter everyone's common sense. Some listeners swallowed their saliva. A few even swore to do everything they can for it. So where's the treasury? Scouts and cavalries roamed the city in search of the location. The treasury might be in the stone forest. Sure enough, their effort was rewarded and this information became known. Who knows if someone purposely gave out this information or they managed to convince an ancestor to tell them. It's not that easy getting there. Someone murmured after hearing this. Yes, it changes every second, always. Just one wrong step and you can get lost. I went there more than 10 times but never made it. Another who has been there before became worried. Well, let's go take a look first, maybe we'll get lucky. Nonetheless, most became restless and ran towards this area. While the crowd was occupied with this, explosions detonated above. A large cavalry arrived, each soldier had intense bloodlust. Their armor reflected sunlight in a blinding manner. They looked like an armored dragon occupying the sky. To the front were several chariots grinding down space. A gray-haired old man with a frightening aura stood on top of one. The dragon cavalry from Skylight. One spectator shouted. They're royal troops, everyone took a deep breath. Skylight truly wants this treasury then. Someone murmured. This cavalry was one of the country's strongest, mainly serving as a defensive force with numerous outstanding feats. Their appearance here caught everyone off guard. Next came buzzing noises stemming from divine swords materializing up above. They spread out like a peacock's tail and illuminated the horizon. The entire realm became trapped in this boundless sword domain. It culminated into a river of swords right above Ancestral City. Each sword was ridden by an expert. They all emitted considerable sword energy. Firmament's formation. A keen observer recognized them. The ancestors from Ancestral put on a serious expression at this sight. Their strongest formation, are they attacking? One pale spectator shouted, his fear was justified. Many thought that Firmament's Gate was attacking Ancestral City. No way, they have a strong relationship. Remember, Firmament's heavenly sovereign learned a grand Tao from the park to become powerful. Plus, he's a golem too and viewed this city as holy ground. How could Firmament's attack Ancestral? A knowledgeable expert shook his head. He was completely right. The sword riders bowed their head towards the city to show respect. Boom! They released chaos true energy to create an auspicious rain that satisfied the land below. It's a greeting. People understood their intent. Clank! 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 The river of divine swords then flowed towards the stone forest. They're here for the treasury too. Another murmured after seeing this. Seems like Firmaments is determined to compete against others. They must have it. His friend replied. The moment they were gone, the yin and yang suddenly emerged and drowned the city. Again. A spectator became startled. The yin and yang started transforming and turned into a temporal affinity. One could see the past and the future there. A group came out from this affinity with a powerful and dominating presence. Yin-yang gate. This was rather obvious for the spectators. Seems like a big conflict is inevitable over that treasure. Another murmured. There's no way they would miss it. They're the strongest in the north. Someone responded. The ones affected the most by their arrival were the competitors. Skylight Dragon Cavalry, Firmaments with their strongest formation, and Yin-yang Gate. How could they hope to compete against these behemoths for the treasury? 1. A little vague on this, the author listed this person as both Immortal Emperor and Grand Emperor. The sex is vague too. Chapter 34-48, The atmosphere became awfully tense due to the arrival of Yin-yang Gate. They certainly backed up their reputation with strength. This army of theirs proved their determination in obtaining this treasury. This significantly lowered everyone else's chance. After all, few sects could compete with them in terms of power and resources in the north, let alone individuals. A youth walked out of the chaos encompassing the yin and yang. He looked transcending, on the verge of ascension. He wore a thin robe, its sleeves fluttered to the wind. This didn't make him look weak in the slightest. Each step of his could take him to a greater height above the grand momentum and the azure. Visual phenomena materialized behind him, making it look as if he had total control over the grand Tao and the universe. This seemed like the coming of a ruler. Wu Zhongtian. Not just the young generation but even a few ancestors were surprised. The first senior disciple of Yin Yang. Some were shaken, others stared at him with admiration. Wait, isn't the first brother of Yin Yang their young lord, Bai Jianchan? An uninformed spectator quietly asked. No, Wu Zhongtian has this role. He started cultivating earlier than Bai Jianchan. An older cultivator answered. Wu Zhongtian was famous in all of the north, not just within his sect. He was known as the right-hand man of Bai Jianchan. In reality, he wasn't only highly evaluated by Jianchan. The ancestors in the sect also felt the same way. Some even said that if it wasn't for a peerless genius like Jianchan, Wu Zhongtian might be the next successor. His eyes swept through the city in a cold manner. Those gazed by it felt as if they were struck by lightning. Li Chia, where are you? His shout echoed across the realm. Li. Many experts exchanged glances and thought about the same event. It's that devilish fella. Looks like Zhongtian wants revenge. Discussion sprung up. He killed Zhongtian's blood brother and Feather's word. Yin Yang won't let this go easily. This was definitely another reason why Zhongtian came to Ancestral, wanting to personally avenge his fallen brother. The guy is finished. A few gloated at others' misery. I don't agree. One neutral expert voiced his opinion, albeit with hesitation. This Li Chia's background is still unknown. The maiden is his backer, maybe Ancestral City is involved too. Her fans naturally didn't like this comment. One of them scowled in response, the maiden can't protect him forever. Plus, she won't antagonize Yin Yang over him. Actually, I've heard that she left the city already. True, and Ancestral City definitely won't protect him. Remember, they have a marriage pact with Yin Yang, why would they help an outsider? Another suitor sneered. They wanted to see Li Chia's death since he was a thorn in their side. Li Chia, come out and accept your fate. Wu Zhongtian thunderously demanded. People held their breath. Some thought that Li Chia wouldn't show up out of fear. The flies are buzzing loudly nowadays. Stop bothering my young master's training session, scram. Qin Shi stepped out instead of Li Qie. His arrogant remark surprised everyone. They then glanced towards Zhongtian. He dared to publicly compare Zhongtian to a fly and telling the guy to scram. No one else in the north would dare to do so. This brat is insane, he's nothing more than Li Qie's servant. Does he think he's a big deal? One listener said. Idiot. An expert close with Yin Yang snorted. Who are you? Zhongtian stared at Qin Shi and said. Nobody, just my young master's errand boy. Qin Shi wasn't afraid at all. Don't waste your breath here. The young master is busy with cultivation and has no time to deal with you. Scram. Those who have met Li Qie before found that the servant was just as haughty as the master. Like master, like lackey. One of them said. Zhongtian's eyes shot out bright rays since he wasn't used to this treatment. He coldly uttered, what an audacious errand boy. I'll teach you a lesson in your master's stead. Bring it, let's see what you can do. Qin Shi laughed. Most thought that Qin Shi didn't know his own limits. The guy is blinded by pride and arrogance. One spectator shouted. Humph. Zhongtian made his move, a slap. Boom. The sky turned dark as a palm as big as a mountain reached for Qin Shi. The palm crushed space and contained immense power. Zhongtian didn't hold back and wanted to kill this servant right away. He can't blame anyone for being merciless, he brought this upon himself. Some spectators snorted after seeing this. Enough. Another explosive roar sounded. It was as if a supreme existence was suppressing everyone here. People staggered backward as a result. Wu Zhongtian was no exception, he faltered backward as well. The palm strike was easily stopped. He took a deep breath and glanced in the direction of the voice. Ancestral City isn't the place to fight. This ends here. An old yet commanding voice echoed. Ancestor Lu, Wu Zhongtian's eyes flashed. The listeners couldn't believe it, especially the golems who became stunned. Ancestor Lu is out now. One golem said, his venerable is in charge of the city's affairs. Not to mention ordinary experts and prodigies, even ancestors from Yin Yang would speak of him with respect. Zhongtian was a big shot among the young generation, but he lowered his head before Ancestor Lu. No one in Ancestral dared to be disrespectful in his presence. Some even bowed. I had no intention of offending Ancestral City. Zhongtian explained, it's just that the villain killed my brother and our sect's disciples, so we demand justice. He made it clear that this wasn't a personal problem only. Yin Yang Gate had his back after losing an army. Forgiving this issue would be detrimental to their reputation and status in the north. That's why Zhongtian led another army here, not only for the treasury but also to slay Li Qie. Chapter 34-49, It wasn't out of line for Zhongtian to pursue an enemy. Moreover, the two sects were allies. Ancestral City should be aiding him. Stop. Ancestor Lu spoke again, this isn't the place for vengeance and feud. Leave, don't make this mistake. This surprised most people, causing them to stare around in confusion. They thought that the ancestor might help Zhongtian or at least let him do as he pleases. On the contrary, he didn't give Yin Yang any face. Maybe the rumor is true, not all ancestors in the city agree with the marriage pact. One golem expert quietly murmured. Those in the know started thinking about this matter, especially how the previous army died to the stone tablet outside of the park. It made them think that Ancestral was actually on Li Qie's side. This would make sense because it meant that the tablet was used by the ancestors. Of course, no one dared to voice this opinion because this was still Ancestral City. Ancestor Lu was out now and he wasn't one to be trifled with. Zhongtian's eyes shifted slightly. In the end, he bowed and said, I'll obey you, Ancestor. I also apologize for my rashness earlier. A prodigy like him still couldn't compare to someone like Ancestor Lu. Few ancestors in his sect were a match for this man. He then glared at Qin Shi and said, I'll let you all keep your head for now. I'll take them later. You should be thanking the ancestor for saving your life. Otherwise, your head would be hanging on the gate right now. Qin Shi snorted and didn't give a damn. The audience naturally didn't like his contemptuous tone. However, they maintained silence because of Ancestor Lu. Zhongtian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he still restrained himself and left. Go. The army left under his command. Rumble. They marched like an unstoppable flood, heading for the stone forest. Will the situation escalate between these two sects? One spectator wondered. Who cares? Think about how you'll get the treasury instead. An older cultivator said, Yin Yang Gate is gonna take everything, we won't even get leftover soup. Plus, make one wrong move and we'll lose our lives too. Perhaps a conflict between these two sects is actually for the best. Some of the crowd definitely agreed and began contemplating their next move. Li Qiye glanced at Qin Shi who just got back and said, looks like there's a big feud between you and Yin Yang. There's no such thing. He immediately denied at first but thought that it was improper and foolish to lie to Li Qiye. I do have some problems with them. He admitted, I don't like their arrogance, thinking that they're the best. It's just that they still have a forefather, that's all. We have plenty of pseudo-atavistic ancestors too, we'll see who's stronger. True. Li Qiye smiled and didn't pursue the issue. Though Qin Shi spouted some strong lines, he still didn't know what to say next and ended with a sigh. What, you're still afraid of someone? Li Qiye chuckled. Not exactly, but Heavenly Sovereign Chen Yang is indeed frightening. Many of our ancestors harbor certain thoughts towards him. Qin Shi said. So Ancestral City actually has a bolder plan and target. Li Qiye deduced. Qin Shi wasn't sure. Their city had pseudo-atavistic ancestors but Heavenly Sovereign Chen Yang remained a threat, not just in the north but all of 8 Desolaces. Heavenly Sovereign Chen Yang cultivates an immortal physique, strong enough to subdue Tao lords. He himself taught one before. Qin Shi said. This was indeed the truth. Ancient Zen Tao Lord of Yin Yang was taught by him. So your city wants a Tao Lord as well, or perhaps marry into one's lineage. Li Qiye understood what these ancestors wanted right away. Qin Shi didn't respond because Li Qiye was perfectly right. His sect was definitely untouchable in the northern West King. However, the problem was that they didn't have a Tao Lord after Stone Monarch Tao Lord. This has been the case for millions of years now. Moreover, as more capable ancestors reached full atavism, they sank into the ground. Ancestral City and the golems had signs of declining. Those who pursued the atavistic policy and mindset didn't care about this. However, the other side wanted prosperity, especially the mixed-blood hybrids. They had greater aspirations for their race, hoping to reach a new golden age. Thus, some younger ancestors in the city belonged to this faction. They desired a new Tao Lord that could lead their race, taking them to the top of 8 Desolaces. It's idiotic climbing a tree to catch a fish. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, placing their hope on an outsider. Qin Shi sighed. He had his own perspective and disagreed with this plan. Alas, he wasn't qualified to be involved in the discussion. He lacked power as well. You'll accept this? Li Qiye had a strange smile on his face. Qin Shi shuddered, his mind ran amok. This was because he had asked this question plenty of times before. I can only try to the best of my abilities. Qin Shi took a deep breath and focused up. Alas, the tone lacked confidence. The circumstances were overwhelming. Often in life, the heart is higher than heaven while life is thinner than paper. Li Qiye casually remarked. Li Qiye then added, however, there's another phrase, my life is mine alone, not for heaven to decide. Even an ant should bear its fangs towards the high heaven. As long as it has the courage to do so, it'll be able to grow into an impressive heavenly ant. Without this, it'll remain lowly like before, forever. He looked outside and went on, I knew a girl, small in frame and lacking fortune. She weathered the storm and rain, fighting the entire world and managing to reach the apex. Her life was decided by no one but her, not heaven. He started reminiscing afterward. In the long-distant past, a girl moved forward in the rain with nothing but a sword as her companion. Qingshi felt enlightened, akin to seeing a lightning bolt during a rainy night. It broke through the sky and revealed the first ray of dawn. This ray illuminated his heart and mind, destroying indecision and adding an unprecedented determination. Thank you, young master. I'll forever memorize your guidance today. Qingshi bowed towards Li Qie. 1. Signs point to Qingshi being a woman. There was one conversational line that used the pronoun she in the restaurant, but I assumed that it was a typo. Looks like she is correct in that case. The narrative uses he outside of some potential errors too. The character for heart can also mean mind. Heart seems correct in this case, talking about tenacity. As for life, it can also mean fate. Chapter 3450, The night was when discussions ran rampant regarding recent events. Unfortunately, they were interrupted by a loud blast. A pillar of light shot out from the stone forest and illuminated all of Ancestral City. Night turned into day due to its brilliance. The reflection of the stones resulted in strange images and shadows, a god-fiend raising its fangs, the cycles of the firmaments, a great abyss. The experts of Ancestral naturally took note of this and gave it their full attention. The source of the pillar had visual phenomena as well. There seemed to be a great portal down at the bottom, always rotating through history. Some visual phenomena included a peerless Grand Emperor with a surging aura. The gods and subjects bowed in response. Chariots of the greatest legion swept through uncontested, rending the earth and the celestials. Spectators got chills while staring at the visions. A few couldn't help prostrating before them. Immortal assailant emperor. They shouted at the immense imperial aura. That has to be the emperor's treasury, it's Komi Dash. An older cultivator blurted out before realizing that he should have kept quiet. It was too late since others heard him clearly. The rumor was right then, it's really in the stone forest. Many clamored. Let's go already. Some lost their patience and rushed towards the stone forest. Close camp, march for the stone forest. The armies of various sects and countries mobilized as well. Floods of cultivators poured there so the city became desolate. Some powers traveled more than 10 million miles for this mythical treasury. Seeing these visual phenomena excited them, they would never miss this opportunity. The neutral spectators came to watch the show as well. They weren't confident in getting any leftovers versus the big players. It didn't take long before the normally desolate stone forest was filled with people. One could hear shouting and weapon clanking among the strange stones. It wasn't that far away from Ancestral City, renowned for its strangeness. No one knew how large it was since it resembled a maze. No one has ever been able to fully explore it. People walked around only to find themselves back at the entrance. Most importantly, it had plenty of medicines and materials. Unfortunately, grabbing these items was far from easy due to the illusions found here. While standing from the outside, people would see mountains and peaks intertwining like teeth. Strange stones scattered about, adding to the complication. The only entrance was an arched gate. One particular belief that this entrance was a crucial requirement. Entering the stone forest from another location would result in being forced out in no time at all. Staring at the stones through the entrance for a long period would make someone dizzy. It was as if the peaks and stones were moving, replaced by entirely new ones. Some believe that this rotation was continuous. The stones found here seemed to be alive. This made it difficult to leave behind markings and traces. The most magical part was that no matter how lost one got, they would always return to the entrance in due time. Shit, this is my 8th attempt. I got here last night but still got kicked out. An old man cursed while looking up at the gate. He was with several peers. They were powerful but the maze got the best of them. Brother Lin, you still did better than us. We tried several times a few years ago but didn't get far. His friend smiled wryly. The problem is that we saw a valley during the first 4 attempts. It has a million-year-old knotweed that has reached the Tao. Its violet energy is insane. The old man vexingly said, we used our heavenly gazes at markings but kept on chasing the moving valley. Alas, whenever we got close enough, we immediately got sent out. That's nothing. Our senior uncle saw a jade rabbit 3,000 years ago. He tried dozens of times and when he actually touched it, he got sent out too. A different expert said. Earlier, I saw a golden pagoda up a peak. Our group climbed up there and didn't see any pagoda. What a waste of time. An elder shook his head. The group started pondering after hearing the individual experiences. Why do they disappear right away? An expert speculated, they have to be illusions, right? The stones and the treasures aren't real. No, they're real. A big-shot elder shook his head, an amazing cultivator had confirmed this in the past. It's a matter of being in the wrong spatial coordinates. Who? The previous speaker remained skeptical. Space Dragon Emperor. The elder answered with a solemn tone. The group became startled and felt respect for this character. The great emperor allowed our future generations to have a second path. Nothing but reverence and awe permeated the crowd. The emperor lived during the age of the Tao Lords, one of the few who dared to take the title, emperor. After all, Tao Lords reigned during this period. Moreover, everyone accepted this title. The emperor wasn't a Tao Lord yet not inferior to any, eventually creating a realm to oppose the Tao Lords, myriad Tao heavenly physique. Others came to know of these cultivators as heavenly sovereigns. In the past, a cultivator at the Grand Tao Sacred Physique realm would be stuck there if they couldn't become a Tao Lord. Their Tao path would end there. Finally, the heaven-defying genius opened a new realm, one that could challenge the Tao Lords. This genius became the first heavenly sovereign with the title of Space Dragon Emperor. I've read the stories behind this before. An expert from the last generation said, the emperor came here during his youth, all alone, searching for an immortal medicine. Not only did he find one, he also made it deeper and reached the legendary Fire Domain. Fire Domain? The deepest part of the stone forest. Many became startled. I don't know about that. The expert shook his head, but it's widely believed that Fire Domain might be the final destination here. By this point, virtually everyone knew about Immortal Assailant's treasury and came to the forest. Most knew that they had no chance of obtaining the treasury. However, they could still test their luck here. Unfortunately, it didn't take long before they walked out. Their techniques and abilities didn't matter. They quickly got lost and found their way back to the entrance again. Chapter 3451, the ones in front of the entrance were packed like sardines. Some didn't give up and continued to enter. They eventually found it futile. What the hell is this place? There's no way to make it through. One of them lamented. The treasury might be in there but no one can get to it, all we can do is salivate. Another expert stared at the brilliance coming from deeper within. Maybe we can't, that doesn't mean others can't. I saw the Crown Prince of Skylight leading his cavalry in there, the same with Wu Zihongtian and Firmament's godchild. They still haven't come out so there's a chance they have made it to Fire Domain. That's true. An older expert added, people have been trying to understand this place for eras now. It is said that the stone forest is a derivation method, it's just that we're not strong enough to understand it. The bigger sects and their ancestors have more experience, perhaps they have come up with a working plan. Then we have no hope of getting that treasury. One disappointed soul said. Clank. 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 Their conversation was cut short. They looked up and saw thousands of swords gathering in the sky, looking like a heavenly waterfall. Firmament sword formation. The dejected crowd became excited again. They saw the godchild and several ancestors riding their sword with an ugly expression. Looks like Firmament's gate failed too. One guy whispered, afraid of being overheard. Everyone could see that they lasted for a while. Nonetheless, the outcome remained the same. They made one mistake and were forced out, putting their hard work to waste. That's why their expression was justified. They followed the best method calculated by their sect to the teeth. There was just one mistake as far as they knew that took them out of the running. One more time. The godchild and the ancestors debated. They have already spent plenty of effort and time with that first attempt. Meanwhile, the spectators heaved a sigh of relief while looking at the sword formation. At the very least, there was still a sliver of hope yet. The powerful sect and this mighty formation didn't do any better than them. Why is this place so strange? It's just like an endless maze. One cultivator had tried dozens of times by this point. I've heard that way back then, this place might be part of an ancestral vein, then one day, the Tao became chaotic and a reverse flow destroyed the vein and the spatial area nearby, resulting in this stone forest. An erudite cultivator talked about its origin. He went on for a bit and captivated the listeners. Boom! A loud explosion detonated and another cavalry emerged outside the entrance. Some members were on the ground. Skylight Dragon Cavalry. People recognized the group because the commander was the famous first prince of Skylight. He looked to be in a sorry state at the moment, just no injury. He shouted and ordered his men to regroup and set up camp. The side of Firmaments also felt better to see their failure, the same with the spectators. How far did you get, godchild? The first prince spoke first and broke the deadlock. Not even close to fire domain. The godchild smiled wryly with a tinge of embarrassment while telling the truth. We didn't fare any better. The prince shook his head, we barely saw the domain in the distance but that's it. The next step took us out. The prince and the cavalry perfectly moved in unison, almost as if they were one. Unfortunately, the calculation was still incorrect. Maybe our derivations and calculations aren't complete. The prince expressed his opinion. The godchild exchanged glances with his ancestors after hearing this. People could see that these two groups should work together. However, that would be bad news for everyone else. Buzz. Chaos true energy interrupted their conversations along with the yin and yang. A group emerged from the chaos, led by an awe-inspiring youth. Wu Zhongtian. The crowd knew who it was. They messed up too. Another whispered. Those who came out before celebrated internally. They worried about Yin-Yang Gate the most. It was powerful enough already. With the addition of this treasury, it would be akin to a tiger with wings. No one in the north would be able to stop them then. After the dust settled, everyone returned to the starting line. Brother Wu, what's the situation? The first prince's relationship with Wu Zhongtian was good enough to ask. We couldn't enter the domain but the treasury is definitely in there. Wu Zhongtian revealed. The crowd clamored as a result. The deepest part of the stone forest, no one will be able to get it then. Some couldn't accept this. Meanwhile, the young geniuses glanced at each other. In reality, they didn't contribute much to this effort. The powerful ancestors from their sect carefully calculated the paths for the trip. Alas, errors seemed to be there. In order to enter the domain, these ancestors might need to come in person. However, the situation in the north was delicate enough to prevent this. What about Ancestral City? Did they make it there? Zhongtian asked. This power didn't react at all to the appearance of the treasury. This was their territory, yet no ancestors from there made a move. Because of this, the great powers had a harder time getting their mighty ancestors to come. If these existences were to enter Ancestral for the sake of a treasury, it might prompt the pseudo-atavistic golem ancestors to wake up. No one wanted this development. On the other hand, it was fine for these geniuses to try. The ancestors from Ancestral would turn a blind eye to the competition of the young ones. Wu Zhongtian and the others had no idea what Ancestral was doing. The treasury was right there. How could they not want it? Chapter 3452, The Three Behemoths have failed their first attempt to the relief of the crowd. Everyone started back again on square one. At this point, Wu Zhongtian, Skylight First Prince, and Firmament's Godchild decided whether to team up. The atmosphere became tense during this discussion. Everyone became worried because these three sects might actually do it. In that case, no other power would get anything from the treasury. Hey, I heard there's a map for the forest circulating. A map appeared all of a sudden, and not just one either. In the beginning, some people tried to hide it only to realize that there were a number of them available. Eventually, nearly everyone in the forest got their hand on one. There's a map for this? Some disappeared at first because their experience let them know the always transforming nature of this place. A map was useless since it couldn't change as well. They quickly found this to not be the case. It's not a regular map, there are clear methods dictating when to enter and the correct steps. An elder carefully studied it and said. Several big shots got their hand on one and became startled. There were several methods and routes listed in a meticulous manner. They seemed to be taking into account the changes of the stones. This is a type of calculation. The trio of geniuses became astonished, the same with the ancestors from their sect. It's meticulous, it can account for the changes within a single day and night. Who did this? An ancestor from Yin Yang murmured. The source of the map remained unknown. Nonetheless, the ancestors were surprised to see such an accurate calculation. Even Yin Yang Gate didn't possess a method of this level. The trio checked their maps and found them identical. The big shots shuddered, wondering about the heaven-defying being capable of understanding the stone forest. Just how powerful was this person? They became curious and tried to investigate the source. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. Let's go. Some lost their patience and began entering the forest in order to get to the treasury first. They rushed to the entrance like a flood. Sure enough, following the map allowed them to get deeper in there. The three big powers became increasingly amazed at the map's accuracy. Each step was perfectly calculated. They saw the magnificent scenes and treasures again. Some saw the golden pagoda on top of the peak, the valley filled with auspicious energy, and the jade deers playing around in the thicket looking just like forest spirits. This place had plenty of special herbs and trees along with mysterious treasures. The entire place itself could be considered a treasury already. Unfortunately, one could only stare. Some lost to their greed and tried to reach for the treasures. The scene before them suddenly changed and they were sent back to the entrance. All their effort became wasted. Others took note of this but they still didn't give up. They kept on experimenting to find a way to seize the treasures. Only a few succeeded. For example, an ancestor performed his own calculation on a flower at the base of a peak. Finally, he let caution to the wind and shouted, "Just have to try." He used his power to derive the coordinates of the shifted dimensions and performed flawless movements through space. Pop! Sure enough, he got the right coordinates and successfully entered the peak to take the flower. An ancestor from Starshifter Gate got a strange flower. This news spread across the area. The treasures here are real, not illusions. This was confirmed. Should we try to? More and more became eager to try. Most understood that the imperial treasury was out of reach. It was more realistic going for other treasures. Alas, reality was cruel. The regular cultivators had no chance in gaining anything. Only the mighty ancestors could barely derive the right sets of coordinates to enter the shifted dimensions. As for the three top powers, they had zero interest in other treasures. Their goal was deeper into the forest. The map let them travel freely, and it didn't take long before they reached Fire Domain. The heat was unbearable even from a distance. They saw a dead land before them. Fire Domain. They instantly knew the area right away. Fire Domain was well known even though people haven't gotten there. The ground was scorched, the peaks and mountains were still there, just incinerated from top to bottom. Mud and soil had a black color. The least affected places had a yellow shade. Upon closer inspection, one could still feel indiscernible heat waves ravaging the place. However, the most catching thing about this place was deeper inside. There seemed to be a torch burning there. Its flame was strong enough to reach the azure, wanting to burn a hole through it. This flame was insane, the heat waves emanating from it seemed like storms. They took the shape of dragons and burned everything nearby and all intruders. This was the only flame left in Fire Domain, located in the deepest region. This was perhaps the source of the high temperature found here. The spectators in the distance became frightened by the draconic heat waves. Chapter 34-53, These flames didn't seem keen on having intruders either. They were ready to incinerate anything that got close. Who knows how these fiery storms were formed, especially the torch deeper in there. They thought that a giant had left a torch there. The scorching heat deterred others from getting close. Look, over there. A hawk-eyed observer noticed a pillar of light coming from a mountain there. Many locked their gaze onto it and saw that it was coming from a dhow platform, looking ancient from an old era. The style was completely different from the rest of Fire Domain. Perhaps it landed down one day. The platform had a portal with rotating lights. Crossing it would take one to a different world. Fire Domain shouldn't have something like that, it must be the entrance to the Emperor's treasury. An ancestor knew what it was right away. Are you telling me that the treasury takes up an entire dimension? Some started fantasizing. Some weren't surprised by this in the slightest. The Emperor's achievements far exceeded the imagination. Nonetheless, a few thought that this was exaggerated and disagreed. There should be a limit to this, how can it fill up the whole thing? Why not? Immortal Assailant Emperor is the last of the epoch and should have the greatest treasury. According to the legends, the Emperor went to the sky and plucked the stars, then down to the 9 hells for the boundless dark oceans. How can a tiny place contain all of these treasures? The Emperor most likely refined an entire dimension for this sake. An old historian speculated. This last emperor might really have everything from that epoch. Another elder said with a serious expression. Of course, these big shots have been coveting this treasury for so long. They have heard of the legends pertaining to this emperor previously. Really, the crowd salivated from imagining the wealth accumulated over one epoch. Just getting 1/10, no, 1/100th of it would be enough to make one richer than a great kingdom. What are we waiting for? People rushed towards the portal. They entered the domain and felt the scorching heat waves hitting them, turning them into barbecued chickens. This sudden influx was horrifying, instantly cooking them from outside to inside. Activate. One channeled their merit law and created a frost barrier. Unfortunately, this was akin to adding salt to the ocean. The flames here weren't that visible, but one could still see the spatial warping due to the temperature, similar to a person being poured molten metal all over. Ah! The first waves of cultivators couldn't handle the heat and melted down like rubber. Their bodies dripped down into piles before melting down completely. Only dispersing smoke was left, not even ashes. The others couldn't back off in time and suffered the same fate. All of this happened in the blink of an eye and horrified the one standing right by the order. Some panicked and pulled their legs back just in time. Nonetheless, a few masters didn't believe in this and used their powerful treasures. Buzz. Dao laws hovered around them as a defensive measure. Zzz, this successfully stopped the temperature, allowing them to delve deeper. Unfortunately, they greatly underestimated the power of the domain and came to find that the heat was several times higher. Their treasures started to break down as well. No, run! They shouted in horror and tried to run as fast as possible. It was too late. Smoke started appearing in the air again. Only the strongest among them managed to run out of the domain in time. Shit, that was close. He heaved a sigh of relief. Pop. Alas, all the muscles and tendons in his body have been melted and he popped like an air bubble. Everything inside poured out in a liquid form. The ones nearby screamed and ran away. That's horrifying. They exchanged glances of fear. We really can't go in. They thought that this was impossible. A few had strong treasures but still weren't enough. What's causing this heat for millions of years? Is it from the deepest location? An expert stared at the only flame. Some stared at the trio of geniuses. Their armies were also present. The trio had a solemn expression at this point. We can't enter nor get that flame. Skylight First Prince spoke first. I heard Skylight Dao Lord went here before. An ancestor nearby asked, do you know more about this, Your Highness? The prince pondered for a bit before responding, it's true, the forefather made it to the final area and collected part of the flame. This was astonishing yet not. This Dao Lord was extremely powerful, this was within his abilities. This place is the home of a phoenix. An old voice sounded, Skylight Dao Lord came seeking the phoenix's nest, not to collect some flames. It's just that he eventually failed. People looked over and saw an old man whose face was covered by a veiled hat. The rest of his group had the same mysterious appearance. They're from Divine Stone Ridge. Someone quietly whispered. Many cultivators cupped their fist to greet them. The golems actually bowed. This was the strongest golem lineage outside of Ancestral City. However, they always kept a low profile. Rumor has it that they possessed a great vein. This was the source of their power. Chapter 3454, Few disciples from the ridge ever roamed the world, hence the surprise to see these experts around. Elder Shi. Wu Zhongtian showed respect towards the old man by bowing and cupping his fist. The latter responded with a slight nod. An ancestor found the prior comment very interesting and asked respectfully, Elder Shi, Fire Domain is truly the home of a phoenix? The old man stared deeper into the domain, his eyes moved slightly. According to the legend, there was indeed a phoenix there. It roamed across the realms and eventually settled in an ancestral vein. It gathered sacred woods and an ultimate immortal spark in order to have rebirth, a phoenix rebirth. People took a deep breath. They really exist. People were skeptical because divine beasts belonged in myths such as phoenixes and true dragons. Some dragon types might be called true dragons but they weren't the same thing. No one has seen a true divine beast before so they didn't believe in this rebirth story. The old man didn't elaborate either. People shifted their attention towards the first prince again. This country should have more records regarding Fire Domain due to its founder. The prince didn't say anything while slightly raising his brows. The records were there, just not the reason why their patriarch came here. Let me give it a shot. An ancestor from Yin Yang took one step forward and used his treasure for protection. It poured down Dao laws that coiled around him, culminating in an armor-issuing dragon and tiger roars. This blessed him with a bestial power. So strong. The spectators gasped in awe. He took one step forward and entered fire domain, soaring through the sky like a dragon. It didn't take long before he got near the peak with the Dao platform due to his speed. Thick steam suddenly built up around him. His strength and treasure still couldn't last for long before the heat. Shit! He roared and flew backward with haste. He managed to get out, but there were blisters all over, causing him to scream in pain. His peers applied ointments on the spot and stabilized his wounds. The crowd took a deep breath. Even a mighty yin-yang ancestor couldn't handle this heat. Others had zero chance. What should we do? The trio of geniuses found this unsolvable. Everyone spent so much effort and time to get here, only to be blocked by fire domain. They could only stare and sigh at the imperial treasury. People from Divine Stone Ridge are going. A spectator quietly said. The old men from there entered the domain. They weren't fast and chose an indirect path, unlike the others. The latter wanted to pick the shortest path for flying. These old men walked several steps west then east, one would mistake them for drunkards. Why are they okay? The spectators didn't understand why this group managed to stay in the domain for so long without being melted. Are they not afraid of the heat? How strange, a special treasure, maybe. They discussed the event. After walking for a while, the old men stared at the Dao platform and shook their head. They stopped at the foot and dug out a burnt branch around 100 feet tall. An immortal hymn came after it emerged from the ground, sounding like a phoenix screeching. The mythical phoenix roost tree. Everyone became startled. While everyone was still surprised, the group decided to leave the domain. The treasury of the Emperor is meant for the faithful ones. It is not us. One of them left behind this cryptic line before leaving. People stared at them, perplexed. They clearly made it inside but chose against entering the portal for the treasury. That branch alone is more than enough. Someone murmured. One smart cultivator entered the domain and copied the zigzag pattern seen earlier. However, he only remembered the first part and started feeling the heat later on. There are shortcuts here. The crowd came to this realization and entered unharmed. One made it to a hill and dug the ground to find many precious fire jewels. Others also excavated the ground. The place became lively with varying results, either finding nothing or huge gains. Alas, they only remembered a short path, so they were limited to the treasures there. Nonetheless, this was still enough for them to dig the entire day. On the other hand, the big three had no interest in these treasures. They mobilized their armies and formation for the imperial treasury only. What about building a bridge? An extremely pleasant voice sounded as they were stuck. A phoenix carriage emerged on the horizon, looking as noble as can be. It was embedded with royal jades and had a phoenix emblem. 4 jade birds pulled it forward. A woman in a phoenix dress sat on it, looking beautiful, elegant, and dignified. People couldn't help lowering their head in her presence, unable to look straight ahead. Skylight Princess. Many recognized her. Sister. The first prince came over to see her right away. Your Highness. Others bowed towards her. She commanded everyone's attention the moment she got here, the Jewel of Skylight, one of the North's 3 beauties, and Bai Jianchan's fiancée. Both she and ancestral city's Pullstone Saintess we betrothed to Bai Jianchan. However, she was more popular. She had cultivation achievements as well, being one of the strongest geniuses. Not only was she loved in her country, but Yin Yang Gate also adored her. Wu Zhongtian hurriedly came over as well to greet her. I'm here to offer my assistance. The princess said, I have obtained a Dao Lord treasure in order to make it through this arduous place. The crowd became shaken. It seemed that they must obtain this treasury at all cost. Chapter 3455, The the princess always impresses with her moves. She's really highly valued by both Skylight and Yin Yang. One spectator quietly said. Just think about it, the first prince couldn't bring a Dao Lord treasure here unlike her. He was the successor of the country, yet it seemed that his status was actually inferior. Firmament's godchild became surprised as well. This didn't bode well for his sect because it showed her determination. The treasury could be considered in her pocket right now with the Dao Lord treasure. Plus, she was from Skylight and would be marrying into Yin Yang. Wu Zhongtian would fully support her. It became an alliance between Skylight and Yin Yang. The one knocked out would be Firmament's along with the rest. They didn't need Firmament's at this point, that would just be one more mouth to share the pie with. I alone can't accomplish much, I hope everyone will help so that we can cross the domain and share the treasure. The princess stared at the crowd and said slowly. Her eyes especially focused on Wu Zhongtian and the godchild. The big shots from the previous generation approved of her method. She had the best chance out of anyone because of her Dao Lord treasure. However, she had no intent on monopolizing the treasury. Instead, she chose to win the support of Wu Zhongtian and the godchild. The moment they agreed, her status would be established to a certain extent. Looks like she'll be queen in the future. One ancestor commented with his peers, that is if young Lord Bai can become a Dao Lord. Yes, Postone Saintess probably can't compete against her, at least not in terms of popularity. A golem became worried. Yin Yang was already the strongest sect in the north. Now, with these marriage alliances, it would become more monstrous. The other powers actually hoped for the failure of these engagements. The two women, on paper, would have the same status. However, this would no longer be the case if Bai Jianchan were to become a Dao Lord. There would be a competition for the official queen status. Everyone knew that Wu Zhongtian was Bai Jianchan's right-hand man. He could become the first general in the future. Thus, the princess was clearly currying favor with him. Zhongtian was here for the treasury and any success would increase his status in Yin Yang. Thus, he would keep her kindness in mind. In the case of competition for the queen spot in the future, he would definitely pick the princess over the saintess. That's why the golem ancestors from various sects became worried after seeing this. Thank you, Your Highness. We will do all we can. Wu Zhongtian smiled and bowed towards her. His attitude was different from the courtesy shown before, almost like a follower. I'll keep your kindness to heart, princess. The godchild also bowed towards her. You're too polite, gentlemen. Jianchan will be coming out soon, let us do our best to pave his path. The princess spoke freely and impressively, the style of a future queen. People thought that this was because she was groomed from an imperial household in the first place. Her style and method far exceeded regular cultivators. Even the godchild wanted to be on her good side. He might be a good candidate for a general later on. Young Lord Bai is coming out soon. The godchild, Zhou Tianhao, became surprised. Yes. The princess nodded and said, Bacon has reached the sacred level so he's consolidating his cultivation at the moment. He'll definitely come here afterward to meet the heroes of the world. The listeners took a deep breath. One of them said, that's so heaven-defying, to be at the sacred level at such a young age. Is he the youngest one currently? He had entered the level long ago but just didn't announce it. An older expert said, the future generation will surpass us. So many try for a lifetime and still wouldn't be able to do it. This shows how promising his future is. The crowd started whispering about this matter. Some were shaken by this fact. The majority of ancestors here couldn't get to this level. The ones that did obtain it during old age. Thus, this was indicative of Bai Jianchan's brilliant future. Young Lord Bai has a chance to become a Dao Lord in this generation. One golem expert said with admiration. Not just a chance, it won't be none other than him. An old expert disagreed, he'll definitely reign over the world then. People finally understood why both Ancestral City and Skylight chose to betroth their golden daughter to him. I'll personally visit the young lord after he comes out. The godchild happily said. He'll definitely love a visit from a prodigy such as yourself. He had praised your Tao avatar numerous times before. She smiled and nodded, trying to recruit another talent. The godchild naturally enjoyed the praise, especially when it came from Bai Jianchan. This was still an honor for a famous genius like him. The princess then turned her eyes towards the domain and told the rest, it's not easy crossing through this place. I need to prepare a formation with the help of everyone by clearing a space. I apologize for the incoming hardship. It's no big deal, leave it to us. I can't wait to see your supreme formation. The godchild was in a great mood. She was renowned for being an expert at formation. Thus, most wanted to see what she got. The trio of geniuses followed her instructions and readied a large field for the formations. Alright, please back off. They chased away those nearby and the treasure seekers. These cultivators didn't appreciate this since some were still busy hunting for treasures in Fire Domain. Fire Domain doesn't belong to you. On what ground is this demand? One expert voiced their indignation. Based on this, an expert from Firmament snorted and tapped his sword. The furious crowd didn't dare to say anything. It was unwise to antagonize these behemoths, especially when an alliance has been formed. They wouldn't be able to handle this big problem then. Chapter 3456, The multitude felt indignation due to the overbearing treatment from Firmaments and Skylight. Alas, the disparity in power left them speechless. The princess came over and cupped her fist while slightly bowing, Gentlemen, I will need your assistance to make it through this perilous domain. The formations required a large area, so please understand. Come visit Skylight in the future and we'll make it up to you. Her attitude was fitting and sincere, enough to appease the angry mass. It's fine, Your Highness. We'll just back off. One of them returned the gesture and said excitedly. Most would never have the chance to speak to a character of her level in their life. Moreover, she could become the queen in the future. Plus, they weren't here for the imperial treasury anyway, so doing her a favor was just fine. This might be an opportunity for them to climb up the branch of Skylight or even Yin Yang Gate. She easily won them over since they thought that she was reasonable and amiable. No one else was better suited to be queen. Of course, the big shots were still annoyed, but offending these sects was a dumb decision. They would have no place to stay in the north in the future. Only a group of 3 ignored this and continued walking towards Fire Domain. Leave if you don't have any business here. Disciples from Firmaments immediately stopped them. Why? The one leading asked. Humph, you again. Firmament's godchild recognized the 3 and uttered coldly. The first prince took note of this too. That's Li Chia, adored by Dragon Phoenix Maiden, right? One person murmured. Li Chia paid no attention to them. His eyes were focused on the torch deeper into Fire Domain. Being ignored by him irritated them. He has been treating them with nothing but contempt, at least in their opinion. Now, they had great armies here and the ultimate alliance. This guy still dared to act haughty in front of them. Our 3 sects are conducting official business, scram to the side if you're not involved. The godchild raised his voice, unable to restrain his anger. He wanted to erupt several times during the previous meeting. Alas, the maiden's presence deterred him from doing so. She wasn't here now, so there was no need for him to hold back against Li Chia. He was already nice and calm enough by not immediately smashing the guy into a pulp. Wow, what an amazing alliance. Qing Shi snorted and answered in Li Chia's stead, since when does Fire Domain belong to you and not Ancestral City? The annoyed big shots earlier became interested as happy spectators. They didn't want to mess with Yin Yang but wouldn't mind others causing trouble. Of course, the ones who had a good impression of Skylight Princess felt that Li Qia's group was picking the wrong time and not appreciating her goodwill. Thus, though they were chased away just now, they still picked her side. There was another group, the young experts who had a crush on the maiden. They naturally viewed Li Qia as a thorn, so his death would be perfect here. Don't try to stir the pot and switch white to black. The first prince's expression darkened as he answered, I will allow you to leave now, otherwise, what? Li Qia finally stopped looking at the domain and lazily said. You're Li Qia. Wu Zhongtian joined the fray before the prince could answer. He stared at Li Qia as if the guy was an insect. Yes. Li Qia smiled and nodded, giving back the same looks of disdain. You killed my brother and disciple, a crime worthy of death. Wu Zhongtian's eyes became as sharp as blades. A terrible aura emanated from him. No idea who you're talking about. Li Qia shook his head. The audacity. The spectators, especially those close to Yin Yang, immediately spoke out, You dare to speak to young noble Wu in this manner? So many dogs are barking today. Li Qia waved his hand, interrupting the criticism and making them turn red. Young master, he's talking about that Wu Prince and Feathers word guy. Qing Shi smiled and reminded Li Qia. Oh, those two idiots, looks like their seniors aren't much better. I see where they got it from now. Li Qia suddenly recalled and laughed. Those who didn't dare to go against Yin Yang chuckled after hearing this. They secretly gave him a thumbs up. Ignorant fool, you deserve to be hacked to pieces. The expert standing next to Wu Zhongtian glared at him. You're courting death. Let's see what you can do to back up such arrogance. Who will come and save you today? Zhongtian's eyes flashed murderously. Clank. A sword intent engulfed the area even though he didn't have a sword on him. He must kill Li Qia for his numerous transgressions. No, after a long torture. He wanted to hear Li Qia's screams echo across the land. Brother Wu, no need to use a butcher's blade to kill a chicken. Let us deal with him. The initially scholarly first prince stepped up, also ready to kill. He wanted to kill Li Qia long ago but did a good job hiding it. The guy made him lose face in front of the maiden, simply unforgivable. Chapter 3457, That's My Line. The young master doesn't need to take action against an insignificant junior, I alone am enough. Qing Shi smiled and said before stepping forward. His haughty tone left people confused for a bit. However, some have seen the exchange between him and Wu Zhongtian back in Ancestral already. They thought that Qing Shi learned this attitude from his master, not giving a damn about anyone. So dumb, daring to provoke his highness. He's not long for this world. One spectator commented. The maiden isn't here, so be smart and surrender. No one can save you. The godchild stared at Qing Shi, aware that he was quite powerful after dealing with a force back in the stone forest. The maiden had left Ancestral, so the godchild and the prince considered this the best opportunity. They no longer needed to hold back against Li Qia. Many among the crowd were jealous of Li Qia. They wanted to see him taken down a notch and eliminated. You're so blind. Qing Shi snorted in response, only people like you would think that the young master requires the maiden's protection. She actually saved your dog lives back then, yet you have no idea. The geniuses have never experienced such disdain before, being called blind in public. Their expression naturally soured, their rage blinded them from thinking about the situation. You're done. Murderous glints flashed from the godchild's eyes, pricking everyone's vision. You choose hell instead of heaven. Can only blame yourself, there's a limit to acting cool. Qing Shi interrupted him and smiled, anyone can spout tough words and that's all you can do. The godchild's expression became unsightly. Li Qia chuckled and ordered, teach them a lesson. With that, he picked up some soil from the ground and meticulously calculated. Did you hear that? I have to teach you a lesson now. Qin Shi laughed, looking like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. We'll see who's the one boasting. The first prince retorted. Your Highness, teach this ignorant brat a lesson on how to act properly. The crowd started cheering. Very well, I will teach you in your master's stead. The godchild sternly said. With your meager abilities? The two of you need to come together to save me time. Qin Shi leisurely responded. You two, go see what he can do. The princess on her chariot spoke. I will keep an eye out, fellow Taoists. Wu Zhongtian smiled, his murderous eyes fixated on Li Qie. He was ready to take Li Qie's head and offer it to his fallen brother. Finally, we'll all get to see what the first prince of Skylight and the successor of Firmaments can do. The other two exchanged glances. The first prince moved to pincer Qin Shi, stopping his escape path. Though they sounded confident, they exercised prudence because Qin Shi was powerful. Crush his mouth so that he'll know how to act. One expert nearby scowled. That's right, beat the servant first then the master, they won't run their mouth from now on. The majority of the crowd seemed to be on the prince's side. They have forgotten about how they were chased out of Fire Domain earlier. Qin Shi remained calm despite being surrounded by two powerful foes. The crowd naturally didn't appreciate his carelessness. The duo themselves were livid as well. Die! The godchild spread his palm to deliver a crushing strike, sword started hymning. His fingers turned into 5 divine swords with rampaging sword energy. They created an inescapable net around Qin Shi. Clank! Clank! The energy in the sword domain started descending down on Qin Shi with enough force to crush everything. He alone was able to create a small sword formation with his palm. The first prince also made his move at the exact moment. He unleashed a dual punch, releasing 2 soaring dragons. They coiled together and surged forward like a beam. Their claws could easily tear anything to pieces. A combination of sword and draconic technique, immensely mighty. This impressed the crowd. Many experts here thought that they wouldn't be able to stop the moves coming from 2 sides. Not bad. Qin Shi chuckled and casually swung his sword. Clank! Its hymn swept through the area with stability in mind. Sword images the size of mountains became the ultimate cosmic force. Chapter 3458, Qin Shi's casual swing contained billowing sword intent and considerable power. He created a sword Dao with a slight movement on top of a special sword rhythm. This ability display astounded the crowd. Clank! He swept through the incoming sword formation uncontested. Fiery sparks splattered as the godchild was forced back. Boom! Boom! It stopped the incoming dragons as well despite their awe-inspiring and dreadful strength. The prince staggered several steps backward as a result of the shockwave. My turn! Qin Shi roared after a successful defense and pointed his sword at the sky. It illuminated the 4 directions. A terrible sword brilliance manifested and created numerous divine swords. They were more than enough to turn someone into a sieve. This terrible technique naturally instilled chills into the spectators. So strong, who the hell is he? Others took a deep breath. It's just an ordinary technique, blossoming steel flower. An ancestor analyzed the move, it's not a special one or anything. The power of the move made others think that it was a peerless sword technique. However, the ancestors could see that it was just a common move. Many sword users have trained with it before, the result was just different. Let's go! The prince and the godchild roared again, undeterred by the powerful sword technique. The godchild also summoned numerous divine swords for another formation, aiming straight at Qin Shi without showing any mercy. The prince showed zero weakness, unleashing a 4-beast technique. A true dragon soared to the sky along with a phoenix, the white tiger and black tortoise crushed the ground and the grand Tao. Rumble. Qin Shi alone fought against the two geniuses, causing the sky to turn dark. Fiery sparks scattered down like bright, beautiful flowers. This seemed to be an even match, neither side felt like an underdog. Someone this strong can't be a nameless junior. People speculated after seeing Qin Shi's sword mastery. He became more spirited as the fight went on. Sure, they weren't going all out, but being able to fight two geniuses at the same time was indicative of his abilities. Most of the crowd would have died already. It became apparent that he was far stronger than the prince and the godchild. No wonder why he was so arrogant. He can back it up. One spectator said, changing his mind about Qin Shi's previous attitude. Arrogance came accepted when it was warranted. Sir, why are you hiding your sex merit laws? Looks like you don't want to divulge your background. The princess who has been watching the entire time spoke. The listeners caught on. In reality, the weaker cultivators didn't have an idea. They just found his techniques to be impressive. On the other hand, the princess might be stronger than many ancestors present despite her young age. Thus, she noticed the clues right away. That's why he kept on using the common moves and sword techniques. A few ancestors have realized this as well. He's not using his actual moves. Some cultivators took a deep breath. The guy was already strong enough right now. The prince and the godchild would be finished if he were to use his real techniques. I'll use whatever I want. Qin Shi laughed and didn't respond. Humph, we'll see how long you can keep this up. Wu Zhongtian scowled and made his move right away. A saber slash cut through the air, instantly separating everything. This fatal cut aimed straight for Qin Shi's neck. The speed and the suddenness made it impossible to dodge. Sevenfold edge. A big shot from the last generation stated the technique's name. Qin Shi performed a movement step in order to dodge the blade inches from his neck. He crossed through one dimension after another like a dancing butterfly, an eagle, and a dragon. The transformations of the steps made the spectators dizzy. They couldn't tell where he was after a while. However, Zhongtian's slash didn't stop there. It immediately split into 7 slashes and continued pursuing Qin Shi. These slashes could kill the gods and devils. Each had a bloodthirsty aura. The peerless and agile movements of Qin Shi weren't enough to evade the slashes. Dismemberment seemed inevitable. He's done. One expert shouted. Qin Shi thrust his sword 7 times in response, causing the stars to fall and stabilizing the cosmos. The grand momentum of this technique contained incredible profundity. The 7 slashes were stopped right away by the falling celestial lights. Clank! Qin Shi staggered backward after the successful parry. Cosmic shifter. Wu Zhongtian recognized the technique and stopped attacking. He stared intensely at Qin Shi. Isn't this a supreme sword art of the golems? An older master became startled. An art of ancestral, to be exact. An ancestor added, it originated from Ancestral City and was passed down to the golems. Many golem sects have this technique. Wu Zhongtian's involvement forced Qin Shi to use a real technique. Not just that, butterfly dance as well. The princess stared at Qin Shi and said, incredible mastery. Her vision was powerful enough to recognize the movement technique as well. Butterfly dance. Those in the know took a deep breath, such as the ancestors. What about it, ancestor? A junior asked curiously. That's a secret move from Ancestral, this one isn't passed down to outsiders. Few can cultivate it. The ancestor explained. The crowd became shaken as a result and stared at Qin Shi. This meant that Qin Shi was clearly from Ancestral City. Ancestral was comparable to Yin Yang in Skylight, the behemoth of this land. If Qin Shi was a disciple there and hanging around with Wuxia Chapter 3459, Qing Shi had a calm expression despite being the center of attention. I thought Ancestral and Yin Yang have a marriage pact. Why would a disciple from Ancestral fight against Yin Yang right now? Someone quietly said. Most had this question in their mind. In theory, these disciples of these two sects shouldn't have any conflict. Even by chance, it would only be a minor squabble. In this case, they could see clear animosity from Qing Shi. He purposely wanted to antagonize Yin Yang. Moreover, he was too powerful to be a regular disciple from Ancestral and should have high status there. This made people wonder. The big shots, in particular, thought that this marriage didn't seem to be going that well. Perhaps the problems are bigger than we thought. A few knowledgeable ancestors talked among themselves. Who is he in Ancestral City? People speculated regarding the top geniuses of Ancestral, wanting to pair Qing Shi with one. The princess stared at Qing Shi and calmly said, I know that there are only a few disciples in Ancestral that have trained Cosmic Shifter to this level. As for butterfly dance, even rarer, only the dragons and phoenixes. Now, to master them? Only one person as far as I know. Wu Zhongtian's expression became serious as well, his eyes profound. If I'm not mistaken, you're Polstone Saintess. She finally concluded, seemingly not surprised. What? Polstone Saintess? Everyone stared at Qing Shi in disbelief. How can that guy be the Saintess? A youth blurted out. The older big shots and ancestors took it more seriously. They were aware of the serious implication if the princess was proven correct. It might lead to a break between Yin Yang and Ancestral. The first prince of Skylight and Firmament's godchild became startled as well. This Qing Shi and the Saintess were as different as can be. However, they thought that this was plausible because who else among the young generation could take on the two of them together? Who else could have mastered these skills? I don't believe it. The answer seemed obvious, yet doubters still remained because Polstone Saintess was one of the three beauties of the north. This Qing Shi in front of them looked as ordinary as can be. People always praise Skylight Princess vision and insight, looks like I have experienced that today. Qing Shi smiled, unperturbed. You're too kind, Sister Shi. The princess slightly bowed like a noble daughter. People couldn't help liking her. Buzz. Qing Shi became resplendent and flowers rained down, a visual phenomenon akin to a fairy arriving. Lotus also bloomed beneath her feet, resulting in an ocean of flowers. A sweet fragrance tantalized the mind as Qing Shi changed into a supreme beauty. She was tall and thin, about a whole head taller than Skylight Princess. Her jet black hair looked like a waterfall. Her figure resembled the perfect jade sculpture. Her long legs accentuated her tall frame, causing people to look up. Nonetheless, this didn't diminish her grace and charm. Her oval face had perfect lines and natural curves. All in all, her features were beyond compare. There was no doubt that her beauty was superior to Skylight Princess. So beautiful. People stared in bewilderment. They were in awe after seeing Skylight Princess, but the Saintess took it to the next level. Her identity became clear at this point since people recognized her, Polstone Saintess. They didn't dare to loudly state her title lest she would be bothered. Qing Shi was indeed the Saintess. She used a heaven-defying method to change into an ordinary man. She lives up to her fame. One spectator said. Some would actually be saying that the Saintess was the number one of the three if Skylight Princess wasn't present. Nonetheless, her presence made a comparison possible. The godchild and the first prince exchanged glances after seeing this. Bai Jianchan has two of the three beauties, so lucky. A spectator mumbled loud enough for only him to hear. The engagements were well known and caused plenty of envy and jealousy. Of course, they didn't dare to express this. Young Lord Bai is a dragon among men. One fan said with admiration. Meanwhile, Shi Wawa was slack-jawed. The guy he has been staying with turned out to be a peerless beauty, a princess of ancestral city. This shrouding technique is incredible. A few ancestors focused on something else. Some of them used their heavenly gaze prior but still didn't notice anything. The only one not caring about this situation was Wuxia. The commotion didn't disturb him. Of course, he saw through it from the very beginning. You've seen through my disguise, princess. Pullstone Saintess revealed an enchanting smile. Her full name was Shurqingjian. I didn't see through it, Sister Shur. It was only a guess that turned out to be right. The princess shook her head. She was aware of the merit laws from the big sects in the north. This made it possible for her to guess Saintess' true identity. Chapter 3460, The atmosphere changed after the Saintess' identity was revealed. Everyone including her three opponents became frozen. Some stared at her then secretly shot a glance towards Wuxia. She seemed to be with Wuxia all the time despite the engagement with Bai Jianchan. The whole thing felt a little strange. What do we say to this? Someone murmured. This pertained to two powerful sects, so they didn't dare to run their mouth. After all, they could end up offending both sects and that wouldn't end well. This was doubly true for Yin Yang Gate. On the contrary, Skylight Princess felt more at ease than before, as if she had expected this. Greetings, Saintess. Wu Zhongtian cupped his fist towards Pullstone. The godchild and the first prince also did the same, albeit with an awkward expression. The two sides couldn't fight anymore. Zhongtian was Bacon's right-hand man, so he couldn't quite fight his boss fiancé. As for the other two, the situation didn't allow so, not to mention that they might have lost anyway. They had ancestors as their backing right now, but this was the territory of ancestral. They were the ones truly in charge. Sister Shur, since you're here, why don't we work together for the treasury? The princess ignored the quarrel earlier and extended an invitation. People thought that she was being awfully magnanimous. Competition between them was inevitable in the future, yet the princess still invited the Saintess. Many thought that they wouldn't be as generous. No, the young master will decide. The Saintess smiled and shook her head. Her attitude shocked the crowd. Earlier, she was under disguise when walking around with Wuxia. Everything changed the moment she revealed her identity. Nonetheless, their relationship seemed to be real. If the Saintess had some type of relationship with another man, this would reflect badly on both her and Ancestral. However, she didn't seem to mind at all and even went as far as still calling Wuxia, young master, ready to obey his orders. The godchild and the first prince naturally didn't like this comment, so they scowled. First, the guy had Dragon Phoenix Maiden as his backer. Now, Pullstone Saintess too. This brat had special luck with women, seemingly able to win their favor wherever he went. Wu Zhongtian's glare at Wuxia intensified, the same with his murderous intent. A while ago, it was a matter of personal vendetta. Now, it became more than that. This guy would be a threat for Bai Jianchan, so he must be eliminated. On the other hand, the princess stared at Wuxia, her eyes shifted slightly. She tilted her head, seemingly pondering. Why does the Saintess think so highly of him? You see anything? The jealous followers of the maiden couldn't restrain their emotions. Right, what's attractive about him? Another who didn't like Wuxia said. The Saintess could actually be considered the #1 beauty of the famous trio, yet she still treated Wuxia in a special manner. Okay, maybe he's capable and powerful, he still can't compare to Bai Jianchan. One more added, confused. In their opinion, Wuxia might actually be a genius hiding his abilities. Nonetheless, nothing about him could ever top Bai Jianchan, the true heaven's favorite in the north. That's fine. The princess also extended an invitation towards Wuxia with a smile. If your friend wishes to tag along, we can go together and give him a part of the treasury as well. The listeners couldn't believe it and became more impressed with her style. An amazing woman like her deserves someone like young Lord Bai. One expert commented. Anyone else would have used this opportunity to criticize Pullstone Saintess for having a questionable relationship with another man. This was the best way to ruin her opponent's reputation. The princess didn't do that at all and even showed kindness towards Li Chia. Pullstone Saintess only smiled and stood quietly for Li Chia to answer. Li Chia released the soil in his hand and patted his palms together. He stood up and stretched before answering, "You all are overthinking about this treasure matter." The prince's group snorted after hearing this. "You have another idea, young noble?" The princess remained calm. This style of hers naturally made others want to follow her. "No idea, it's just that this treasury is out of your reach. Return from whence you came since it's getting late. Go take a bath then sleep." Li Chia looked comfortable after stretching and lazily said. His response was considered arrogant and impolite. Ridiculous. Others became indignant for the princess since she had won them over. So ungrateful and blind. One snorted. The young geniuses found this even more acceptable. The godchild retorted with a stern glare, "Li, what are you trying to say? Her Highness is being generous yet you want to monopolize the treasure? Know your place." "So what?" Li Chia shook his head, "The treasury isn't meant for your group, just forget about it and leave." "Humph, you need to think about whether you have the abilities to take the treasury first. You alone have no chance of obtaining it, stop dreaming." The first prince joined in. "That's right, know your place." Some of the audience shouted. By this point, the alliance of Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments was firmly in charge. Not to mention monopolizing the treasury, just getting a share was difficult. "Is that so?" Li Chia had a half-smile as he stared at the two. Chapter 3461, The princess calmed down her group and separated them. She then told Li Chia, "It's understandable that anyone would want to take the treasury for their own. However, this place is perilous, young noble Li, can you get through it by yourself?" She paused for a moment before continuing, "That's why it's better to try together in a group. We need to get through the domain first before talking about the spoils. It's just a waste of time otherwise." Her actual thoughts prior didn't matter because this line contained actual sincerity and directness, leaving no room for critique. More and more people thought that young Lord Bai was lucky to have a fiancé like her. It also painted a stark contrast to Li Chia's overbearing attitude. He seemed even more unreasonable to the point of being mulehead, truly deserving of scorn. "Li, be smart already. Know that you're lucky to meet someone reasonable like the princess or you would be dead right now." A hater snorted. "True." Another young cultivator backed the princess and said, "He wants to get to the treasury by himself. Humph, even if he were lucky enough to get there, how is he going to leave this place alive?" The crowd was certainly against Li Chia. However, he has never cared about how others viewed him. "It's just fire domain, not difficult at all." He chuckled. "You think you can handle the heat there? Stop it." The godchild snorted. Most of the crowd snorted as well. Even the ancestors who tried earlier couldn't withstand this heat. Now, Li Chia spoke with such triviality on this object. How could people trust him? "Well, just wait and watch him die there, less work for us." Another sneered. The princess didn't make fun of Li Chia. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "So you're saying that you can travel effortlessly through this place, young noble?" "Of course." Li Chia smiled and entered the domain in a casual manner. "Burn him down to juices," one spectator mumbled with malice. All eyes were on Li Chia now. Unfortunately, their expectations were betrayed because Li Chia wasn't harmed at all by the temperature during his saunter. "Impossible." Some yelled. "See, just a tiny flame." Li Chia chuckled and raised his hand, revealing a tiny spark in his palm. That's the flame of the domain. Eyes widened after seeing this. With loud sizzles, the spark increased in size and became a powerful flame. One could suddenly hear the screech of a phoenix as the flame danced in his palm. This feeling was as real as can be. It felt just like the true flame of a phoenix. The temperature from it was unbearable, capable of melting everything in the world, just not Li Chia. Hey, this flame looks like the one deeper inside. One ancestor murmured. He compared the flame by the torth and the one on Li Chia's hand. They seem to be the same type. This doesn't make any sense. The spectators couldn't believe their own eyes. Some started to rub their eyes. No one in this place could dare to travel through this place with confidence, not even the princess and the ancestors. Now, Li Chia stood there, completely unaffected. The strangest part was that he seemed to be able to summon a flame from the domain as well. Remember, the only bright flame that could be seen here existed in the deepest region of the domain. No other places had visible flames. The shocked crowd thought that he could actually summon the phoenix flame after seeing this. Firmament's godchild, Skylight First Prince, and Wu Zhongqian were shocked. They looked down on him earlier and were forced to eat their words now. This was akin to being slapped in the face. Even the princess could no longer stay calm like before while looking at the flame. Once again, the most unmoved person was Polstone Saintess. Li Chia was omnipotent in her mind by this point. How? One spectator asked. Only a Tao Lord can do this, is he? Another started speculating. No way, or everyone would know. All thought that this was impossible. Maybe he's a disciple from Divine Stone Ridge. A powerful golem guessed, people from there could travel through the domain as well. He might know the secret behind avoiding the heat. That's plausible. Wait, the successor of Divine Stone Ridge came, right? Maybe he's the one. Someone responded. No, he's a human, not a golem. One ancestor shook his head and was certain that Li Chia couldn't pretend to be a human. There's another possibility. An older master stared at Li Chia and added, perhaps he has a phoenix bloodline flowing through him. A phoenix bloodline? The crowd became startled. We've heard that the domain was the place for a phoenix to rebirth and was created by its true flame. Thus, if he has this bloodline, no matter how thin, he would still be close to this flame. That's why the domain doesn't hurt him at all. It's actually beneficial for him to stay here. Chapter 3462, Many nodded in agreement while staring at Li Chia. Yes, maybe a really thin phoenix bloodline, we just can't notice it. One murmured. An older expert carefully observed both Li Chia and the domain. He agreed as well and added, the phoenix true flame and a phoenix bloodline are from the same branch, it makes sense that he isn't afraid of the heat here. If this was actually the case, then this heat was actually beneficial to Li Chia. No wonder why Dragon Phoenix Dragon favored him, the same with Polstone Saintess. Looks like they noticed his bloodline. Remember, they have amazing bloodline too. Another extrapolated. That's possible. Some agreed with this, especially the young geniuses. Otherwise, how could someone as regular as Li Chia win the two women over? In reality, Li Chia being impervious to the heat had nothing to do with a phoenix bloodline. The spectators simply didn't know what was going on and chose to come up with a plausible explanation. So what if he has a phoenix bloodline? An expert regained his wits and snorted, he's still not powerful, not at the sacred level, so this bloodline isn't special right now. Only power will lead to victory. True, he's not stronger than young Lord Bai. He doesn't have long to live either after offending the young lord and Yin Yang. Another chimed in. This bloodline was astonishing and made people envious. However, they still dismissed him because of his weak cultivation. Opposing the princess group right now would only end in death. As for Wu Zhongtian and the others, they were afraid because Li Qiye might be the only person in history to be unaffected by the heat here, as far as they know. They agreed with the ancestors' speculation. A phoenix bloodline was the only explanation for this. Only Polstone Saintis thought that Li Qiye could still do this regardless of his bloodline. Poof! The flame in his palm disappeared. He walked out of the domain and smiled at the princess. See? You don't need to worry about me traveling through there. All eyes were on the princess now. They knew that this alliance wouldn't easily abandon the treasury. Young noble Li, you are truly incredible. Looks like you have the mythical phoenix bloodline and will definitely soar to the 9 firmaments in the future. My horizon was broadened today. The princess didn't hold back on praising Li Qiye. This would be considered a great honor, especially for the younger generation. They would definitely be elated, but Li Qiye was unaffected. Okay, you no longer have any business here. Leave and stop being an eyesore. Li Qiye waved his hand and said. This wasn't his first time telling them to leave, but as the adage goes, never slap a smiling face. No one else would be so blunt when the princess was so generous with her praise. Moreover, this alliance was extremely powerful. Putting aside Li Qiye's bloodline, this alliance and their armies were unbeatable in this place. Thus, the blatant disdain was impossible to take. Zhongtian and the others had an ugly expression. Even the princess' eyes turned cold. She remained calm and told Polstone Saintis, Sister Sure, I am sincerely asking everyone to join us, I hope for your sympathy. Will you put in a word or two? The princess made it clear, wanting Polstone to convince Li Qiye. She remained patient with these two. Her Highness can't be any nicer. The crowd thought, still thinking about the contrast in attitude between Li Qiye and the princess. They also thought that Polstone Saintis would make a compromise. However, Polstone shook her head and said, Princess, I say this with nothing but goodwill, our young master is wanting the best for you, he's being merciful right now. Leave with your followers or face his wrath with terrible consequences. Think about it. Polstone had no ulterior motive this time. She knew that Li Qiye would stop playing nice soon and rivers of blood would start flowing. The princess and her men wouldn't be able to escape death. Alas, others didn't appreciate this. They were shocked that she would still support Li Qiye, an outsider instead of her fiancé's sect and future sister. Biting the hand that feeds you. One disciple from Yin Yang couldn't help raising his voice. Clank. A ray flashed and he was instantly decapitated. Blood gushed from the severed body. You deserve death. Li Qiye had a sword in his hand now. He gently blew away the blood pearls on the blade. The crowd's expression instantly changed after seeing his nonchalant murder. Such impudence. Both the godchild and the first prince stepped forward. The former shouted. Brat, you brought this upon yourself. Li Qiye answered by tossing the sword back to Polstone Saintis. He raised his hand and a crack suddenly appeared in the domain. Lava oozed out from that spot. People finally realized that there was an ocean of magma underneath. The lava that came out suddenly flew and coiled around Li Qiye's hand. He came into possession of the destructive fire affinity, enough to destroy an army. Come together. He smiled and swung his hand down. Boom! Terrible destruction blasted across the area. Die! The first prince and the godchild didn't believe in Li Qiye's power. Clank! The godchild used a sword slash while the first prince performed a draconic punch. Chapter 3463, Boom. Many shook back and forth from the impact of Li Qiye hitting the sword and draconic punch. Thump. 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 The godchild and the first prince were pushed backward, their vitality churning from the force. Both of them became startled, having far underestimated their opponent. So strong, isn't he just a silver carapace? Most were in disbelief. It must be the power of the phoenix true flame. Another murmured. That has to be it. They saw his hand covered in lava. It seemed to be encompassing a limitless weight, hence his ability to repel his foes. Just a useless bunch. Li Qiye stood there, staring at them and chuckling, all of you, come. He clearly wanted everyone on the other side to come together, not just these two. We'll see about that. The easily agitated godchild roared. Boom! A majestic brilliance and strands of Tao light emanated from him. He looked like a supreme Tao blooming outward, capable of controlling all things under heaven. Inborn Tao physique. Many shouted in response. Indeed, an incredible gift. An older expert confirmed in astonishment. The activation of this physique made his vitality several times greater. Clank. He summoned a thick and large sword, black from top to bottom. It looked like a bone with a golden streak. This streak was there with the sword material from the very beginning, not added later. Buzz. The sword glowed black and released a visual phenomenon, a massive beast with 4 legs and a horn. It had black scales all over, but the horn was golden, seemingly made from an ancient immortal metal. Ra. The beast heralded a bestial aura. Its ferocity made others shudder. Primal onyx lynx. The older experts recognized the beast. That sword is a high-level heaven sword. Someone knew enough about firmaments to recognize the sword. The previous sect master of firmaments used it. Another person said with envy. It's made from the Tao bone of a primal onyx lynx. People felt both its bestial aura and grand Tao power. This was one of the strongest swords in firmaments. Their heavenly sovereign was fortunate enough to obtain an expensive Tao bone from an ancient lynx. The outcome was a sword possessing this beast's power and Tao. The previous sect master gave it to the godchild not long after he joined the sect because he had an inborn Tao physique. He became its successor later. This Tao physique allowed him to control weapons without any limitation even at the mortal shell realm, perhaps the best advantage to having it. Boom! Visual phenomena manifested behind him, a rotating sun, moon, and the stars. He seemed to be the ruler of an entire realm. Firmament's art. An expert became startled, he really managed to finish it. That's the future sect master for you. Using firmament's art boosted the godchild's power several magnitudes higher. Inborn Tao physique, primal onyx lynx sword, and firmament's art, these 3 things took the godchild to the next level. He clearly used everything he got to kill Li Qiye in order to wash away the humiliation earlier. Count me in. The first prince didn't want to miss out and shouted. Clank! 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 Individual plates attached themselves to him, forming a full golden armor. He looked like a king ready to speak to his subjects. Their lives were up to a single whim of his. Skylight draconic bulwark. A spectator recognized the armor and said, the king gave it to the first prince. According to the legends, this armor was made from the scale of a mature flood dragon, allowing its user to be impervious to weapons and elemental attacks. It belonged to the king. It seemed that it was passed down to the first prince, meaning that he would be the next in line. Boom! He then channeled his merit law. A royal energy rushed up to the sky. Numerous regal signs gathered around him, culminating in the image of a great kingdom. Within it, his followers and citizens prostrated and offered him all of their power and vitality. This naturally took him to the next level. He turned into a peerless king, capable of sealing gods and slaying devils. People couldn't help but stare in admiration. Regal draconic secret. The crowd knew that this was the secret technique of Skylight. Only the royal family was allowed to learn it. The 2 surrounded Li Qiye, intending to kill him with their best techniques. They're not messing around anymore, it'll be to the death. One spectator murmured. Everyone watched with bated breath, wanting to see the duo take down Li Qie. I can't be missing this. Wu Zhongtian suddenly joined the fray with a serious tone. He didn't care about his status and reputation, joining the other two. This showed that he viewed Li Qie as a mighty foe. By this point, most realized that Li Qie was far more powerful than he let on. Otherwise, Wu Zhongtian would never join others to take him on. It's starting. The atmosphere became excited. Wu Zhongtian was an incredible genius. If it wasn't for the brilliant Bai Jianchan, he might have been the next successor of Yin Yang Gate. To be able to see him in action was a blessing for the spectators. Buzz. The yin and yang emerged behind him. His shadow became long and stretched across the realm, the same with his actual figure. Just one stomp could crush the land. An avatar, he's in the myriad form sanctity realm. His current cultivation realm became obvious. Chapter 34-64, Wu Zhongtian's current cultivation was expected. Nonetheless, seeing in action was still startling. After all, Zhongtian was still quite young. Many ancestors in their old age were still in this realm. Thus, his achievements far exceeded his peers. Even the older cultivators paled in comparison. Nonetheless, he cultivated before Bai Jianchan, but the guy was at the sacred level right now. From this, one could see just how incredible Bai Jianchan was, a genius among geniuses. Clank. He actually put away his sword and summoned two different weapons, one in each hand. They looked quite unique, resembling two long translucent needles. They had indelible Dao runes distinguishing them as artifacts or weapons. Otherwise, one might mistake them for being two crystal needles. The faint, flashing glow coming from them added an ethereal nature. They seemed to be pulsing in and out of existence. They lacked murderous intent and powerful Dao force. However, everyone could tell that they could take their opponent's lives in the blink of an eye. Shadowless divine needles. An ancestor recognized them. Those mythical weapons from Yin Yang. Others took a deep breath. Yes, according to the rumors, they're created from the Dao bone of a shadowless divine Bi by ancient Zen Dao Lord, the best at assassination. Another older expert said. This Dao Lord once met a Bi Lord, an extremely powerful chaos primal beast. The Dao Lord pursued it several times yet still couldn't kill it. Later on, Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang came to help and they were able to slay it at last. The DOA Lord used its Dao bones to create these two needles, a perfect tool for killing, virtually impossible to escape. Rumble. Wu Zhongtian channeled his yin-yang energy into the needles. Their glow pulsed at an increasing pace. Once they left his hands, they would deliver the fatal blow to the enemy's chest in the blink of an eye. Let's get started. Li Qie looked relaxed despite being surrounded by three cultivators, fully showing his contempt. Boom! The lava surged out again and roared like a dragon to the horror of the crowd. Its target was Li Qie. Anyone else would be reduced to ashes in no time at all due to the temperature. Alas, Li Qie was unaffected. The lava immediately condensed on him, forming a thick layer of armor with flames on the surface with the image of a phoenix. One could hear a faint screech as well. He really does have a phoenix bloodline. The experts thought that their prior suspicion was correct. The other spectators felt the same way. Kill him. The godchild and the first prince didn't give Li Qie time to prepare after seeing the lava armor. They leaped towards him like tigers descending from the mountain. Ra! A massive lynx blotted out the sky and tore out space with its unstoppable claws. Its mouth could devour all living beings. That's terrifying. The spectators felt as if their souls were being targeted by this black lynx, on the verge of being swallowed at any moment. Boom! The first prince sent down his kingdom, crushing everything in its path. He resembled a god in charge of his own domain. Everything crumbled before the might of the lynx and the kingdom, especially the spatial area around Wuxia. It's a sure kill. One spectator said while his legs buckled. Break. Wuxia laughed before commanding. His armor lava exuded a harrowing torrent of flames, akin to the eruption of a million volcanoes. Everything started shaking as a result. At this exact moment, Wu Zhongtian made his move. The two needles disappeared from sight before emerging right in front of Wuxia's forehead, ready to drill through his skull. The crowd didn't have time to gasp, thinking that he was finished. However, all three attacks still couldn't contend against the eruption of the lava armor. Boom! A deafening explosion blinded everyone. Once they could see again, they saw the trio being blown away. The domain broke down, the sword was sent to the horizon. Look at the needles. It's just like the legend, so deadly. Meanwhile, some were focused on the needles. No. A keen observer noticed that the lava still managed to stop the needles from penetrating Wuxia's forehead. The heat from the lava could burn anything. The needles actually melted into liquid dripping into the ground. How can artifacts refined by a Tao Lord be melted? This has to be Phoenix fire. People took a deep breath. Power types of true flames wouldn't be able to do so. Ugh, all three opponents vomited blood and smashed into a mountain. They were grievously wounded. Standing up again made them vomit blood again due to their chaotic internal vitality. People couldn't believe it. That combination attack was insanely powerful and Wuxia should have died. The opposite actually occurred. So this is the power of a phoenix? One spectator stared at the lava armor. Chapter 3465, Everyone got chills after witnessing the previous exchange. The power of a phoenix. They truly believed that Wuxia had a phoenix bloodline. This allowed him to control the flames here. This brat is too lucky. Some became jealous because a phoenix was one of the most powerful divine beasts. This ordinary guy actually had the prestigious bloodline. The trio kept on puking several times before stabilizing their vitality. Nonetheless, they were as pale as can be, staggering backward in fear because of the lava armor. So weak, I didn't even do anything yet. You all would die after a single stomp then. Wuxia casually remarked. The casualness worsened the blow on the three. They nearly vomited blood again from anger while their expression darkened. Unfortunately, the three geniuses had no retort because Wuxia was telling the truth. There was an invisible palm grasping their throat, stopping any anger from coming out. They have never felt this level of frustration before. The spectators felt the same way, speechless. Even those who hated Wuxia or were jealous of him had nothing to say. He really just stood there and didn't do a single thing. The lava armor did it all. The eruption of its power sent the group flying, going as far as grievously injuring them. How? The first prince shouted, unable to accept this. He once loomed above everyone. Now, his opponent didn't move a finger and he lost completely. This was as humiliating as can be. Worst of all, he lost to someone he completely looked down on. In his mind, Wuxia was nothing more than a piece of trash. You all said that I have a phoenix bloodline. Consider it that. And it is true that this place used to be the nest of a phoenix, a place for rebirth. Wuxia smiled and said. Everyone exchanged glances, thinking that he had confirmed this speculation. Only the latter half was actually true. Because this place used to be the rebirth area of a phoenix, Wuxia had full control over its power. At this point, the princess raised her hand. The ancestors from firmaments and the armies of Yin Yang and Skylight moved forward. Rumble. The cavalry of Skylight surrounded the first prince. Get in formation. An ancestor shouted at the first prince. He immediately joined the group. Firmament's sword formation also activated above with loud clunks. Divine swords emerged to form a great formation. Get back! An ancestor from Firmaments pulled the godchild back in to complete the formation. As for Wu Zihongtian, he also returned to the army of Yin Yang. One wouldn't be able to notice him anymore since he became a part of it. If you wish to challenge all of us alone, young nobly, we will do as you wish. It will be an honorless victory and I apologize for it. The princess politely said. Honorless victory? Whatever, you can come too. I'll kill all of you to prevent further annoyance. Li Qiye smiled and did a hand gesture, telling them to come. Everyone took a deep breath since they no longer viewed Li Qiye as arrogant. He had shown himself to be worthy of speaking like this. Is it possible? Those armies probably have 100,000 men. One spectator whispered. Wait and see. An older expert didn't know the answer. After all, the other side had an overwhelming force with actual ancestors. Though not that many were here, they were the strongest characters in their sections. They no longer cared about seniority and actually worked together with their fellow members to fight a junior. Okay, please broaden our horizon, young nobly. The princess solemnly nodded. Their foe was invincible right now due to his bloodline and the area. Of course, she also thought about escaping, but it seemed that he wouldn't just let them leave. The two sides have broken all facades of friendliness. A fight to the death was in order. Firmament's sword art. An ancestor shouted and the swords up above started spinning to form a terrible hurricane. It tore the sky vault apart and was enough to drag a star down and crush it to pieces, the same with a sect. People shuddered after seeing this. Being stuck in there meant being crushed. Merit laws and treasures were useless. Ra. Skylight's army turned into a golden dragon. This was their famous regal draconic formation that had saved their country many times from invaders. Boom! It landed on the ground and created cracks everywhere. It roared and released its torrential aura, showing off its destructiveness. The king of Skylight once presided over this formation and killed a heavenly sovereign near the border, or so they say. One spectator commented. Both Firmaments and Skylight have made their move. Only Yin Yang's army stood still. Because they were shrouded by chaos true energy of the Yin Yang affinity, no one could see what they were doing. This made them look even more dangerous. What will Yin Yang Gate do? Someone wondered. Chapter 3466, Firmament Sword Formation, Regal Dragon Formation, and Yin Yang Gate still waiting, all of this created an unbearably tense atmosphere. Who's gonna win? This became the key question. Even the experienced ancestors didn't have a good answer. They stared at Li Qiye then at the armies on the other side. In terms of troops, the princess naturally had an overwhelming advantage. They had around 100,000 capable cultivators or so with high morale. On any other day, the ancestors would bet on this side. The formations from these three sects have been famous for their prowess, not to mention the waiting Yin Yang Gate. However, it was difficult because Li Qiye possessed the mythical phoenix bloodline with a home court advantage. He might be strong but not that strong. Someone's first intuition was to pick the princess side. Those three sects together would be unstoppable. No sect could oppose them, let alone an individual. I don't agree. An expert was still afraid of the eruption earlier. The true flame of a phoenix was mysterious and left a deep impression on them. He went on with a hushed voice, this place is filled with phoenix true flame and he has that bloodline. No one should be able to contest this. According to the legends, even Skylight Dao Lord couldn't reach the deepest part of fire domain. This showed the might of the flames found here. Humph, maybe his bloodline is extremely thin. A fan of the maiden and the saintess scowled, showing off his jealousy. He might only be able to borrow a small amount of the domain's power, we'll see if he can stop the three behemoths. Another sneered. The young ones nodded in agreement. Firmament sword formation was this sect's strongest, the regal formation has been unstoppable for Skylight as well. Few ancestors from the big sects could hang on, let alone defeat them. On the contrary, the princess took this very seriously. She calmly said, "We'll have to try our best and use everything we have as a showing of respect. I also apologize for the lack of respect shown prior in our words." She made it clear that her allies would swarm him and use all means necessary. That's fine. Use everything you have since this will be your last opportunity. Li Qiye smiled. I'm glad to hear that. The princess took out a treasure. It issued a buzzing noise. Poof! Li Qiye's armor immediately reacted by sending out flames towards her. However, her treasure wasn't for defensive purposes. It flew above Li Qiye and started rotating. It opened a portal releasing extreme coldness, enough to freeze the radius of 10,000 miles. Zzz. It tried to turn Li Qiye into a statue, but his lava armor had reacted earlier with the flames to stop this process. It became a battle between fire and ice. The portal didn't relent and continued sending the chilling affinity towards him. This was enough to freeze an entire ocean and the fabrics of reality. Li Qiye's flames weakened despite several attempts of surging back. The cold seemed to be having the upper hand, successfully chaining the armor. People saw a mirror made of ice above him. On the other side of the mirror was a world of extreme Yin, the origin of the cold affinity. Everything there including Dao laws were frozen and Li Qiye became its prime target. Heaven Seal Frost Mirror. A supreme weapon left behind by Skylight Dao Lord. A golem expert became startled. Most didn't expect the princess to use a Dao Lord weapon at the start to suppress Li Qiye. The Dao Lord used this mirror to enter the domain back then. An ancestor shuddered and felt the bone-biting chill despite the far distance. Impressive start, aiming for the weak spot. A spectator saw that she didn't waste time in using a fatal move right away. The Phoenix True Flame seemed to have met its nemesis. This mirror was one of the ace cards in treading this domain. However, she used it now to kill Li Qiye. She spoke politely and elegantly with Li Qiye as if they weren't enemies, completely different from the first prince. However, she wanted to kill him from the very start and hid it quite well. It had nothing to do with her brother, only for Bai Jianchan. Intuition told her that Li Qiye would be a great threat. Attack! She ordered. The members of Yin Yang Gate obeyed. A fog of chaos emanated as they moved with lightning speed, too fast for the naked eyes. Clank! 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 Chains coiled around Li Qiye in the next second. They were made from 5-colored divine metals, extremely resilient and impossible to be cut even by the sharpest swords. The chains came from all directions and were too fast to dodge, completely locking Li Qiye in place. Chains from underground wrapped tightly around his legs as well. The chains also had blade-like barbs so all of his weak spots were struck. Thus, the goal was to stop his veins and energy channeling. Chapter 3467, Li Qiye was immobilized as if his veins had been sealed, unable to muster any strength. Fiendish confinement. A horrified spectator shouted. Yin Yang's terrible imprisoning technique. Someone had heard of it before. This was meant for capturing evil villains or traitors. A large-scale version of this technique could capture thousands of enemies on the battlefield in one swoop. If all the chains were focused on one person, it should be enough to capture a heavenly sovereign. This technique was both effective and cruel. Once trapped, the victim's muscles and veins were finished. They would become crippled and be stuck on a bed for the rest of their lives. He can't move. The spectators thought that Li Qiye was a fish on the chopping board now. Kill him. A shout came from Firmament's sword formation. The divine swords started rotating into a circle, forming a massive drill of immense destruction. It intended to reduce Li Qiye to bits. Ra! The golden dragon formation also roared. The scales on the creature shot out like the sharpest blades in existence. This torrential attack could add 1,000 holes onto a mountain. Li Qiye wouldn't fare much better. The dragon didn't stop there and slashed at Li Qiye's throat with its 10 claws, wanting to decapitate him right away. After a single flash, the claws were already next to Li Qiye's neck. The triple attacks came in unison with the greatest urgency. Escaping was impossible. Of course, the victim was immobilized anyway. There's no avoiding this. Everyone thought that it was over. Right. They knew that it would be a terrible death, exploding to dust. That's what he gets for opposing Yin-Yang Gate. Nothing good can come from it. Arrogant people like him will always be killed. It's an honor to go down to the princess and the others. What more does he want? Another coldly gloated. Quite a few people here wanted Li Qiye to die, so they were applauding. Boom! In this crucial moment, an ocean of lava came out of the domain and drowned Li Qiye entirely. It became a cataclysmic scene akin to the end of the world. The fight with the geniuses earlier had some erupting flames, but this was on another scale entirely. The shockwaves from the influx of lava sent the spectators flying. Screech! A screech could be heard, one that could frighten even the cruelest Devil King and tear apart the azure. A phoenix. Someone saw the image of a phoenix within the flame. The rest became stunned. Just its image was enough to intimidate the 9 firmaments. Even the gods would run away since struggling was futile. A mythical divine beast, some dropped to their butt or their knees. This wasn't a real phoenix, but the image of one alone was unbeatable. The legends are all real, this was really a phoenix's nest. One ancestor became amazed. He didn't think he would be able to witness something like this in his lifetime. The image spread its fiery wings and blotted out the sky. It flapped once and unleashed the flames, ready to annihilate everything. The chains around Li Qiye, the chilling mirror above, the countless divine swords, all were melted in no time at all. The wings of the phoenix severed all affinities in its path. Just a tiny touch immediately cut down the massive golden dragon and dissolved the formations. Ah! Blood rained down along with severed heads. The ground became red in no time at all. The armies of all 3 sects were immediately killed. The several ancestors along with the trio of geniuses weren't spared either. Their eyes were wide open while their head was separated from their body. They only managed to see the wings of the phoenix as the last thing. They finally learned what could be considered a sure kill move and total despair. Their merit laws and treasures were useless against this great bird. The bodies finally fell to the ground, resulting in loud thumps. Blood flowed like a stream in the domain. The alliance was massacred like insects. A while ago, Wu Zhongtian and the other 2 geniuses thought that they were untouchable. Now, their corpses were becoming cold on the ground. This result was as shocking as can be. Chapter 3468, Bones and corpses piled up like hills above the streams of blood to the horror of the crowd. These 3 sects were the strongest lineages in the north. How could an individual take them down so effortlessly and brutally? The crowd's stomach churned after hearing the stench, their palms became sweaty as they stared at Li Qiye. He didn't think twice before massacring them. Just think about it, it meant that all 3 sects would be pursuing him with everything they got. Heavenly sovereigns themselves would join. Yin-Yang Gate was the worst to have as an enemy among the 3. Nonetheless, Li Qiye simply didn't think about the consequences. How domineering. An expert from the previous generation took a deep breath. More like brutal, no one is more brutal than him in the north, an ancestor smiled wryly, feeling chills coursing down his back. Too weak. Li Qiye smiled as if he didn't just kill 100,000 men. No one but him would dare to say this given the tough future ahead with 3 behemoths after him. The princess left. A meticulous spectator noticed this during the fight. Of course, he didn't dare to say that she had escaped in order to give her some face. The moment she saw the true power of the lava, she immediately knew that the situation was grim and escaped without any hesitation. Most thought that this was a wise decision. It didn't affect her reputation and prestige in the slightest. That's indicative of her vision and insight. The older cultivators praised her. Others wouldn't have been able to escape in time, or they would care about their sex reputation and their own to do so. She was quick and decisive, good qualities to have for a general. Li Qiye had no intention of pursuing her since she didn't affect the grand scheme of things in the slightest. She won't let this go. One spectator quietly said. Even if she wants to, the others won't. Yin Yang. No, the same with firmaments and skylight. They will want blood for blood. An ancestor shook his head. Plus, the 3 sects had no choice. Swallowing this anger would destroy their status in the north. How could they intimidate their rivals and tributaries from then on? How could they remain at the top? Swift vengeance was essential in keeping their spot. This was especially true for Yin Yang. It has gradually grown to become the leader of the north, influential enough to give commands to the others. As long as Li Qiye was alive, they wouldn't be able to walk with their head held high. Others would laugh at them for being cowardly turtles. Okay, the show's over, back to your own business, everyone. Li Qiye shrugged and told the crowd. Some were actually happy to see this. At the very least, they could return to the domain to find some more treasures. He went back to the domain while Polstone Saintis and Shirwawa stayed outside. He had no fear of the domain in the slightest during this saunter. The Phoenix bloodline is incredible. The easy journey made others jealous. People from Divine Stone Ridge, despite their success, needed to exercise prudence with every step. Their path was meticulously planned. The ancestors from that sect were afraid of the heat because one wrong step meant becoming smoke. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye since the heat didn't seem to affect him. Everyone believed that this was due to the phoenix blood flowing through him. Polstone Saintis didn't say anything because she knew that it had nothing to do with the phoenix bloodline. He could still do so without, this was just a repeat of what happened in the Beetle Valley. Miracles were common when Li Qiye was around. The only real question she had were the mysteries regarding his identity. Is he not here for the treasury? People became surprised because Li Qiye wasn't heading for the Dao portal. He walked towards the depth of the domain where the terrible flames resided. What does he want to do? The crowd started clamoring. Don't forget about his bloodline. An ancestor brought this up. They had a moment of realization and thought that this made sense. The guy was tracing back to the source. So what's actually there? One person asked. The ravaging flames in there frightened all of them. Nonetheless, they remained curious. The flames have been there for who knows how many years. What else was there? Maybe an extraordinary treasure, that's why Skylight Dao Lord tried to go there. Someone said. Chapter 3469, The raving flames reached the sky and created a terrible storm seemingly hellbent on annihilating everything that got close enough. No force could withstand the heat, becoming insignificant in comparison. Everyone outside the domain watched with bated breath, their eyes wide open. They wanted to see how he would face that terrible flame. Even Skylight Dao Lord had to give up in the end. How could a junior at the Silver Carapace realm do better? Will there be a phoenix nest within that flame? Someone boldly speculated. The rest felt the same way. Li Qiye had a smile on his face while standing at the border of the fiery tempest. Remember, no other places in the domain had visible fires. It was strange because this tempest ravaged everything, yet it didn't spread beyond this point. It seemed that it was content to stay in this place, performing its responsibility as a protector. Perhaps this wasn't a regular flame that came into being the normal way. Perhaps the phoenix itself created it for a purpose. He's going into that inferno. One spectator shouted after keeping a keen eye on Wuxia. Wuxia took the first step and everyone thought that he could be annihilated by the inferno, either torn to shreds or reduced to ashes. This was based on the fact that the invincible Skylight Tao Lord chose against trying to enter this place. However, a miracle occurred since nothing happened to Wuxia. The flames erupted but it didn't rush towards him. A gap emerged at the bottom of the inferno, akin to an entrance or a giant spreading its hands, wanting to embrace Wuxia. How can this be? Everyone became astounded, unable to trust their own eyes. Alas, this was reality. Wuxia then disappeared into the ravaging flames. Its merciless destruction didn't affect him at all. Not even a hair of his was hurt in the process. I believe everything now, this has to be a phoenix's nest and he has the right bloodline. Someone said with absolute confidence. This speculation seemed to be all but confirmed. What a noble and rare bloodline, even the thinnest type will still let him have boundless potential. Other geniuses became jealous. Phoenixes being ancient divine beasts was a well-known fact. They existed in a time beyond tracing. Someone with this bloodline was meant for greatness, regardless of the quality of their blood. The first prince and the others got really unlucky. Wuxia is invincible here, fighting him in this place was unwise. Another couldn't help but comment. Yes, they should have waited until he left this place and tried to kill him. Another added with hindsight. Wuxia most likely had the power to control the inferno. This would allow him to be unbeatable in the domain. Wuxia calmly observed the area inside the inferno. The internal region didn't have the same destructive affinity and the scorching heat. It was warm like a child sleeping in their mother's embrace. The flames served as the walls and the roof, but they were as pleasant and comfortable as can be. No existence and powers could enter this place. The barrier was perfect in separating the external world from this one. This was indeed a phoenix's nest, true to everyone's expectation. It was created in an exquisite and meticulous manner. The entire place could be considered a grand Tao. The materials consisted of the precious phoenix roostwood beams. Each was carefully placed in a particular order. Their length, age, and grains were unique. This allowed them to culminate into a supreme grand Tao. When people look at it, they would think that it was the Tao of a phoenix, not its nest. The final masterpiece during the last moment of a phoenix's innate gift, rebirth. Wuxia sighed and praised. This was their innate grand Tao, completely unique. Wuxia was one of the few who could actually understand it. He had seen one again back in Stone Medicine World. Its corpse emerged again and Wuxia let it fly towards the horizon. The nest had a feather with a divine glow, as beautiful as can be. Once the faint, embedded runes on it were combined, the ancient character with the meaning of virtue came to be. This was the phoenix's most precious feather. Moreover, the center had an egg around the size of a large bowl, too magnificent to be described by words. It looked as if it was made from snow-white jade, also pulsing with various runes depicting space, time, and the myriad ages. It was surrounded by a gentle flame as if its mother was caressing it. Millions of years have passed but the incubation process still hasn't been completed. Chapter 3470, The egg has been here all along. If others were to see it, they would be driven to insanity. Its value was immeasurable. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was far more precious than a Tao Lord. There have been plenty of Tao Lords in history, the same couldn't be said about this egg. The thing was real, a phoenix might come out of it with a pure bloodline. Unfortunately, years have passed and it still didn't finish the incubation stage. Others might not know the reason. Some would assume that a lengthy period was required for the beast of a divine egg. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye since he let this phoenix roam free back then. Still not enough. He shook his head. A fiery rebirth isn't that easy. The villainous heaven doesn't allow it. This phoenix roamed through space back then, seeking a way to reach rebirth. It experienced numerous tribulations and accumulated wondrous resources. In the end, failure was still the result. Of course, when strictly speaking, this phoenix still didn't fail. At the very least, it still left behind an egg. This was an opportunity eager to strike when everything lined up perfectly. It would be able to break out of the shell and soar above the 9 firmaments once more. Alas, fiery rebirth could be considered a great tribulation. The process back then invited a disaster, resulting in flaws in the egg. Otherwise, it would have hatched long ago. Li Qiye stopped looking at the egg and focused on the entire nest instead. The profundity of this place was endless and complicated, on the verge of being inscrutable despite trying for a lifetime. However, it was continuously evolving and being derived in Li Qiye's eyes. He became immersed while appreciating its beauty. Click, 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 he gently knocked the entire nest, also in a special rhythm. An unknown power firmly took root in the area. The nest seemingly came back to life. In the next second, it disappeared from sight, replaced by a massive cosmo. Each star here had a unique glow and an eternal mystery. A light flashed on Li Qiye's forehead. This radiance turned into a dazzling maelstrom. The stars in the cosmos started flying towards Li Qiye's forehead as if they had finally figured out their end destination. A portal appeared there and absorbed in all the magical essences. Loud clunks sounded as the Tao laws as big as gigantic veins twisted together to form a supreme grand Tao inside his brain. The innate grand Tao of a phoenix, rebirth. He took a look and sighed, unfortunately, this isn't the path I'm looking for, not what I want. Each divine beast had a unique gift, allowing them to be mighty and peerless. Others would be ecstatic and jump up and down after obtaining one. Li Qiye remained calm. Rebirth in this manner was brilliant but not part of his pursuit. It simply didn't matter to him. After the cosmos disappeared, the nest still looked the same as before. An outsider wouldn't be able to figure it out. Li Qiye put away the feather since it could be used to create an amazing outfit. He then looked at the egg. Only a fool would leave it here, but Li Qiye had no intention of taking it away. This place was the most suitable for its incubation. The entire domain served this purpose, especially the raging inferno. Taking it out of this place would remove the favorable circumstances, resulting in greater difficulties. Fine, since we have met again, I shall grant you a fortune. Li Qiye said. He became serious and raised his hand. A force enveloped the entire egg. Boom! 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 He sent out lightning bolts towards the phoenix. The thing lit up, not because of the bright bolts but because something in there was activating, seemingly reacting to the incoming currents. The power of the heavenly tribulation continued to pour into the egg. Li Qiye seemed to be the high heaven unleashing its supreme wrath to destroy this egg. A phoenix screech could be heard inside the light within the egg. A tiny phoenix flapped its wings and attacked the sky with its endless flame, wanting to stop the terrible tribulation. Alas, how could this little phoenix contend against the almighty Li Qiye? It cried out in pain as its wings were broken by the bolts. Alas, it didn't give up and healed its injuries, flapping its wings to meet the tribulation head-on. This seemed to be rather futile. Activate! Li Qiye raised his other hand and grasped the universe along with the little phoenix, protecting it with chaos energy. This empowerment allowed the divine bird to survive and bathe in the tribulation. Screech! The revitalized bird flew up and attacked the tribulation again. This contest lasted for quite a while. The continuous battles and surpassing the tribulations matured the bird. Li Qiye's clothes were drenched in sweat during this process. Of course, efforts were always rewarded. The little bird gradually turned into a full-fledged phoenix capable of soaring above the skies. Its feathers radiated an amazing glow, enough to deter anyone. It looked divine and unbeatable. Once it broke out of its shell, a true phoenix would come out. Li Qiye put his hands down and sat in the meditative pose to recover. The supreme phoenix inside the egg stared at Li Qiye and let out a screech of gratitude. The light within slowly dissipated. Everything returned to before as if nothing had happened. Chapter 3471. Meanwhile, everyone outside Fire Domain waited for Li Qiye, curious about the content inside the inferno. "He's out, I see him." An excited spectator shouted. All eyes were on Li Qiye, who had just left the inferno. They carefully looked at him from top to bottom but didn't notice anything special. His expression, a stoic look, didn't divulge any hint either. What did he see and get in there? One wondered. The harvest in that inferno should manifest in some emotions. What was in there? Someone finally shouted at him. After all, even Skylight Tao Lord wanted to go in. There must be a rare and precious artifact within that inferno. However, Li Qiye ignored them and continued heading towards the peak with the Tao portal. Shit, this is so unfair. He already got the treasure in the inferno and now he wants that imperial treasury too. What about us? Jealousy permeated the crowd. In their mind, the imperial treasury should far exceed the content of the inferno. Now, Li Qiye was being too greedy, or so they thought. The legacy of the phoenix is all his, that's already an incredible fortune. If he can get the treasury all for himself too, nothing can top that. One ancestor said with envy. Just think about it, Yin Yang Gate and the other two countries wanted to share the treasury. This was already enviable enough. Li Qiye, on the other hand, was going to monopolize the entire thing. I wish someone would rob him after. Someone couldn't help but say. Heart started beating faster because the thin paper had been penetrated. Everyone had this thought, they just didn't want to express it. They exchanged glances, overwhelmed with greed. Fire Domain was one thing, but if Li Qiye were to leave. The majority of the crowd had their own nefarious plans right now. Buzz. Li Qiye made it up the peak and disappeared into the portal. Damn that bloodline. Someone gritted their teeth and said. They also wanted to come into the domain for that treasury, but this was impossible. By this point, many experts and ancestors had quietly left the scene. The ones left behind eventually realized the thinning crowd. They all left. Don't want to take a look at all. One clueless spectator said. What's the point? A friend glared at him and signaled for them to leave. It didn't take long before only around 10% of the mass still lingered behind. Why are they leaving? The innocent Shirwawa asked curiously. Because this is Fire Domain. Postone Saintis naturally understood the reason why. Li Qiye was the king here because he could control the domain's power due to his bloodline. Thus, trying to rob him here was suicidal. The best example was the coalition army earlier. No one wanted to repeat this mistake. They left early in order to come up with plans to ambush him in a different location. It would be extremely easy without the power of the phoenix aiding him. Idiots. She murmured and shook her head. Those scheming against Li Qiye was as dumb as can be. Their death would not be pretty. The area through the portal wasn't a treasury. No golden and silver mountains, no supreme imperial weapons and merit laws either. Li Qiye saw a vast land with an ancestral vein brimming with life force. This place seemed to be the source of life in the north. It's just people didn't know about the story and secret behind the Tao portal. It has been too long, very few were privy to this fact. He crossed the vein to enter a secret location. His pace seemed relaxed. However, when he got there, he found that nothing existed in this place. Drystone Courtyard, he said with a hushed tone. He was back in an old place, one of the most dangerous areas in the 9 worlds, Drystone. Alas, the only thing left was a bottomless abyss. It seemed as if the entire courtyard had fallen down and became swallowed. Even back in the 9 worlds epoch, only a selected few knew about its existence. Thus, its disappearance might not be known by others. Li Qiye focused his gaze towards the bottom of the abyss. Upon closer inspection, he found that the abyss wasn't caused by the ground collapsing. Something had drilled down there and dragged the entire courtyard down this hole. This was an unlikely guess. Remember, as one of the 12 burial grounds, this place was immensely dangerous. Even immortal emperors couldn't take it down, the villainous heaven itself turned a blind eye. Now, some unknown force had dragged it away. Was there someone capable of doing this? No, absolutely not. Alas, this was indeed the case. This abyss seemed to be leading to hell itself. No one could ever explain this event, not even Li Qiye. How strange, this isn't your style. What happened? Li Qiye murmured while looking at the sky. No one answered him, perhaps no one had the answer. Only the villainous heaven knew what happened here. Li Qiye became silent because this was unprecedented. Such a thing never occurred even in the legends or any older epoch. Otherwise, the lords of the burial grounds wouldn't have lasted so long. He eventually crouched down and touched the abyss fringe, his brows slightly furrowed. Though millions of years have passed, he still sensed a few things. He decided to jump down the abyss without any hesitation, disappearing from sight. Chapter 3472, No one knew what was at the bottom of the abyss or if one could climb out of it after entering. Li Qiye still jumped in without any hesitation. His body rapidly descended and disappeared from sight, seemingly swallowed by the abyss. After a long while, he finally appeared again, climbing out of the abyss. He sat down next to the cliff with a calm expression, albeit with a slight frown. How strange. In actuality, he didn't find anything under there. No danger or anything special. What is it? He pinched some soil off the top and then scattered them through the gaps between his fingers. The remnant aura here eluded him. Very few things in this world could actually escape his analysis. This was one of them. In history and all the epochs, this type of power didn't exist. Putting aside its actual strength, it was perfectly unique. Another similar power with the same uniqueness belonged to the villainous heaven. Today, there was another type. This made Li Qiye ponder. I'm sure you have the answer. His eyes pierced across the myriad worlds to reach the deep azure. Of course, there was no response. This was to be expected. The opposite would make the whole thing more bizarre. Li Qiye clapped his hands then stared at the abyss with a sigh. How unbelievable. This news would cause an earthquake in the previous epoch. All inhabitants would shudder in fear from this unbelievable event. Li Qiye himself had a hard time imagining what happened. He has been here plenty of times before, possessing a far better understanding than others. Drystone Courtyard is no more. Li Qiye said sentimentally then left. In reality, the 12 burial grounds were gone in the new epoch anyway. Li Qiye crossed through numerous dimensions to reach the source of the ancestral vein. It didn't used to be this easy getting through the place, but everything had changed with time. A lake of incredible essences existed in this place, the embodiment of worldly fortunes. Alas, it was withered right now, just a hollowed depression. Nonetheless, there were still runic lines around it. This has been the case for millions and millions of years. The destruction of the eras didn't matter, epoch might have turned to ashes without affecting these runes. However, this was only an outward appearance. Those who have been here before would find that they were different after using their heavenly gaze. The runes have lost their divinity, or to be more specific, they no longer had life. This was akin to a metamorphosis. The living entities in the runes have left, leaving behind the shells on the ground. Breaking out to be an immortal or to fight against the immortals. Li Qie started thinking about certain things worthy of remembrance from the past. A smile appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and focused up. His eyes fell onto the lake. This place was the source of stone medicine, the center of the 3 grand veins containing fundamental essences and fortunes. Another difference he noticed was a stone pillar right on top of the lake. It wasn't that impressive in size, but the runes carved on it could clearly be seen. They were completely different from the ones in the lake. The latter was formed in a natural manner, the accumulation of worldly fortunes. As for the ones on the runes, they were domineering and supreme, the culmination from the grand Tao all over the places. The pillar seemingly reached the deepest location of the earth and became one with it. This allowed it to connect with the ancestral veins. Due to the empowerment gained from the veins, the runes on the pillar continued moving and changing. They engulfed one particular item on top of the pillar, obscuring it in the process. A meticulous observer would note that the runes weren't protecting this item. It was a suppression. Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he intended on bypassing the runes to see the thing inside. Boom! The runes of the lake gradually lit up and started a supreme symphony capable of piercing through time and space, from 8 decalaces all the way to 9 worlds. Rumble! Their lights shot to the sky. In the next second, these runes woke up again, brimming with life. A figure appeared in this boundless radiance. She seemed to be from the ancient era, ethereal and illusory. Others would mistake her to be from their previous dream. Li Qie quietly watched the figure. The figure itself was faint already and the light made it harder to see. However, one could tell that this was a woman. The figure alone could suppress the firmaments. Other masters and invincible experts weren't worth mentioning before her terrifying aura. The gods needed to prostrate and the devil would tremble beneath her feet. She was immortal assailant emperor, the last immortal emperor of the 9 worlds, perhaps the most brilliant of them all. The two exchanged glances, this fleeting moment seemingly lasted millions of years. Within the Tao runes in the lake were laughter, competitions, and heart-to-heart conversations, some scolding as well. The past would always remain the same. I left something behind. Her voice was both pleasant and dignified. Li Qie found it awfully enjoyable. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure you can come up with a conclusion. Otherwise, this world is finished, the same for you. She added. Yes, I know. Li Qie stared at the suppressed item on top of the pillar and nodded. A brief silence ensued. Congratulations, that day has come for you. He broke the silence first and was happy for her. She didn't respond, only continuing to stare at him. 1. Now it says Immortal Emperor. It was Grand Emperor before, but the Grand here could just be great and not a classification. This is rather vague, so we'll have to go with the flow before more context. Chapter 3473, Time came to a halt. Words weren't necessary because one glance was enough for them to understand each other. It's not over between us. Her pleasant voice echoed, seemingly becoming a part of space. Once it dispersed, the light and her figure also disappeared from sight. The runes became lifeless once more. Indeed. He sighed and smiled wryly. He focused his attention on the stone pillar and the item again. It wasn't moving and didn't emit any special aura. The world has always talked about the Emperor's treasury and legacy. They thought it would contain countless treasures, peerless merit laws, and invincible weapons. None of that was here. She only left one thing, an item that she couldn't understand. Plus, it was meant for only one person, Li Qie. She knew that if she couldn't come up with an answer, the Dark Crow was the only one left who could do so. Now, in the case of Li Qie failing as well, only the villainous heaven would be left. However, it wasn't part of this world. Li Chia murmured while looking at the item. It wasn't a treasure at all. Nothing good would come of it, only a terrible nightmare to all of 8 Desolaces. That's why the Emperor took a painstaking effort to suppress it here. He then thought about the weakened Tao runes all over the ground. They weren't exactly useless just yet. Even a Tao Lord couldn't do anything in this place without thinking twice. He took out a stone egg obtained from the park. It became magnificent after his carving and had an unfathomable mystery within. He let it roll towards the Tao runes. Something magical happened during the roll, it actually absorbed all the Tao runes on its path. Nothing was damaged, all the runes were absorbed in their complete version. It was as if this wasn't an absorption but a mere relocation. The egg circled around the lake numerous times in order to grab all the Tao runes. The ground became glossy and smooth just like a mirror with the runes gone. This was the reason why he obtained the stone egg then took the time to carve it. He needed it to move everything here. The egg eventually finished its task and Li Chia put it away. He then walked to the front of the stone pillar. The invincible runes on it were embedded by immortal assailant Emperor. The pillar pierced into the ground and was connected to the ancestral vein. A Tao Lord had no chance of moving the pillar. It has become one with heaven and earth. This power allowed it to suppress the item left here. He took a deep breath and tossed the egg at the stone. It latched onto the surface and started rolling up. The same thing happened, the egg absorbing all the runes during the roll. Only Li Chia could come up with this ingenious method of moving the runes without damaging them. The pillar eventually had the same smooth surface just like the ground. With the runes gone, the suppression disappeared as well. The item on top of the pillar finally showed its true form. It was around the size of a thumb, perhaps a bit bigger. There was a layer of ash. In terms of appearance, it resembled a tree root that has been burnt before. As for texture, it was soft like a severed part of a tentacle. No one would take a second look at this thing if it was randomly left on the ground. It didn't look valuable nor harmful, only a burnt tree root. However, Li Chia knew how special it was. Cut down, Li Chia understood which power did this. Trying to sense it was useless. It had no aura. Derivation didn't work either to analyze its materials. This was something unprecedented in this world. Nonetheless, he knew that it was dangerous because there seemed to be a bit of life in it. Perhaps this wasn't the right classification either. This wasn't the same life found in this world. He knew that it was growing at a slow pace, virtually indiscernible. An expert could keep an eye out the entire time without noticing the minute change. He waited until it grew another inch. Boom! Everything quaked during this moment. That's right, all of 8 Desolaces quaked once, including the isolated and hidden realms. The world felt so feeble. All inhabitants noticed this quake. What's going on? Even the ancient existences woke up in fear. Something seemingly pierced 8 Desolaces and left a huge wound. However, all 8 regions felt perfectly fine. No damage actually occurred. Only the top masters sensed this horrifying power and no longer thought that they were invincible in this era. This made them turn pale. Humph. Li Chia scowled and made his move with the egg, a direct suppression. Boom! The thing couldn't react in time before getting smashed by the egg. Instead of crushing it, the egg immediately sucked it inside just like the Tao runes earlier. Chapter 3474. Within the stone egg was an apex grand Tao connected to the celestials and 3,000 worlds. Time and space embraced them, all powers within worked to suppress the thing. Li Chia especially crafted this prison with the help of worldly Tao runes and the Emperor's suppression. This completely stopped the thing from moving. He no longer sensed anything from it, it seemed inanimate like a piece of metal. One would be hard-pressed to imagine that it was capable of piercing through 8 decalaces earlier. They would assume that it was a strange illusion. He started contemplating. It became clear how Drystone Courtyard disappeared now and what power dragged it away. The question was, what existence or what form possessed this power? He has never seen it before, it didn't exist in the records. In history, as long as something existed, there would be clues scattered about, especially in the legends or folktales. This wasn't the case here. He thought that it was certainly new. However, this was impossible. Reaching a power of this magnitude required time and accumulation, an arduous process. It couldn't have appeared out of nowhere like this. How interesting. Li Qie became awfully curious, not because of the looming threat. He simply wanted to find out more. Seems like I've spent all of my time on the villainous heaven and missed out on other details. He stroked his chin, realizing his carelessness. His main focus and vision were on the ultimate expedition. This made him neglect other matters. Perhaps this existence has been there all along, just slumbering in an unknown corner. It simply didn't want others to know, this didn't mean that it didn't exist. This will be very amusing. Li Qie looked up at the sky again, the party in the future won't be boring at all. More guests will be coming. Li Qie's eyes became profound. Well, I welcome it, the more the merrier. He grinned and stared at the thing in the stone. His next objective was to analyze it without missing any information. This required breaking it down completely. He was no stranger to this and had plenty of experience. Nothing could ever hide from his dissection and examination. This will be fun. He had a smile that would scare those in the know as he was leaving. He had smiled like this back during the ancient Ming era. What came next was a butcher with blood-stained hands. Crack. Crack. The area behind him started cracking before collapsing altogether. Only a hole was left. He then left Fire Domain. There wasn't anyone here, a stark contrast to the lively scene not long ago. Even Sher Wawa and Polstone Saintis were gone. He chuckled and continued forward after taking a look around. Everyone had moved to the stone forest. In theory, now that the treasure hunt was over, everyone should be leaving. On the contrary, they decided to wait outside. The powers there far exceeded imagination, even more so than before. Numerous ancestors were here now. A while ago, the ancestors that came were relatively young or just elders. The more powerful ones chose to hide in the shadows because this land still belonged to Ancestral City. Now, they lost their patience and showed up in public. The reason was very simple, Li Qie had obtained both the imperial treasury and the legacy of the Phoenix. No one would miss this opportunity to grab both in the case of success. Just one was enough to drive people insane from greed, taking a sect to the next level in no time at all. They might be able to exert total domination afterward. That's why it was worth the risk even if it meant offending Ancestral City. Numerous groups waited outside including large armies from Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments. More ancestors have shown up. They lost 100,000 men or so in Fire Domain but this didn't matter. They were still able to muster mighty armies in just a short time. People couldn't help but be amazed. This was why they were the top dogs right now. All eyes were on the entrance, quietly waiting for the target to appear. Of course, not all wanted to rob Li Qie. Some knew their place and that they wouldn't be able to compete with the rest. Thus, they were only here to watch. I can smell the stench of blood already. One expert murmured. It was obvious that taking Li Qie down wasn't the end to this. The successful party would become the next target. Thus, this place would turn into hell soon enough. Numerous cultivators would fall as a result. That's why some have already prepared an escape plan. The moment they grabbed the treasury or the legacy, they would instantly retreat with haste. A few ancestors chose to hide their background just in case they were successful. Otherwise, others would come for their sex soon enough. Others wanted to hide for a long time afterward in order to fully understand the spoils before showing up again. The area seemed quiet from people scheming and being on guard with each other. Many actually wielded weapons already, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He's out. A furor started with Li Qia's appearance by the entrance. All eyes were on him, hot enough to shoot out rays and illuminate the place. They all wanted to know what he got from the imperial treasury. Time came to a halt, the greedy spectators clenched their weapons tighter. Of course, no one dared to be the first to make a move lest they wanted to be public enemy number one. This resulted in a deadlock. Chapter 3475, The stillness became unbearably eerie. They stared at Li Qia as if wanting to eat him alive. How lively. He didn't mind at all and smiled at the mass. Many shuddered after seeing this smile. Li Qia was only a silver carapace, yet he had such a calm bearing before the powerful crowd. It was as if he was looking down on inferior beings. Nothing happened yet. It was unwise being the first to make a move instead of waiting for a better opportunity. It would be best to watch the impatient groups massacre themselves first. Unfortunately, everyone harbored this thought, so stagnation continued. What did the emperor leave behind? One spectator got bored and shouted at Li Qia. Everyone naturally listened attentively, waiting to hear an answer. Their eyes became redder and greedier like a pack of hungry wolves. The emperor was considered one of the most brilliant immortal emperors, the last of their kind. Her treasury encompassed all the treasures of the 9 worlds, perhaps the largest one in history. Their greed seemed justified after putting things into perspective. The treasury? Li Qia smiled after seeing their expression. Each word of his right now stirred the crowd. So even though he purposely spoke slowly to tease them, they still remained patient. There's nothing in there, only scrap metals. He concluded. No one believed him despite this actually being the case. They exchanged glances of doubts. They saw him entering the Tao portal and he certainly got the treasury. Plus, the emperor should have left something behind. Humph, who are you trying to trick? One older expert snorted, the emperor possessed the greatest treasury in the world. No one will believe your nonsense. Others nodded in agreement because his answer was too illogical. Up to you, I don't care either way. Li Qia waved his hand dismissively. That treasury has items belonging to everyone in the 9 worlds. It should be given back to the descendants. Everyone should have a share. Another old cultivator said. Robbing Li Qia would be improper since some of them were from righteous sections. How could they attack a junior without the right justification? It would ruin their sex reputation. That's why they needed the right excuse regardless of how forced it was. True, true. The crowd applauded and agreed. Another expert from a big sect said, the treasures of the world belong to the wise and capable, not you alone. Yes, it's for all to share. Take it out now. One ancestor fanned the fire. Don't make the mistake of monopolizing it out of greed. The crowd loudly shouted, forcing him to hand the treasury over before taking action. You all look like clowns right now, a bunch of ruffians trying to act all dignified. How shameful for the righteous sects to stoop down to this level. Li Qia was amused. A few of the shouters earlier turned red but most didn't care. Hand it over or everyone will attack. An impatient crowd member shouted. That's right, don't think about leaving with it. Another guy pointed his weapon at Li Qia, ready to attack. I see. Fine, I'll deliver all of you to the next life. Li Qia had a smirk on. Normally, a silver carapace was no threat at all, but Li Qia managed to deter some of them. They shuddered after recalling how he massacred multiple armies not long ago. The brutal carnage still haunted them, so his words carried plenty of weight. No one wanted to be the first to try since death might be the result. Foolish and cowardly. Li Qiye shook his head. This disdain still wasn't enough to force anyone to attack him. They all wanted to wait for someone else to go first. Boom! An old man interrupted the stalemate and landed in front of Skylight's army. Prepare the formation. He shouted. Rumble. The high morale soldiers moved to the right position, raising their weapons and shield. They were just watching earlier until this man came. Now, they were ready for battle. The national teacher of Skylight. The vanguards of the crowd retreated after seeing him. He's actually here. Most felt dread after seeing the old man. He was a fierce character in charge of Skylight, having conquered the nearby territories. His hands were stained with blood. Clank. Next, a divine sword landed and pinned on the ground, causing a loud blast. It looked just like a peak due to its size. People who looked up saw another old man, his robe fluttered to the wind. He seemed to be an unsheathed sword due to a sharp, rampaging aura. Firmament Sect Master. A few recognized him. The dead godchild was his direct disciple. He embarked on the path of the sword, having killed many opponents and gaining notoriety during his youth. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.